Hopefully this works. What's up, everyone joining in the stream? What's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up, what's up? How's everybody doing? We're going to start getting people up here for debates very soon. What's up, everyone joining in? What's up, Courtney? What's up, Nina? What's up, Alana? How you doing? What's up, Annika? How you doing? What's up, Sydney? What's up, Peter? What's up, Vicky? What's up, Mary Lee? What's up, Canadian Vic? How you doing? What's up, Mr. Flinch? What's up, Dan? What's up, Sammy? How you doing? What's up, Adam? What's up, Callie? What's up, CNT? What's up, everyone? News today is actually about me. Actually, everybody, it's about me. I debated Dave Rubin. If you know who Dave Rubin is, it's a conservative commentator who's like super pro MAGA on Jubilee, and I absolutely brutally destroyed him. It was bad. It was really bad for him. It was really, really bad. It was great for me. What can I say? It was really great for me, but it was really, really, really bad for him. Like, so bad that he was so lost. I'm not going to show the whole clip here on stream. I recommend to go watch it. You can either watch it here on, I have a YouTube clip, TikTok clip, or you can watch the whole debate over on Jubilee. I can't react to it on stream or anything right now, but it is so brutal. It is so brutal, his response. I'm just going to play his reaction to my question. It was really brutal. It's really, really brutal. Actually, no, I don't even know if I can. I'll just let everyone look it up. It's so brutal. You have to look it up. He was completely lost. He had no response. The question I asked him was, can you name one metric of the economy that Trump has made better off since he got in office? And he yapped about something random, and then literally I pressed him on it again, and then he just completely broke down in real time. It was really funny. Started watching it. IMO, he got destroyed. Yeah, it was really brutal. It was really, really bad. Oh my gosh. We're going to start getting some people up here for debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Let's start getting people up here very, very soon. Rubin was so stunned. It was brutal. Kerosene, thank you so much for the $14 Canadian dollars. Thank you. It was actually brutal. I had to hold back on telling y'all about this the entire time since I filmed it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18. I was born on February 22nd, 2008.
Do you support Trump?
Well, he's a neo-libertarian phalangist, so yeah.
Alrighty, everyone, give it a second for people to join up. We are just looking for debates, everybody. What was the news? The news was specifically relating to me. I destroyed Dave Rubin on Jubilee. I absolutely smoked him. It was really, really brutal. It was so brutal. He was totally stunned when I asked him, like, honestly, basic questions. I destroyed him on, like, the JCPOA Iran war stuff. He couldn't name any political concessions that we've got at all. I destroyed him on the economy. That was really, really brutal. He tried to do, like, a Pam Bondi sort of move, and I know how to respond to that perfectly, so that was really funny. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, and you said you're how old?
I'm 24.
Okay, and what month are you born?
January.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'll vote for Trump.
Okay, for sure. Why do you support Trump?
Well, I also have something else to say. The Earth is flat. That's what I think too. I'm a huge flat earther.
Do you actually believe that, or are you trolling?
No, like dead ass. I actually definitely believe the Earth is flat.
Okay.
Like I know it's flat.
You know that it's flat.
I know it's flat for a fact.
Okay. Well, we can talk about that in a second. Tell me why you support Trump first.
Actually, I was kind of lying. I really don't support Trump. I just came up here to talk about the Earth.
You're a troll. You're not serious.
No, I'm not. No, dead ass. The Earth is definitely flat.
Before I move on, can you explain to me why we have sunset?
Why we have sunset? That's because the Earth is the sun is a spotlight, and the sun circles around the Earth, and that's just the sun moving out of vision.
So then wouldn't it get smaller? Why would it get blocked by the horizon? And why can I see it if I go up in a skyscraper or in a drone after
It's
it
because
sets?
you're just getting higher up, so you're just getting a better view.
Yeah, but that wouldn't allow for me to see the entirety of it. It would make it like if it were actually just getting small and getting too far away, we would see it getting smaller over time, which doesn't happen. Actually, it actually gets slightly a little bit larger to our vision.
Okay, well, that unfortunately I cannot explain, but I do have some. I do have a question. Can
Okay,
you answer
so
this
you
one
can't
question?
explain that? That's tough.
Why?
Well, let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
19.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
I think that they're a troll. They have come up before. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. You know, ever since I've destroyed Dave Rubin, I think that Trump supporters are really scared to debate me. What can I say? Hey, what can I say? It's impossible to defend Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How's it going?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, Donald Trump's daddy.
Oh, that's that troll. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 21.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
2004.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Definitely Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Mainly because of like his view on abortion and stuff.
Okay.
Because
What
like
about
the way I
abortion?
look at it, is like what if that baby grows up to be someone like really important, like a really important doctor, or like what if they grow up to be a neo-libertarian phalangist, you know?
Okay, let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, you can say that, I guess.
Okay. If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
That's a great question. Because, before it would have 100% been Trump, but like now, you know what? I think, oh man, that's a good question. Do you need me to say Trump for us to continue the debate?
Oh, no. You
Then,
can choose not to vote.
yeah, I would probably not vote, but before I would.
Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I just lied, by the way. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker!
And you're trolling? Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Alrighty, let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yeah, dude, that clip of Dave
Why
Rubin
didn't
getting
Dave stay home? That was really.
it was humiliating. It was really humiliating for Dave. Like the entire time, I remember the entire thing. He just got destroyed. It was just brutal the whole time. I'm honestly like all those clips are just gonna be running around so many left wing circles. That's gonna be so funny because like he used to be, if anyone remembers, he used to be a part of TYT, and they had like a whole falling out, like a bit back. I actually didn't know it was going to be Dave until I showed up. And then I literally like I thought of this question like to ask him in this way when he just started talking about the economy, and I was like, you know what? I know he won't be able to answer this. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
I do.
What's your birth year?
2005.
Okay, if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
And what's your birth month?
November.
All right, why do you support Trump?
I support like a lot of his like immigration, like all that stuff mainly. I think he's done a very good job, like with ICE and everything. I mean, I know that there's been like some things in like Minneapolis that like have gone south, but like I support everything that he's done, and he's like stuck to his word every time. I think, especially when he was going into office, he said that he would get or help with the illegal immigrants, and he's definitely helped, I think.
So you say he stuck with his word. Did he
Yeah.
repeal and replace the ACA? Did he build the wall and make Mexico pay for it? Did he end the Russia-Ukraine war in 24 hours? Did he reduce electricity prices by 50% within a year? Did he release the Epstein files? Did he do no new wars? They just left. Okay. Alrighty, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
And what's your birth
Why do
year?
you keep running from me?
What's your birth year?
Yeah!
Oh, it's that guy. Okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everybody, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I love you so.
Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Chat, you know what's a crazy experience? Walking around with Dean in LA. It's a pretty crazy experience, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty nuts. The amount of fucking people that came up to this guy is crazy, bro. Absolutely fucking nuts, dude. It is crazy, bro. I was honestly caught off guard. I was honestly caught off guard. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm a neo-libertarian phalangist.
Okay, let's go on to the next individual. It was cool seeing Dean, though. It was cool seeing Dean. He had a good trip out to LA. I think he's gone now. He's going to be back on tonight, everyone, if anyone wanted to know. He let me know that yesterday. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18.
Dave, never show your face in public again. That was so.
I know, it was brutal. It was brutal. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Only do you send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. It might take us a second to get some Trump supporters. Again, everybody, Trump supporters are terrified to debate at this point. Like, Trump's approval rating is in the shitter. And Trump supporters are going back into hiding. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Oh, shoot, I did not mean to join. Fuck.
You're good, you're good. Let's go to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 24. How old are you?
Support Trump?
Oh, yeah.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Probably Trump.
What's your birth year?
2002.
Okay, and what month?
May.
Okay, and why do you support Trump?
I support Trump because he's trying to get all these illegals out of our country, like the illegal aliens, and get more jobs for American citizens because they're taking our jobs.
Okay, so undocumented immigrants don't take jobs, and documented immigrants don't take jobs. They actually add jobs to our economy as a whole. They
They're
increase the
taking our
employment rate
jobs.
They increase the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens, according to a study I can send you over the past 30 years. According
Can
to
you
the
send
National
me
Bureau
that,
of Economic
actually?
Research. Yeah, according to the National Bureau of Economic Research, it indicates over the past 30 years that there's been an increase in the employment rate of natural-born U.S. citizens given the greater level of immigration.
Yeah, but like they do our jobs quicker and cheaper. So like in the construction field, so like say Mexican roofing company, they're getting jobs from they're taking it from like say a white construction company, American, not white.
Okay,
like,
wait,
but, like,
why are you
American.
specifying white?
Okay, I didn't mean to say that. My bad. I meant to say American.
That was crazy.
I meant to say American. I meant to.
Do you understand that
I
those
meant to
things
say
are
American.
distinct, being white and being
No,
an
I know,
American?
but like as I was saying, so say American-owned company that like citizenship and they've been here, and then a Mexican crew from Mexico comes and starts getting work, and
Did
then
you
they
just do
just
a
take all this
Freudian
money they
slip?
get
Is
from
that what
here
it
and they take
is?
it back to Mexico, and then they're turning our American dollars into pesos and tripling it.
Well, doesn't that increase the demand for the U.S. dollar on a world stage? Are you okay with that?
Like to an extent, but they're still taking our
Then you're
jobs.
okay with that. Also, it invests into the local economy here within the U.S. It creates more productive jobs outside of other jobs as well. And many of the jobs that undocumented immigrants are fulfilling in the first place are jobs that aren't even able to be filled by U.S. citizens because of minimum wage laws.
Well, they're taking our jobs.
Which, by the way, like that shows exploitation on them. We should provide them a pathway to citizenship if they haven't committed a violent or serious crime.
No, okay, wait. Back to what you said. How would say they take U.S. dollars over to Mexico and turn them into pesos? How is that helping the global economy? Like, what did you mean by that?
Well, it increases the demand for the U.S. dollar on a global stage, right? For us to have
guess,
dollars
but-
going to other countries around the world.
I guess, but still, they're turning it into pesos, so they're spending pesos, not U.S. dollars.
Do you have an issue with like people going to Canada and doing that?
Yeah, I don't like Canadians.
So you have an issue, for example, if someone wants to donate to a Canadian streamer they like?
No, that's fine. That's different.
What's
that's like
wrong
your
with
own,
that? They're
like...
sending their
no,
money to
no,
Canada.
that's fine. That's fine.
But they're
That's
sending
your own
their money to
Like,
Canada. And then
yeah, you can do
those
with what you
Canadians,
will.
they're turning it into Canadian dollars, okay?
No,
they're turning it
I'm
into
talking
Canadian
about a
dollars.
Mexican,
Actually,
a
that's
person
horrible
with
for this
no
country.
citizenship.
How
who
dare
goes
you
to
let them
America,
send
and then they're
send money
taking
in
it
this
to where
country
they do
outside
have
of this country?
citizenship.
How dare you?
No, you're talking about donating to a streamer. That's completely two different things. Like,
What about their
where you
family?
have
What about their
citizenship.
family members in Canada?
Okay, yeah, that's. I mean, whatever. If you're helping your family, but if you have
Oh,
citizenship,
okay.
here,
Now it's
different.
whatever if you're helping
If you
your
have
family. So
citizenship
it's
here,
wrong
who
if they're
cares?
Mexican, but if
No,
they're
if you're a
Canadian,
citizen
then it's
here, I'm saying
okay.
a non-citizen here. We're talking about illegal immigrants that are taking money from here and taking it to where they have citizenship and then using it there and like being rich.
They're being rich. Okay. So how about we provide a quicker pathway to citizenship for people so that they
Yeah,
don't have
I
to be in the
agree.
country
We should.
undocumented?
I agree, but they should also have like there should be a better background check. Like we shouldn't just be giving anyone citizenship. Obviously, like
No,
we don't want like
no one disagrees with that. We agree with that. But
Right.
I mean, if you want to put a background check onto people coming to the country through immigration, maybe you should put one on the president of the United States, because the president of the United States would not pass that background check if he were trying to immigrate to this country from outside of it.
why is he a felon?
He's a convicted felon. He's an adjudicated rapist.
Adjudicated rape? What does that
Yes,
mean?
he was held civilly liable of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina against her will.
Oh wow, I don't know about that. If did he proven guilty for that or what was that?
Yeah, he was held liable unanimously by a jury of 9 people. John,
Why didn't he go
thank
to
you,
prison
Galaxy.
then?
Because of the fact that it was in a civil court, not a criminal court, because it was beyond the statute of limitations for criminal court in New York for sexual abuse.
That's crazy. Did you read all the Epstein files, Parker?
No, obviously I couldn't read every single Epstein file. That's ridiculous.
Do you think they're hiding more?
Obviously, they've already acknowledged that there's more than what they've released. Millions more than
Yeah.
what they've released.
You know, dude, I seen you debate Charlie Kirk. How was that?
Why are you asking me random questions? This is 20 questions now.
Sorry. I just I'm
Do you want to stay
starstruck.
focused on the debate on why you support
Yeah.
Trump?
No, yeah. My bad. Back to the topic.
Make your point. Go back to it.
Okay, so I was just talking about like the construction field, basically, like with the jobs, taking the jobs of legal immigrants, but also Trump. Like, I feel like the economy does a lot better. Yeah, we had this kind of like war going on, which kind of sucked for the economy for a little while, but gas prices are going down a little bit. Now,
We're still in
which is
that
kinda
war. We
good,
haven't
but-
hit this negotiation yet. And
We haven't?
even
We're
so,
still in
the
war right
prices
now?
are still up. How are your gas prices, bro?
Gas prices dropped like $1 like the past week or so.
Really?
Where I'm at, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, so like
Really?
I
'Cause
feel like
I
things
mean,
are getting
I
a little
don't see
cheaper.
that from the overall trends. When do they drop $1?
Well, I'm in like a smaller, like I guess, say county in Illinois, so I'm not like in a city, so like it's probably still it's like $6 in Cali. I know it was like $8 recently,
Mm-hmm.
so
Mhm.
I feel like
You know
it
it's
dropped
still
a
going
decent
up.
amount. Is it still going up?
It's in the U.S. It's $4.50, dude.
Yeah, it's like 4.30 where I'm at, but it was like $5.
Okay. And
So
when was it
it's been
$5?
dropping. It's going down. Like recently, like a couple weeks
When
ago,
was it $5?
I believe. Yeah, you're in Cali then. Whoever said it's $6.
Yeah, it's $6 in Cali. But when was it $5 nationally?
No, I'm talking about in Illinois, like in my area. I'm not talking about
Okay.
nationally.
Oh, okay.
But
Alrighty, well,
this
I'm
guy
not-
isn't 18. I'm 24.
Cool.
Sorry, I was reading that.
I don't know why you're reading a random comment. Are you okay?
I don't know why. I'm just getting distracted. But also, I don't know. I feel like the markets, like the stock markets, did pretty well last year too.
Really? It grew at a lower
And they're
rate than
still-
what it did in 2024.
Well, it dropped a lot, but no, last year, dude. Dude, the stocks were killing.
Stocks were doing better in Biden.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
It didn't even move.
S&P 500 and the Dow Jones were growing at a
The
higher
S&P
rate
500 they just
in
both hit
2024
all-time highs
as
last
compared to
March.
2025. Did you know that?
I did not know that, but also like it was at all-time highs like last year or like 2025.
Yeah, but you're not listening. We're talking about the growth rate. Not just
What about
the level in which it's at. We're talking about the growth rate.
Well, look at gold too. Gold hit like freaking all-time highs.
Are you just like, are you able to stay on one point? is
Well, I was
that
talking about
something
the
that you're
economy.
capable of doing?
Yeah, I'm trying here.
Okay. So can you address the points?
Yeah, sorry. Well, I was going with the economy and then immigration, so I'm just kind of like listing the things off the top of my head that I can think of what's better with Trump than Biden.
Yeah, but you haven't done that, and you're not even responding to anything I'm just saying.
Well, I feel like Trump's
everything
trying to
that
bring
you've just
God back
mentioned-
into schools too. Like the
Everything that
public
you've just mentioned is better under Biden for the economy. Now you
Well, I
say
feel like-
Trump's trying to bring God back into schools.
Yeah, he's trying to bring the Bibles back into public schools because they took the
Let me
Bible
ask you a
out.
question.
Like, I don't
Do you
know
think that's
if
a
it was
good
under
thing?
Obama or yeah, I think so. Because I
Why?
mean, the country was founded around like we're based off the Bible. Like,
Why do you
the
want to
Constitution
indoctrinate
and-
children?
Why do we want to indoctrinate children with like the idea of like transgender and like being like wondering
You mean
how about your
accepting people,
sexuality
just
at like
saying not to be rude or mean?
no, but like teaching people about sexuality, like
why
teaching
do you
kids at like
why are
8
you
years
pivoting
old.
to
Like, why
that
are we
instead
teaching
of
that?
addressing the fact that you just argued to put the Bible in schools and
Well,
push that
that's
on our
well,
children?
well, that's what I'm saying. Like you were saying,
There's
that's
a bunch
bad
of
thing, but
sexual
they're already
content in the
teaching-
Bible.
Like what?
In the Old Testament, there's a bunch of sexual content, whether it be
I
the
guess, but I'm
description
not really
specifically
saying,
of
like,
people
having
engaging in
kids
sex,
read the Bible.
laws
I'm
specifically
saying, like-
about sex, the descriptions of
Yeah.
how people were engaging in these particular types of behaviors in the Old Testament, right? I mean, we can point to countless things. I mean, under your view, everything that you specifically are going to point to and say is horrible in a secular sense, specifically to be shown to children, is going to exist in the Bible to a greater extent, and yet you're going to think it's totally okay in a biblical format,
No,
but outside of a
'cause-
biblical format, then it's wrong.
No, we're teaching kids like how to have sex at like the age of like 12.
That's
and,
what the
like, we're
Bible's
teaching
doing.
kids about like no, it's not.
That's
It
actually
really
like
isn't.
actually literally historically speaking, what
I guess if
what the
a kid's
narrative
gonna go
was.
off and read the Bible like to a full extent, but I'm talking about like if they're just being taught like little lessons about like certain stories, like there's obviously like Bible kid stories and stuff. I think that's a lot more. It's a better option to where we're reading like drag shows, like little cartoon animated books about like
wait, I have a
lady
question.
boys,
So
probably
you have
some
an
stuff like
issue with
that.
someone dressing in drag? Like
No,
if
no, I'm
someone
just saying,
dressed
like,
in
that
drag, would
shouldn't
you
be
ever
in
support them for
schools.
president?
Oh heck no, absolutely
Okay,
not.
so
That
you
person
would
has a
never
mental
support
illness.
JD Vance, right?
JD Vance, why was he in a drag show? That's kind of funny if that's true.
He's done drag before. Do you want to see JD Vance doing drag?
Yeah, I kind of do.
Wait. Oh, okay. You sound very, very excited to see that. Interestingly enough. Now, secondly, like you said, you would never vote for them. So let's just clarify. You're saying you would never vote for JD Vance?
No.
No. Okay. Well,
Uh-uh.
well, take a look. This is JD Vance in drag.
I think JD Vance. I think he's like a spy. I think he's a plant.
You think JD Vance is a plant? Well,
Yeah, I
he's
don't-
likely
I
going
don't
to
like
be
JD
your
Vance.
nominee. I just want to let you know that. This is JD
For
Vance
president?
in drag.
That's crazy, dude. Well, yeah, that's the ritual. That's probably how he got into power.
The
obviously.
ritual? What
Yep,
are you
they got
talking
rituals.
about, bro?
They made it. They
Well,
humiliated.
so
them.
you're
It's
saying you have to do
public
humiliation
humiliation.
rituals in order to be able to be in
They got
Trump's
dirt on
admin-
JD
So are you
Vance.
saying you have to do humiliation rituals to be in Trump's administration?
Well, I'm just saying to get him like to power. Where did he come
To
from?
get
I
into
never even
power
knew
within
JD
Trump's
Vance.
administration, by the way.
Well, no. Well, right. Well, Trump's kind of controlled by the Jewish community too. I think.
Okay, so you're just anti-Semitic?
No, I'm not
Because you
anti-Semitic.
just built a conspiracy theory that Jewish people control the whole world. That's an anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. You're one of those people on the right that can't tell the difference between being anti-Semitic and anti-Zionist.
Wait, what
right?
are your
like,
views?
You
though?
think that
Like,
they're the
what
same
are
thing.
you a leftist? Like, what are your views, Parker?
I'm a social democrat. I'm a progressive liberal.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just kind of like I don't know how I'm still up here. I'm just kind of like fucking around.
Yeah, you're not
gonna lie.
engaging the thing I just said. You're fucking
But,
around.
like, some
Well,
of
I'm
the
going to
things-
kick you at this point. I'm just saying like you've got to think about your views. You just randomly
I
believe
know.
things because you feel like it.
No, I don't-
You have to use evidence to believe things to be
Oh,
true.
like the things at the end there that I was saying.
regardless, I mean, you probably believe a bunch of shit like that. Brittany, thank you so much for the $20, by the way. Thank you so much on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. Get some W's for Brittany in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. And Kathy, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Get some W's for Kathy. It's always good to see you. Happy Sunday to you as well. Happy Sunday to you. Yeah, today's going to be an interesting day alone. We'll see. We'll see. Let's get on to this next individual here quick, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everyone. Alrighty, alrighty. Nancy, thank you so much for the Galaxy. Thank you very much, Nancy. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. That's such a weird name. I'm just going to go to the next person. Only send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Dean Withers Parker, yo.
Do you support Trump?
Holy, man. I'm literally on Parker's live. Let me say, nigger.
You're disgusting. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Do you support Trump?
Of course.
What's your birth year?
2007.
Okay, and what month were you born?
What'd you say?
What month were you born?
April.
Scarlett, thank you so much for the Galaxy Club. He said 18, right? Maybe I misheard. Let's go on to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Neo-libertarian phalanges. Both parties.
Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We're a bit into the stream, and we're really struggling to get a Trump supporter up here. Seems like they're scared to debate me. They don't actually have the capacity to defend their president. It's pretty crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, I'm taking this shit right now. And
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Again, everyone, we are just looking for debates. Ron, thank you for the Galaxy. Thank you very much, Ron. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
27.
Appreciate that mustache. Do you support Trump?
No. Fuck Trump. Fuck ICE.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, again, above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
And if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Say that again.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
If I'm supposed to, I'll vote for Trump.
Okay. And why do you support Trump?
Well, his laws, he promised Russia-Ukraine war, he was going to stop it. There was a lot that he promised.
Okay. And he didn't uphold those promises, so why is that a reason why you support him?
Well, he's still at least helping, and then American taxpayers' money is not supporting Ukraine. It's not being sent to Ukraine anymore.
It is.
How is it?
Yeah, currently, right now under Trump, they're still sending money to Ukraine.
Oh, well, I don't know about that. I don't know about that.
Yes, they are.
LGBTQ stuff, I don't support it.
Are we pivoting to that now? You were wrong on that point. Now you want to move to you don't like the LGBT
No,
plus community.
if you say
Wait,
they
do you think
are,
it's wrong to be gay?
Huh?
Do you think it's wrong to be gay?
Yeah, it's wrong to be gay. It's
Why?
wrong to be. Huh?
Why?
Why? Because if everybody was gay and everybody was lesbian, there wouldn't be no reproduction.
Okay, I have a question. Is it wrong to be with someone who's infertile?
Is it wrong to be with someone who's infertile? No.
If everyone who's fertile was with someone who is infertile, how would we all reproduce?
Well, not everybody will be infertile.
Oh, exactly. Not everyone would be gay. Thank
Biologically.
you very much for the concession.
Huh?
Thank you very much for the concession. Not everyone would be gay.
Oh, well,
And also, like, you know that you can, like, have children even though you're gay? There's something called IVF, in vitro fertilization. There are
well,
processes for people who are gay to have children.
well, I know, but that wasn't meant for gays and lesbians anyway. That wasn't indicated for them.
But I don't even know what your argument is there. It's
It
something that
was
can be used by
it was
anyone
meant for
regardless of their sexuality.
it was meant for infertility.
Wait,
Infertility in a way
which
that
can
God
affect people
created,
who are also gay.
which could affect people who are also gay.
Yes.
What was an indication for IVF initially? I'm just asking. When it was created.
It's to help people have kids.
Okay. Was
That's
it
literally the basis of it. If it's to help people have kids, that
between you
same
and I-
idea
between you
can
and I,
help gay people have kids.
be
Now
real
wait,
and
you're
be
not
sincere.
you're not actually providing an argument for why you think it's wrong to be gay here. You're just kind of saying, "Ew, I don't like gay people." That's all you're saying. Would you like to provide me anything above "Ew, I don't like gay people"? Because it sounds like you're just a snowflake
wouldn't-
that's triggered, and just gay
Listen.
people's presence just
No, they are
mobs yours,
human-
and
they-
you just
no, they are
immediately get
human
triggered because of that.
They are human beings, right? You can't hate any human being, right? But I don't like their ideas. It's just simple.
Okay, so like what ideas are necessitated by being gay? That makes no sense. There are people who are
Well,
gay of all political and
do
social
you know a lot
ideologies,
of
right? Like I just don't understand how it entails a specific ideology.
Do you know anatomy very well?
What's up?
Do you know anatomy very well?
Do I know anatomy very well?
Yes.
Not like super well, but somewhat.
Well, the anal sphincter wasn't made for stuffs to be penetrated that are bigger than
Then
the
why is
anal
there a
sphincter.
P spot within the male asshole that, if stimulated, produces sexual pleasure?
Why is what? Say that
Yeah, why
again.
is there a P spot within the asshole that, if stimulated, produces sexual pleasure?
How does it stimulate sexual pleasure?
That's like scientifically determined. Like, what do you mean? How does it? I'm just explaining the process.
Are you talking about the prostate?
The P spot, yeah.
Oh, okay, the prostate. Okay. Well, it wasn't meant. Okay, how do you even stimulate the P spot you talking about, the prostate?
It does. I'm
When
not
you-
going to tell you how to do it. I'm just
Well,
telling you that the
well,
stimulation of it
well,
does
when
so.
you- listen,
Why are
when
you
you go
asking
to
me
the-
for how to do it?
no,
What the
when
fuck is
you
it?
go-
This is
when
a
you go
TikTok
to
live
your-
stream. What the fuck are
Yeah,
you
I
talking
know.
about? How about you do that research yourself on your own time?
Well, when you go to the hospital, the doctor.
We are on a TikTok debate live. Why are you asking me how is it? What the fuck are you talking about? What do you mean?
I mean, all I'm trying to say is they don't insert a dildo.
Maybe this is why
to
we
be
need
stimulated.
comprehensive sex education.
Well, they don't stimulate it. Let's go to the next question you got.
Wait, so I guess the point that I'm making is that exists. You said that, oh, no biological aspect exists that is going to then mean that you should have anal sex. Well, I just gave you evidence
Well,
that
that's what I'm
indicates
trying to
that
tell you
actually,
that- that's what I'm trying to
actually,
tell
buddy,
you that-
now there is a biological aspect of us that does produce that type of response. Now you're saying, okay, now I don't care about just that biological response. Okay, well, didn't you just argue that in the first place?
That's why I'm trying to tell you that biological aspect you're talking about is not meant. It's not meant for a big, dildo or whatever to be inserted. It's meant for fingers.
Can't a man do that as well?
What do you mean by?
You
can
said
a
it's
man-
meant for fingers. How do you know it's meant for fingers,
to,
bro?
To stimulate
Wait,
it. It's not.
that's
it's,
crazy,
it's,
bro. How do you? And wait, are you saying that's acceptable too?
How is that? Well, I mean, for diagnosis purposes, yeah.
Well, this is for sexual pleasure, not for diagnosis purposes.
Well, you don't have to. You don't have to have anal sex to get pleasure. No, it wasn't created that way.
I technically think that is a form of it. Yeah, it is.
No, it's not. It's not. That's your opinion. My opinion is different, but I guess it is what it is.
If you think it's not, you can all you want, but it technically is.
No.
I don't want to get into the nitty gritty, but based upon the way that you define the term sex, like you would have to include that. I just want to clarify. You're being ridiculous. Now, if you want to reference this, you were not actually giving a good case for why you think it's wrong at all. You're just hating on gay people. You're just saying, oh, ew, gay people, I don't like them, for no reason.
If everybody was supposed to be gay, everybody was supposed to be lesbian.
But no one's claiming everyone's supposed to be gay. I'm not gay, but I'm telling you that it's not wrong to be gay. There's absolutely fucking nothing wrong with it. And your aversion to gay people is because you've been socialized to believe that there's something wrong with being gay. It's not because it's actually wrong to be gay. It's just because you've been socialized to believe that to be true.
Well, for me, it's wrong. I mean, that's the way I was brought up. That's the way I believe.
Why do you think that, though? I understand that's the way that you were brought up and what you were taught to believe. But why do you think that's true? Because I would argue it's not. I would argue that's completely false.
Why do you also think that's not true?
I just told you because there's absolutely fucking nothing wrong with being gay.
There's nothing wrong with being gay. Well, that's your opinion. There is everything wrong with being gay.
Then what specifically is wrong about it?
What's wrong about it? Because it's disgusting, number one.
Okay, so do you think that shitting is disgusting?
Shitting is not disgusting.
It's not disgusting to shit?
No, it's not.
You don't think shit is disgusting?
No, it's not.
No, it's not. You just love being around shit.
If you're in the healthcare,
you would still consider it disgusting, right? Like what?
No, if you're in healthcare, it's not disgusting.
No, not disgusting?
No, it's not disgusting.
Because I've talked to people who work in healthcare, they still think it's disgusting, right?
Well, they weren't born to be in healthcare then.
What?
They weren't. So they are not meant to be.
Well,
in
it's something
healthcare.
that you have to deal with, but it's still disgusting, right? Like
it's not disgusting, honey. It's not disgusting.
Okay, alrighty. That's just. I feel like that's just a crazy take, dude. Okay, do you think everything that is disgusting is going to be immoral?
Do I think everything that is disgusting is going to be immoral?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yes? Okay. Do you think it's disgusting to puke?
It's not disgusting.
Why is it not disgusting to puke and to shit?
It's disgusting. Oh, it's disgusting for you to puke, right? But it's not disgusting for me. Being in healthcare, so it's not disgusting.
So you do think it's disgusting?
I can eat around it. I can eat around it.
So you do think it's disgusting? You can eat around it? You can eat around shit?
Yes.
Yeah, just a huge plate of shit right next to you. You'd eat right next to it?
I can. Why are you laughing?
That's a crazy take, dude.
I can.
That's a crazy take, my guy.
I can.
Would you
I can eat around
would you
shit.
eat around it? Would you eat if it was smeared all over the walls? Would you eat there?
Listen.
You smell it all in your nose. It's all up in your nose. You smell it. There's nothing disgusting about that.
Can you eat?
You go into the sewer. You're like, this is my favorite place to be. I love being here. This is not disgusting to me at all. Do you think the sewer is disgusting? Do you think the sewer is? Pause.
Can you eat in a place where
pause?
autopsies are performed?
I'm sorry to everyone who's eating. Do you think this? Do you think the sewer is disgusting?
The sewer?
Yes.
Oh well, the sewer. It could be. I mean, to the plumber, maybe
it
it's
could
not,
be.
right?
Okay, so if someone went to a disgusting sewer because they worked there, is that immoral?
You have to like it to work there.
I don't think you have to like it. I think you have to like the money that you're getting paid, right?
No. For you to be a doctor, for you to be a nurse, for you to be
don't pivot to this. Don't pivot to this. Don't pivot to this. What are you talking about? What do you mean you have to like it? Stop.
You have to have.
You are making this so difficult for no reason.
You have to have passion for it. Passion.
Holy shit!
I mean.
Why are you making this so difficult? Can you just acknowledge that there are things that are disgusting that are not immoral?
But it's not disgusting for the plumber.
It is.
It's not.
Why do you think they wear protective clothing?
Well, you have to wear protective clothing
because they think it's disgusting, right?
It might be chemicals. The human body can.
Got a passion for being in the sewer. Actually, everybody.
It might be chemicals.
They love shit. Actually, they love it like you've never seen before. They'd actually eat it. Actually, would you eat shit?
Would I eat shit? If that's the last thing, on earth that I have to eat to survive, I will.
Why can't you just say no? Why can't you just say no?
No,
Like
I
I'm
wouldn't
talking
say-
about in
why-
typical.
why-
Why do I
why
even
can't
have to
you say-
specify
why can't you say
typical
gay is- why
circumstances?
can't you say
Why would
gay-
you even
why can't you
think
say
of
no
that?
to
What is?
gay?
I would,
Why can't you
dude.
say no
Why,
to
dude?
gay? Why can't you
That is-
say
what
no
type
to
of
LGBT?
humiliation
No, I don't-
ritual is
I don't have
this?
to
What is
believe
going
in what
on
you
on my
believe
screen
in.
right
You
now?
believe in
What
gay-
the fuck is going
You
on?
believe in gay
Why are
and
you?
lesbianism. I don't
Why
know.
are you arguing this? Why are you arguing this? What is that? Okay, like what? Okay, I have a question. Is it wrong for two men to kiss? You gotta unmute your microphone. Is it
Oh.
wrong for two men to kiss?
I said I'll eat shit than to do that.
You'd rather eat shit than kiss a man?
Than to kiss my fellow man.
That's a crazy take, my guy. That is a crazy take. Holy shit! Are you?
I'm not
Are you
being
serious?
funny.
You'd rather eat shit? Actually?
Yes.
Like legitimately.
Yes.
Why?
So do you think, okay, originally, right? I'm from Ghana, right? Originally, I'm from Ghana. I naturalized here. Do you think in Ghana right now, LGBTQ is illegal? Like, do you think it's wrong for it to be illegal?
Yes, I think that's wrong.
Oh, okay. So you are not welcome to Ghana.
Okay. I think
mean-
I think it's wrong to make it illegal to be gay. Yeah, that's fucking wrong. What? Is that a crazy take? No, that's not a crazy take. That's
we don't
called
have to
caring
be-
about your fellow
we don't
person.
Have to be so,
Wait.
we don't have to believe in. We don't have to be westernized. That's how I believe. I mean, it is what it is, right?
If you just consider saying that it shouldn't be illegal to be gay, just being westernized, if you can't view that there could be any criticism of that particular legalization or illegalization of being gay outside of just a Western perspective is ridiculous. You understand there are perspectives outside of a Western perspective that also criticize that. It's not just Western perspectives that criticize that.
Well, I mean, you can tell me any other. How about Russia? How about Saudi Arabia? Why is this bullshit not in Saudi Arabia? Why are they not being forced to accept gay and lesbianism?
Well, I would argue. Well, when we're saying force, I would argue everyone around the world should make it legal to be gay. It should not be illegal anywhere around the world.
No. Do you believe those countries are
I
sovereign?
disagree with every country that makes it illegal to be gay. It's fucking
Well, I
nuts
disagree-
that
I
we live in a
disagree with
world
every
where it's
country
illegal
that
just to
makes-
be gay. There's nothing
dis-
wrong with being
I
gay. You just
disagree
hate being
with-
gay for no reason. Wait, so
No,
let me
I
clarify. Let me
disagree with
clarify.
every country
Let me
that
finish
wants
my
to be-
point. Let me finish my point.
Okay,
Do you think
go
it's
ahead.
do you think it's disgusting for two men to kiss?
I didn't hear you. Say that again. Sorry.
Do you think it's disgusting for two men to kiss?
I told you. I just told you. Yeah, I would eat shit than to kiss my fellow man.
So to clarify, right? You're saying you would rather eat a ton of shit, like literally an entire ton.
Literally.
Like I'm talking about thousands of pounds of shit,
I
rather
have
than
done-
kiss another man.
I have done. I have. What haven't I? Where haven't I been? I've been everywhere in the healthcare sector. Nothing about the human
So
body.
you would eat 1,000 pounds of shit, like literally 1,000 pounds of shit,
Yes.
rather than kiss
yes.
a man.
Than kiss. Yes. That's how
Even
bad it
even
is.
if it's on the cheek.
That's how bad it is.
What about if it's on the cheek?
I told you. That's how bad it is.
Even if it was on the cheek,
I will. That's how bad.
you
it
would
is.
rather
I'm
eat
telling you.
1,000 pounds of shit than kiss a guy on the cheek?
Yes.
No, you're not. You're not saying the
Yes.
truth. You are totally
No,
lying.
I am. No, I am.
You're lying?
No, I'm not lying. I think you are lying.
Yeah, you'd eat 1,000 pounds of shit before you kissed a guy on the cheek. What a fucking
Yes.
ridiculous argument.
Oh,
What about your
just me
father or
thinking
son?
Just
Wait,
me
I have a
thinking
question.
about. Just me thinking
Wait,
about.
would
a
you
fellow
kiss your
man kissing
baby?
a
Would you
fellow
kiss
man-
your baby?
Just me thinking about.
I have a
fellow
question.
man-
Sir, would you kiss your baby?
My male child or what you talking about? My male child?
Yes, would you kiss
Or
your male
like
child?
a baby in general.
Yeah, kiss a male baby.
Kiss a male baby, and what? On the lip?
No, on the head.
On the
What do you
head?
mean on the lips, bro? It's a fucking baby. What type of crazy fucking...
Yeah, so that's why I'm asking. I want to be sure. I'm not kissing the whole baby. I'll kiss the baby on the head.
You would, right?
Yes, there's nothing wrong with kissing somebody on the
Okay,
head.
but
You
they're
can kiss
male.
a dead. You
But
can
they're
kiss a
male,
dead
right?
person on you in certain cultures you kiss a dead person on the head. There's nothing wrong with it.
Okay, so is it okay for a man to kiss another man on the head?
Is it okay for a man to kiss? Culturally, no. It's a form of greeting in certain,
So
it's
now
a
it's
form
okay?
of greeting. Yeah, that's okay.
Okay, so
That's
now it's
that's
okay.
okay.
So you're just
That's
saying
okay.
it's only wrong if it's romantic.
If it's yes, that's what.
Why?
I mean.
What's the relevant difference between the two actions?
You don't kiss your fellow man. That's my belief.
Why?
What is why?
Why? If someone wants to, why not? If two people consent to it and they want to kiss, why not?
Well, let them go. Let them go do whatever they are doing, but not.
Yeah,
well,
that's up to them, right? Like, why are you so triggered at them just literally being happy?
I mean,
Maybe it's the fiery dragon.
They don't have to. Nobody have to kill anybody because they are gay or lesbian. That's not what I'm saying. They are believe. Okay, your son can kiss another man's lips, right? I don't care. That's your son. But my son is not even allowed. He is not allowed to do that. That's my home.
Well then,
my home. My right.
There is a very likely. Obviously, there is a huge percentage of people who are gay. Okay, what you're essentially saying is, if your kid is gay, you would cut them off.
If my kid is gay, I'll cut him off. Yes, I'll do.
That is disgusting. That
That's
is
not
horrible. You're a
disgusting.
terrible parent if you would cut off your kid for being gay.
No.
Yeah, you
no,
absolutely are. That's
no,
insane.
No.
That is insane.
No.
A huge percentage of people are gay. So you're saying you'd cut them off simply for just having an attraction to the same sex or gender? Like, that's just absurd.
Well, first of all, they are not even gonna try it because of the way I'll bring them up.
No, when you say not even
I'm not-
try
I'm-
it,
I'm
you're-
not-
no.
well,
so
I'm
so
not-
so you're just no. What you're gonna do is you're going to create situations where inevitably, if you have a kid that's gay, that you will never have a relationship with them, and they'll have to live without a parental structure, which is horrible. Why would you abandon your child like that? Are you Christian? Are you Christian?
No, well, I can't say I'm Christian. No, I'm not. I'm not like Christian.
Okay.
I'm not. Yeah, but let me tell you a little bit about me. My kids. I have a kid in Russia, right? I'm not planning on bringing that kid to live the Western American life for them to be gay. No. If I have another kid in Ghana, I let them stay in Ghana rather than they being in America and through school becoming gays and lesbian like your kids would do.
So you want them to live in a society where it's illegal to be gay?
Yes, I
is
want
what
them
you're
to
saying,
grow in that
purposefully.
society. I want them to grow in that society till they are 18 or 25 or 35, and they get here and
So you're saying you
way
wouldn't
they are
even want
turning
to
into gays.
you don't even want to directly
Sometimes-
take care of your
sometimes
children. You
being-
want to force
sometimes-
them
do you understand
to live in a
sometimes-
society where like
Do you
they are
understand
prevented from doing
sometimes
that in the very
being-
first place. I think that's
No.
just a crazy thing to do. Like,
Do you understand sometimes being gay and lesbian, they learn it through school, like peer pressure?
you don't learn being gay or being lesbian from
Oh,
school
yes,
or
you
through
can.
peer pressure. That's
Oh,
just
yeah,
not
peer
true.
pre- oh,
That's
yes,
just not
peer
true.
pressure can.
So do you
Oh,
think
yes.
that you can
Peer
choose
pressure
to
can.
do you think you can choose to be gay?
You can choose to be gay. You can choose to be in this
Okay.
Western
Can
world.
I-
you can
can-
choose
can I
to
ask
be
you a question?
anything you want. In
Could you-
America,
I have a
you
question.
can choose to be
I have a
anything
question.
you want.
I have a question. Could you choose
Which
right
is
now?
sad.
Could you choose right now to find me sexually attractive?
Can I choose to find you sexually attractive? Yes, you can.
You could right now choose to find me sexually attractive.
If I'm gay, if I was gay and I want to
If
be
you were gay. So no, I'm saying right now, could you choose to find me sexually attractive?
Hell yeah, the mind can
You
choose
could,
anything.
you could. So I just
The
want you to know,
mind-
I
the
can't do
human
that.
mind-
I can't do
the-
that. That's not something
Well,
within
that's
my
you,
options.
but the human mind is so powerful that it can choose to do anything.
Okay, so can I? It's I can't. My human mind cannot choose to be gay. So let me just clarify here real quick. You said you could choose to find me sexually attractive. Let's just clarify
Right.
real quick. Okay. Could you choose to find your mom sexually attractive,
Could I choose to find my mom sexually
or your
attractive?
father?
If my mind, right? Are you talking about me personally, or are you
Yeah,
talking
you
about
personally.
like human
Could
beings
you
in
choose?
general?
You personally, could you choose to find your mom or your father sexually attractive? Is that a choice that you could make?
Not me being 35.
No,
right
you
now,
couldn't,
no.
right?
No, I can't.
No, so explain to me how you could choose to find me sexually attractive, but you couldn't choose
When
to
you,
find your mom or dad sexually attractive.
no, 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 no. You didn't get me.
Why is
Like
it a
I didn't
choice in
get you.
one scenario
I
but not
didn't
the
get you
other?
right. I didn't get you right. I thought you were talking about like general human beings. I didn't know you were talking about me personally. Okay.
Yeah, I'm asking you yourself specifically. Could you choose to find me sexually attractive?
Not right. No.
No,
Hell
you
no.
couldn't, so it's not a choice.
No. No. No.
So it's
I'm
not a choice.
35. I'm 35. I have clear mind. I'm not gay. I don't support nothing that is gay. I cannot choose
So it's
to
not a
find
choice.
you sexually attractive.
So you
Never.
agree it's not a choice.
It's not a choice from age 1 to 18.
So it is a choice from age 1 to 18, you said?
I said it's not a choice. It's not a choice.
So after
It's not
18, then it is a choice. Is that
After
what you're saying?
18, then you're confusing me right here.
Are you
After
saying
18,
after 18, then it's a choice, or when are you saying it's a choice?
after 18, if somebody clearly wants to do it, they are intentionally doing it. That's all I'm trying to say.
No, I'm asking you, like,
But through
the
school,
attraction, is the attraction a choice?
is the attraction a choice? Um, After certain age, it's not a choice.
After a certain age. So up to what age is it a choice?
18.
So you're saying when you were 17, you could have chose to find boys sexually attractive?
I could have chose in a way that if it was how will I put it? If it was peer pressure, that's all I mean. If it was through school, if it was
Peer pressure?
yes.
Okay. Well, through one, we're not advocating for peer pressure to push people to be gay. Two,
It happens. Oh, it happens in
Two.
America a lot. It happens in America a lot.
Where?
If all your friends
Where
are
are we
gays
peer
and
pressuring
lesbians,
people to be
if
gay?
all your friends are gays and lesbians, the probability of you being gay and lesbian is very high.
Yeah, if all friends in a group are gay, the probability of you being gay is higher. Maybe because all of the other members are already gay? Like, you're in a group of
That
people who are gay, maybe then that would be the scenario where that's true?
yes,
Right?
that's all I'm trying to say.
But like, I'm confused what the point is. That's like if you're in a group of people in Iowa, you're gonna find it's most likely that every member of that group is gonna be from Iowa, right? Like comparative to other states. So I'm just like, what's your point? Like, there's so
All I'm
many other
trying to
things
say,
like that. I don't.
all I'm
under-
tr-
How is that
all
representative of the whole
I'm
population?
trying to
Wait, do you
say
think that?
is
Do you think that being
kids.
gay is? Wait, hold
all-
up. Do you think that being gay is contagious?
Is it contagious? Yes and no. Yes and no.
You think it's contagious? You think that people are gay and it rubs off on everybody else actually because it's so
Yeah,
great
that's
to
what
be
I'm saying.
gay?
Yes,
Is that what you're saying?
yes, it can be. Yes, it can be. When
It's
they are
so
young,
great to be
hell
gay
yeah,
that
yes, it
being
can.
gay in of itself causes other
Hell
people to
yeah,
want to
yes,
be
it
like you.
hell
Is that what you're
yeah,
saying?
it can be.
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, it can be.
So
Especially when they are young.
being gay is great.
Especially when they are young and their brain is not well developed. Yeah, it can be.
It can be
And they
great.
don't know what and they don't know what they are doing and they might be naive about it. Yes, it can.
Well, I think gay people know that they're gay, and I think straight people know that they're straight. Like, I think that's the typical scenario, right?
Well, if they know they are gay, why are
And
they
the only reason that they would not know that they're gay is because people in our society teach people you can't be gay or you shouldn't be gay or it's wrong
why were
to.
Democrats teaching it in schools if they
Wait,
knew?
so there's actual social pressuring to be straight? There is not social pressuring to be gay. You are insane if you actually think there's social pressuring to be gay, okay? You have no basis for saying that.
Yes, there is.
No, there isn't.
Yes, there is. That's your opinion, but I mean,
No,
unless somebody.
that's not just my opinion. It's the facts. It's the facts.
Well,
It's literally
well,
like, let's just be clear. It is literally the facts.
it's not. It's not fact. It's not fact. It's not evidence based.
It
It's
is
not.
evidence based. You're the one who's come up
No.
on my live stream with absolutely no evidence. All you've done is say that, like, oh, I just don't like gay people. Ew, I don't like gay people. That's
Well,
all
I
you've
can
done.
say I don't like. I can say I don't like them. Can I say I like? I want them dead? No, they are human beings, no matter what.
Do you think that being gay should be illegal?
Um, yes, I feel being gay should be illegal.
Okay,
But
so like you
I
tried to
feel
act like, oh, I'm not
no,
that crazy.
yeah.
I don't want to kill gay people, but it should be
No,
illegal.
No,
What are you
illegal.
talking about?
Illegal
What the fuck
doesn't-
are you saying?
Illegal doesn't
You,
mean they are
you
gonna
think people
die.
should go to prison for being gay?
Yes, prison doesn't mean death.
Oh, you found Parker get a job a little bit too hot. Now you're going to jail.
Prison is not death, bro.
Prison for you
is-
now. You said that.
But-
Parker get a
but
job
let me
looked a
talk-
little
let-
bit too
let me
nice
talk-
in his
let me
dress
talk-
shirt
let me
today.
tell
You
you-
jail
let me
for
give
you,
you-
actually. Like, are you serious? That's fucking nuts.
Rather, I'll like people that are LGBTQ not to be.
No. Like, do you think
not to
people
be-
should? Do you think people should go to jail for being gay?
Listen, there's a difference between gay and there's a difference between transgender, right? That's all I'm trying to say.
Yes,
Transgender shouldn't be illegal. Gay should be illegal. Transgender shouldn't be illegal.
Okay, gay person.
You know why? You know why? Because some people were born with that. My mind. Why
You
am I
know,
being
like,
weird?
I'm just give me
I'm
one
being
second.
weird.
I need a second to recalibrate. What?
Everything that I'm saying.
You know, I
said-
would have never expected someone who thinks it should be illegal to be gay to not apply that to being trans as well. Like, that is like
No.
the first time I have ever
No,
heard someone be
no,
pro-trans and anti-gay to such an extent where they want it to be illegal to be gay.
Genetically, people could be born with it, which wasn't their fault. Being gay, you chose it.
You don't choose to be gay. Wait, so can you choose?
choose.
No, you don't. You don't choose to be
choose
gay.
to be gay, bro. You
No,
choose
you
to
don't.
be
You don't.
gay.
You don't choose to be gay. Okay.
Now you talk. Okay.
Pause. Hold up.
Now
So
you go.
wait.
Now
If you
you
choose
going back
if
to-
you choose your sexuality, then how come all the women who don't like men can't just choose to find women sexually attractive and not choose to find men sexually attractive anymore? Because there's a lot of women in the chat that would love to not find men sexually attractive anymore if they had that choice, but they don't have that choice. They have to live with that because that's just how they are. They are straight.
Because they live in America.
Like, you know,
and
like,
they,
what are you
they feel
talking
like
about?
They can do it. Because they feel like they can do anything they want.
It's not a
because
choice.
they-
There is literally no choice behind it. I couldn't one day just choose to be like, now I find men sexually attractive. That's not how it works, okay?
What do you mean by that's not how it works? Yes.
No, it's not.
You
Okay,
chose. You choose to be gay. You
No.
can't. You can't.
No, you don't.
Now, no. You can't choose. So if you were born with, genetical disabilities. I'm talking about transgender.
Okay, well, it's not a disability to be trans. That's just a ridiculous argument.
Well, I'm trying to say some people were born with it. Some people were born with it. What can they do? So we don't have
people,
to make
people
it
have an
illegal.
innate response to gender.
Well, we
yeah,
can't-
people
we
who are
can't- we
trans,
can't be- we can't make
they
it
didn't choose.
illegal.
That just happens
We
to
can't
be the
make
way
it
they are.
illegal. We can't make it illegal. Yeah, but gay and lesbianism, hell yeah.
Yeah, but why do you want to make that illegal?
How, bro, look. How
So-
can
so
you
like a
see-
cop
how can you see,
sees two
how
men
can
kiss, you wanna
see
send them to
another
jail?
man how can you see another man attractive? You crazy?
How could you?
Sorry,
so
sorry
now
not
you're-
to be
wait, you just said it was a choice.
Sorry not to be
You just said it was a
disrespectful,
choice. You just said you could
but-
do that.
But how can you look at another man, physique, bony face, where there are millions of girls, and then you chose
How
a
about this?
man?
Let me get this to
Oh
you.
God, that's
Can you understand how women could find?
look at how girls
hey
are
dude,
beautiful.
hey dude,
Look at how girls are
pause.
beautiful. Look at
Pause.
black
This
girls.
might
Look at
this might be
Latina
more
girls.
clear to you.
Look at white girls. Look at- and you choose a man?
Pause. I'll just mute you if you don't stop. Pause. So let's just be clear here. This might make more sense to you. Can you understand how women could find other women attractive?
They've been brokenhearted.
Wait, no. Can you understand? Like you find women attractive, right?
They've been brokenhearted.
Oh my God. Do you find women
They've been
attractive?
brokenhearted.
Okay, I'm just gonna mute you. Do you find women attractive?
Do I find women attractive? Hell yeah, I love that.
Okay, I'm gonna pause you now. You find women attractive. Now, given that you find women attractive, can you understand how other women could find women attractive? In the same way that you find women attractive? Unmute yourself by clicking the microphone in the bottom right. Could you understand how women could find women attractive in the same way that you find women attractive?
I don't see. No.
How? If you find women attractive, couldn't you also understand how they could find women attractive? Like that just makes literally no fucking sense.
I'm a man.
You are literally
and I'm
come
the
on.
I'm
I think
an
I think you are
sex.
literally purposefully trying to misunderstand
I'm
gay
the
people
I'm the
and
opposite
misrepresent gay
sex.
people.
No, I'm the opposite sex, and I can find a woman attractive. No woman should find another woman attractive.
There's nothing wrong with women
There's
finding women attractive. There's nothing wrong with men finding men attractive. You are literally not providing any reason why it's wrong in the first place.
You know why?
You
All
literally
these
said it.
Trump
Okay, hold up.
debate-
Pause.
You know,
I'm
we started with
gonna go
Trump
through this
debate,
one more.
right?
I'm gonna go through this one more time with you, and then I'm gonna kick you. Okay? You think it's wrong to be gay. Okay? I want you to tell me why you think it's wrong to be gay.
Simply because it's how I was brought up. Simple.
Okay, so if you were raised to believe it's okay for child marriage to occur, would you then think right now it's okay for child marriage to occur?
Right now, I don't think child marriage should okay. I
No,
wasn't
I'm
raised that
saying
way.
if you were raised that way, would you
There
then
is no
think it's
if. I
justified?
wasn't raised that way. There is no if.
Okay, I can't have a conversation with them. They don't understand hypotheticals, so let's just go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Ron, thank you for the galaxy, by the way. Thank you very much. I have some people to thank over on YouTube. Super chat. That was an insane conversation. Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Let me thank some people over on YouTube Super Chat. The King of the Golden State, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much. Alexander, thank you so much for the $50. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Alexander. Sabrina, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Scarlett, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you. FamCam, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give the W's for them in the comment section right now. That's crazy, isn't it? Like, I can't believe that they said that. That was just like the most nuts thing. Neo, thank you so much. I appreciate the $20 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I don't know why people care so much about what people do with their own genitals when it has nothing to do with them. Literally. Exactly. Vicky, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you. Literally in the freedom of their own house and their own relationships. Like, what a weirdos to like literally get so triggered just by people existing who are gay. That's it. That's just like literally by gay people existing. Brittany, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Mr. Flinch, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. And Neo, thank you so much again for the $20. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. And also, Neo, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. Tom, thank you for the $2. And Vicky, thank you for the $2. I think I'm fully caught up there on the YouTube Super Chat. Let's make sure to get this next person up here real quick. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. I have some people to thank over on Venmo and PayPal. But let's get this next person up real quick. By the way, if you didn't hear the news today, I debated Dave Rubin and on Jubilee and absolutely smoked him. It was brutal. It was really, really brutal. Dean literally just sent me a text about how he just watched it, and he said, absolutely fried. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am 24 years old.
Is this Liam?
No.
Do you support Trump?
You are a terrible debater.
Okay. Okay, can I thank some people and then we can move on to a conversation?
Oh yeah, thank you very much, people.
Is this Liam? Liam, is this you?
Yes, this is Liam.
You said you're how old?
You should
24?
remember.
How old are you?
I think you need some Prevagen.
How old are you? How old are you?
You should remember.
It kind of sounds like it's not him.
Oh, it's not.
Can you turn your camera on?
No. Sorry. Goodbye.
It's not, chat. It's actually not. Wait, do you want to debate me?
Yeah.
Okay, well, let me thank some people real quick, and then we can go on to it. Francesca, thank you so much for the $20 on PayPal. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Vanessa, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. And notice the text at the top left of the video surrounded. If you still vote for Democrats in 2020, so yeah, that's actually like what the topic was. Thank you so much, Joe. Thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Yeah, I definitely misinformed, unintelligent, and easily manipulated and controlled is really what I would think. Astrid, thank you so much for the $4. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I'm definitely not, but thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Nicole, thank you so much for the $2. Courtney, thank you for the $10. And Davis, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's absolutely crazy. Absolutely crazy. Fallon, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $5. Heather, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. Jose, thank you for the $20 from the DNC. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Gives some W's for them in the comment section as well. Thank you. Jay, thank you for the $1. And I think I am fully caught up. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I support Trump because he's turning the economy right back on track.
Okay. And can you name one economic metric that he's made better off since Trump got in office?
He's getting rid of the fraud and stuff. That's all in these blue states. Yeah.
Okay. What fraud specifically?
The
Like
fraud
the
in
stuff that he's
Minnesota.
pardoning?
The lot of fraud that's in Minnesota from the
Okay.
DNC.
Okay. Did you know that proportionally there's less fraud in Minnesota?
No, there's a lot.
By more than
And
half
it's
than
still
the
getting
level of fraud that
investigated.
exists in Florida?
No, it's still getting investigated in Minnesota.
Well, yeah, I think it should be investigated everywhere around the country. I agree with investigating. I
No,
agree with going after
specifically
fraud.
Minnesota.
Like, for example,
And
how do you
inviting all these
how do you feel?
Somalians and
Oh.
illegals here to
Okay,
feed
so
off our system, and
yeah, so people
we
coming
don't
to our
even
country.
know who the heck people are.
Yeah, so immigrants coming to our country, they actually
Yeah,
decrease the
illegally.
deficits.
Illegally.
Most people who are in the country who are Somali are in the country that when actually were born here.
No, they weren't.
Yes, they were.
No, they weren't.
You want to bet?
They came here on a vetting process.
So you think?
Hey, thanks for the gifts. Thanks for the TikTok. Yeah.
Do you want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. All right. So let's just clarify. Wait, actually, I disagree. Wait, give me one second. I don't
Oh, you
want to.
disagree?
Wait, hold up.
You were gonna agree first.
Wait,
Make up your mind. Make up
Give me
your
one
mind
second.
and disagree.
hold up. Give me one second. U.S. I typed it in wrong.
Yay! Thanks for the gifts. Thanks
Dude,
for the
he's.
gifts. Thanks
Hey,
for
how
the
much have you had,
goats.
to, sir?
Woo,
How much have you?
thanks.
How much have you had to drink today, sir?
0. I don't drink.
You don't? This is
And
you
I've
just.
never
This is you
touched
just
a
sober?
drop. Yeah, I'm sober.
Okay.
Unlike you.
True. Because I have to deal with people like you.
No, because you go out and party every weekend.
I don't party every weekend.
That's why you have to jump on
Ron,
TikTok
thank you for the meteor shower. Thank you
and
so
ask
much.
for your donors to give you stuff.
Okay, and you said I asked donors to give me stuff because of what?
Yeah, you get all your stuff from donors.
Okay, and of course that's like how I run my platform.
Yeah, well, Trump owns the platform now, so.
One of his friends does. I mean, most of my money isn't from TikTok. Most of my money is from YouTube, actually.
Yeah, well, YouTube's getting heavily restricted too.
Okay.
They're putting all the restrictions on them too.
What happened to free speech?
There's free speech.
Okay, well, you just said that we should be restricting things. You said that was good.
Yeah,
Under
we
Trump
are.
that they're restricting things.
And you guys are getting all. Yeah. Okay. So if a 13-year-old wants to go on there and boo whatever, no. Yeah.
Repeat that one more time.
Well, let's say you had a son. Let's say you're
Oh, actually,
40 or 60 years old.
Wait, hold up.
and you have a son.
Hold up. Pause before you do so.
What?
Do you want to bet that I think most Somali Americans in Minnesota were actually born in the U.S.?
No, they weren't.
Yeah,
They
I
came
can send
here
you
on a
something from
vetting
PBS
process.
that actually indicates that.
They came on here on an
Almost
illegal vetting
58% of
process.
Somalis in Minnesota were born in the U.S.
No, they weren't.
That's according to PBS. You can read this. The
Yeah,
title is Five
PBS
Things to Know
is
About the
fake
Somali
news.
Community in Minnesota After Trump
PBS
Attacks.
is fake news. NPR is fake news
Why do you think it's fake news?
because they're not accurate.
But what makes you think it's not accurate? Like, what about it was proven to be inaccurate?
Because Newsmax said differently.
Are you trolling?
Nope.
Wait, you only believe Newsmax?
Yeah.
Why?
Newsmax and you got restricted.
That was actually you got restricted.
No, I didn't.
For misinformation. Surprising, right? So, by the way, he won't listen to PBS, which, by the way, would have proved him wrong because it was 58% of Somali Americans in Minnesota are born in the country. So, like, I just, like, I don't know what he was saying. I was right with that. I just wanted to make sure I was right, and I was. King of Golden State, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much, by the way. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section again. Thank you. Let's go on to the next individual. That guy has TDS, Trump devotion syndrome. That guy, like, literally, there's nothing he could do to get him to question anything about Trump. You know, if he just hears it from Trump or from Newsmax, then it's got to be right. Jamie, thank you for the galaxy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 19.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah,
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
Trump.
Okay. And what's your birth year?
2006.
And you said you're 18?
19.
19? What month were you born?
October.
Okay. And if the election were held today, you said you'd vote for Trump. Why do you support Trump?
So the two reasons are firstly because he's socially conservative, and secondly because of his libertarian reforms. It increases class antagonism and makes us closer to a socialist revolution.
Okay. You're not serious, right?
Why? Can you explain, before you kick me, why don't you believe me?
Because, are you actually a socialist?
Yes.
Can you define socialism?
This isn't like an uncommon
Can you define socialism?
There are multiple types of socialism, but personally, I'm a national syndicalist.
So can you define socialism?
There's not one singular.
There's one definition of socialism that then applies to all the ideological beliefs. Yes, it does.
No, you're just thinking of Marxist socialism.
Nope. The workers controlling the means of production is the definition of socialism. Okay. All of the different socialist ideological beliefs are downstream of that idea. Do you agree?
No.
So you don't think national syndicalism is going to be a byproduct of workers controlling the means of production? Because syndicalism, can you tell me what that is?
Unionist control.
Yeah, so it's about worker control, union control of the overall business.
I'm saying that.
So wait, that's workers control the means of production, right?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah,
so it is downstream of every single one of those beliefs. You just didn't even know that, one, and two.
No, I'm saying.
Are you
Are
you like a fascist?
You're gonna kick me if I say something.
No, I'm just asking. Are you a fascist?
I mean, that's not how I'd come off and describe myself, but I am aligned with those people.
So you're not left wing. You're right wing.
I'm economically far left.
Okay, you're economically far left, but you're still a fascist.
So yeah, fascism is left. Fascism is economically left wing.
No, fascism is right wing. It's a right wing ideological
explain how?
belief. Okay, and you're saying some views within the context of fascism, right, can still hold to left wing economic views. It's not that fascism is left wing. It's that some fascists will hold to left wing views, not for everybody, only for the in group.
Only for the what?
So only for the in group.
That's not true.
Yeah, it is true. You're only arguing for those particular policies for the in group.
No, I'm arguing for the workers to be compensated under the nation.
Under the nation? And do you have a specific idea of who fits your nation?
The producerist class.
Okay, do you think the country should stay majority white?
No, I don't care about race.
You don't at all?
Construct. Yeah, it's a made-up construct.
Okay, so why do you say that you align with the fascists?
What? Those two don't contradict.
I'm asking, why do you say that you align with the fascists? That was a question, sir. I was not implying a contradiction. I was asking a question.
I align with these third positionist groups that believe the nation should be an organic state that's subordinated to the national interest. Do you know what I mean?
You think everyone should be subordinate to national interests? That's not.
Yeah.
And that's why you're a fascist. That's what you're saying. That's your only description of fascism?
That's not what? That's not. You didn't ask for a description of fascism.
No, I asked you why you meet the criteria of being a fascist.
I didn't. Well, I don't necessarily meet the criteria being a fascist since I'm not necessarily for like a revolutionary party.
Okay, do you like Trump?
No,
Like,
I
personally?
think he's a no, but I think it's like tactically great for a revolution in America.
Okay. So, are you gonna be involved in this revolution?
Absolutely.
So you are yourself going to kill people and murder people in order to be able to control the system? You want to do that?
If they stand in front of the workers, which are the nation, then yes.
No, what if they just disagree with you? Like, for example, someone like me. I disagree with you. I don't think socialism is needed in order to be able to create a better system for people as a whole. Would you think that it's justified to shoot and murder someone like me?
If you are actively and forcefully standing against the revolution,
Forcefully standing against the revolution? What do you mean by that?
like
I am using my platform in order to disagree with you guys?
No, like you're taking up arms and you are violently against the revolution, then yes.
Okay, so for example, you say like if there is some sort of response to prevent people from like going and shooting, murdering people and taking over all of society, you're saying it's justified to shoot people only involved in those military operations, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so I should just let them completely control me with no fight back?
I don't see why not.
So wait, so why don't you just let the system right now fight you and control you with no fight back?
System's not organic.
So wait, the same thing that you think you're justified in doing to the system would then mean that we're justified in murdering you under your own view? Because you're standing against the system that exists today. Under your view, since you would be willing to do that violently, it'd be justified for the current system to kill you, correct?
No.
Wait, you just said that you would be justified in murdering me because I would stand against your system.
No, I didn't.
You just said that you would violently stand against the system that exists today, so then wouldn't it be justified for the system today to murder you?
If you violently took up arms against me, it would be.
So to clarify, if you took up arms against the current system, would it be justified for them to murder you?
No.
So do you realize how you're contradicting yourself? Rules for thee, but not for me?
I'm not contradicting myself.
You are. You actually are.
Really
because you just quite literally said that if someone opposes your specific will or ideological belief, you would be justified in murdering them, right? Because they opposed your particular way of running the system. Okay? Well, what if the same system says the same thing? The same system right now exists and says, well, you're willing to violently oppose the system that exists right now, therefore it'd be justified to murder you. And you are saying, no, that's not justified for the current system to murder you, even though you just said that you think it's justified to take up violent arms to undermine the current system and cause violent revolution.
The current system is against the people. It's against God. It's against the worker and producerist class. That's why it's justified to be violently against this system.
Yeah, and I could say that your system is against those things as well, because I think that your system is repressive, because it forces people to meet within certain types of conditions and justifies violently assaulting people, killing people, instead of using democratic processes to change things. You rely on authoritarianism, control, and murder of people in order to be able to influence your ideas within the public, rather than explaining your views to actually be true and democratically changing things.
Your democratic processes allow the Western bourgeoisie to
wait, if you think it's effective, why do you think it's effective to talk to me right now?
To murder and enslave and
you're being
bomb the
ridiculous.
entire third world.
You're being ridiculous. Are you saying I'm responsible for imperialism because of the fact that I don't agree with your model?
Because
you're saying because I criticize your worldview, that means I have to agree with imperialism?
Not because you criticize
Because don't you
my
argue for
worldview.
imperialism, right?
I do not argue for imperialism.
You don't believe in a global socialist revolution?
No.
You don't?
I'm a proletarian nationalist.
Okay, so you don't think you should expand socialist ideology outside of these borders?
I believe in national liberation of all peoples.
Okay. Do you think the U.S. should be involved in that national liberation? Do you think
what do you mean
should be involved in the national liberation of all those countries?
Like, I mean, like they can choose their own system of government and organization and destiny. That's
Okay, so
what I
why don't
mean.
you do that with each individual person? If you're
Because
willing to
that's
just like let other countries from your perspective just live like that, why don't you do that with each individual person? Give them freedom to autonomy to act the way that they would want.
because no one has an inherent right to act however they want.
Okay,
Like
I'm not disputing that.
your actions affect everyone around you. And
Mhm.
so I'm not just gonna be
Yeah,
like,
by the way, you support
okay,
Trump, which is leading to millions of people being disenfranchised, millions of people losing their health care due to USAID getting cut. 14 million people will die by 2030. You're totally okay with that because you
which
think it gets
brings us.
closer
I'm
to your
not
socialist
totally
revolution.
okay for that. Yes,
Yeah, it's fucking stupid. You're okay with
it's
tens of
called
millions of people
it's
dying.
called
You're okay with people being
utilitarianism.
disenfranchised for this off chance that maybe it might lean towards that way, which you have no
It's not
evidence
an
to indicate
off
is true in the
chance.
first
It's
place.
not.
Do you think you need
It's not.
evidence to believe things to be true?
No,
No, you don't?
no, I'm not an empiricist.
Okay, I believe you're wrong.
Why are you an empiricist?
I believe you're wrong.
Why?
Why do we need evidence to believe things to be true? Because
Yeah.
otherwise, I can believe whatever I want, and there's nothing
is
wrong with it under your
everything?
perspective.
Why must
Okay, how about this?
everything be
I believe you're
empirical?
wrong, and I can dispute. If you give me something with no evidence, I can dispute it with no evidence.
Not if it's rationally justifiable.
Okay, that would be evidence then, genius.
That's not. No, that's not what
Wait,
evidence is.
I do see
In
rational.
evidence, in
Wait, sir,
evidence,
I do see
evidence is an
rational
empirical
justification
fact.
to be evidence. Can you define evidence?
No. Evidence and empirical fact.
Can you
It's
define
something that is
evidence?
something that you can observe, and something that you can observe, and something that you can observe with your senses.
That's not how I define evidence. We're using evidence in two different ways.
All right. How are you using it?
Yeah, anything that points towards an increased probability of a particular assertion being true.
Oh, you're using it not in like a philosophical sense.
I think this is a philosophical sense. Maybe
No,
not your understood
philosophically-
philosophical sense, but it is in a philosophical sense.
Philosophically, do you know even like the basics and study of epistemology?
Yeah, I know about different sort of epistemological models.
empiricism-
I don't think that's
empiricism
relevant.
is
I
that
don't think
all
that's
knowledge
you're
comes
not
from
understanding. That's not
facts that
relevant to
can
my
be
understanding of how I
observed to your
define this term.
senses.
What is incorrect about the way that I'm using the term?
There's nothing inherently incorrect. I was just using it differently.
Okay, I just clarified that then. So based upon my definition of evidence, do you need evidence to believe things to be true?
Sorry, say that again.
Based upon my definition of evidence, do you need evidence to believe things to be true?
No.
No?
Oh wait,
Okay.
sorry. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, you do? Okay,
Yes,
then you
I
accept
do.
that. So then you had no evidence to believe in what you were believing earlier, right? And that's why I was saying that you were unjustified in holding to that position. Because you have no evidence that voting for Donald Trump will lead you to a socialist revolution. There's absolutely no evidence. You just feel like it.
No, it's rational that
Okay.
Capitalist reforms would worsen the what do you call it? Or that would increase class antagonism and worsen the condition of the working class, and therefore bring it to a socialist revolution.
Yeah,
And
okay.
that's not
So
like that's
okay,
not
wait,
that's
so
not
let
a
me
new
clarify.
position amongst me. Like in 1848, Karl Marx published a pamphlet called "On the Question of Free Trade."
How are
where he
you different than
advocated
the people who are fucking in the US government right now trying to utilize mass starvation within Cuba to try to get them to have a regime change?
How am I different? Because
Yeah, how are you
I'm not
different? Aren't
advocating-
you trying to
'cause-
use starvation and worse off conditions to get people to go towards your ideological beliefs? How are you any different?
Because I'm advocating for a worker revolution.
Yeah,
so
but
that
you're
everyone
using
can
pain
have
and suffering
healthcare,
and
education,
mass
life.
disenfranchising of people in order to be able to change people's ideological opinions. So how are you any different? You have the same
Because-
sort of justification from your perspective, same sort of
I'm
reasoning
not trying to
that you're
incite
using.
bourgeois domination. I'm not trying to incite bourgeois domination of Cuba.
Wait, but you understand that you're using the same sort of ideological framework to justify going in and trying to change ideological beliefs of this people in this country. You're willing to lead to more people losing access to healthcare, childcare, housing affordability. Willing to lead to 14 million people more dying by 2030 because the USAID funding is cut. Because you
sad,
want
but
to get
this will
closer to a
save
social
hundreds of
revolution,
millions of
which,
people
by the
in
way,
the
you're
long
not
run.
even sure is true. You have no, again, you said that you have evidence. You think it's reasonable that, like, if you were to make conditions worse off for people, that they're closer to a socialist revolution. I would disagree with you. I think that, for example, the trickle down economics has eroded the working class of this country. Are we any closer to a socialist revolution now?
Not because of
No,
the
we're not.
reforms. We're a lot closer than we were in the 1960s.
What are you talking about?
In the 1960s, when we had so many more social reforms before they were rolled back by Reagan.
How are we closer to a socialist revolution?
Because the working class has experienced more misery.
Okay, so the working class experiencing misery does not mean it's closer to socialism.
Yes, it is.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it is.
Wait, okay. So, for example, throughout all of history, right, there has been misery experienced for most of human society. Misery experienced by a huge portion of the people in the population. Just because there was misery being experienced, does that mean we are closer to socialism?
No, and then
You just conceded. So misery does not entail that you are closer to socialism.
A greater amount of misery within the capitalist system, within the feudal system, it would entail they were closer to capitalism. I mean, peasants were miserable for hundreds, thousands of years during French feudalism, but once their misery became like the maximal, the French Revolution happened.
Okay, so I have a question then. If you think that getting rid of these particular regulations will inevitably lead to the revolution, why didn't the revolution happen in America prior, when these sort of regulations didn't exist, like during the Gilded Age?
You mean like 1890s, 1910s?
Yes, the Gilded Age.
Kind of?
The Gilded Age, we had significantly lesser regulations. Why didn't that impose a violent revolution at that time to overthrow capital?
Well, capitalism hadn't fully developed, and it's still not fully developed now.
I'm asking you a question. Their capitalism existed at that time. You can't
Yeah,
deny that.
it wasn't fully developed.
But you agree.
Class antagonism was like a much lower level.
Really? Are you fucking serious? Wait,
absolutely.
do you think that people were suffering more then or now?
That's not
the
what
average
class
person.
antagonism is. People were suffering more then. That's not what class antagonism
Yeah,
is.
but it's going to be between the bourgeois and between the proletariat. That's your understanding. And if that suffering existed to a greater extent back then, it existed the reason why we know it existed to a greater extent is because we needed antitrust laws, is because we needed to get rid of vertical and horizontal integration. Do you understand that the Gilded Age is like capitalist maxing to the very fucking highest extent, right?
No.
It is. You don't know anything about the Gilded Age. You know nothing about it. Do you know anything about vertical or horizontal integration? Do you know what those processes are meant to do?
There was so much more rural and urban existence then.
Can you answer my question?
What?
Do you know what vertical and horizontal integration are? Do you know what they're meant to do?
No.
Okay. So these are things that are very important for you to understand, to know the type of control mechanisms that existed within the capitalist economy at the time, where they would get entire production lines within their control to be able to exploit the monopolization and costs, right? That's why we needed to develop antitrust laws. The Sherman antitrust laws came from this particular type of age. So you understand that if your argument was true, that lack of regulation inevitably yields a violent revolution, then it would have already happened. Actually, what it yields, a lack of regulation, just yields conditions where we're going to bring those regulations back. That's all it yields. It doesn't yield a violent revolution. It doesn't yield a socialist method of production. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're superimposing this ideological belief simply because you misunderstand Marxist theory.
First of all, I'm not a Marxist.
Well, I mean, you're getting this from Marxist theory, are you not?
No. Well, not
the
entirely.
idea that the idea that the conditions of capitalism will inevitably generate socialism is inevitably a Marxist idea. I don't have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
That's scientific Marxism, and I'm saying like your belief that where I think that just like libertarian rollbacks will inevitably cause a socialist revolution in 50
That's what you said.
years.
That's literally a
Like,
Marxist
no,
idea.
That's not at all.
It absolutely is. You agree? You just agreed it was scientific Marxism.
No, what happens?
You just agreed it was.
Class antagonism creates crises within capitalism, and crises allow for revolution.
Yeah, that's literally a Marxist idea.
Yeah, and I'm not saying that the immediate rollback of like Medicaid and whatnot will cause an extreme crisis that'll lead to a socialist revolution.
That's actually exactly what you were arguing.
That's not what I'm saying.
You were arguing it gets us closer to socialism for us to have these libertarian-esque reforms that roll back these programs.
Yes, it does get us closer to socialism. It's not going to be like within 18 months.
Okay, well, when's the timeline for this? Like when should we expect socialism?
I'm not Jesus. I don't know.
Okay, no, but like you're saying that like you have a pretty good reason and evidence to believe that these conditions of people dying to a greater extent will lead to closer to socialism. So I'm like, what's the deadline for this? What's the plan?
There's no deadline.
Like when do you expect to see right different conditions?
Whenever enough rollbacks happened, that an extreme crisis were to
When is that
happen.
going to happen? Is that going to happen under the Trump admin?
Probably, I would assume Trump wouldn't do it like to the extent that it would cause
Okay, so let's
a
just clarify. So Trump won't do what's
crisis.
necessary to cause the revolution, but you voted for him
Correct,
because you think
but
he's
it'll be
going to do
closer
what's
to it.
going to happen to cause the revolution. You're an
Say that
idiot.
again. Say that again.
You can watch it back on the live stream later. You're wasting my time. Go back on YouTube and watch back the video. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You are such a waste of time to talk to. Like people like that are so evil, dude. Like you know what you're causing. You have no evidence to lead that it's going to lead to better conditions. You use the same justification that all the fucking insane neocons use when they try to justify the idea that fucking literally sanctions and all these conditions will lead to more conditions in which there's going to be some sort of internal revolution or whatnot, right? It's just absurd. That same sort of justification is exactly what they're using over Cuba in order to have political domination of that area. Now, you arguing for a different type of political domination doesn't mean it's not the exact same fundamental basis for reason to then justify that political domination. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Hey, I'm 20. I've debated
support
you, but
Trump?
not for a few months. Yeah, I do.
Okay, election on today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Victor, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it on Venmo. Kyle, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for Kyle in the comment section. Fossey, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I was so excited to do this. Yes, it was great. It was really, really good. Justina, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Kenny, thank you so much for the $10. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10 as well. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Rogue, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it definitely seems like he hasn't read that at all. It's absurd. Zach, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Zach. Seriously though. Thank you. Alrighty. Wait, do you like Dave Rubin?
No.
No, you don't? Okay. Just curious. Go on. Why do you support Trump?
I was kind of confused. I don't know how you lasted that long in the previous conversation, but I couldn't really tell if you were supportive of Marxism or not. Are you?
Oh, no, I'm not. I'm not a socialist or a Marxist. I mean, like, there are Marxist criticisms
really?
that are absolutely legitimate, but I don't agree with every Marxist criticism. I think that the solution is, like, a progressive liberalism. It's not, like, a socialist revolution.
Oh,
That's my
okay.
solution to the
I
critiques of
didn't. I thought
capitalism.
that you were Marxist.
No, I'm not. I'm actually a Parksist, okay? I'm
Okay.
a Parksist, what can I say?
That shit was not funny.
Come on,
Wait, can
tell
you
me why
hear
you support Trump.
Or is it lagging?
It is lagging. You got Trump Mobile?
Okay, so I support. Wait, hold on. Can I rejoin in like 5 seconds?
Yeah, go ahead. He's not liking Parksism, everybody. Can we get some W's for Parksism in the comment section, everybody? We love Parksism here. Parksism is the greatest ideology in mankind. In humankind, what can I say? What can I say? Let's bring them back up here. I forgot what their name was, but let's get this next person up here. Yeah, what's up?
Hopefully it doesn't lag this time.
Okay. All right. So, is it better now, or are you still in the Trump phone?
Yeah. No, I upgraded. I actually have the socialist phone. I'm giving away free phones for everyone in the chat. Put a W in the chat if you want a free phone. Oh, no one wants a free phone. Okay. So what do you want to debate?
Why you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump because I think that they're conservatives. I'm not really Republican. I'm conservative, and I think that they do a better job at promoting kind of conservative values within society. I think that liberals tend to promote very progressive views, which can harm, I think, children especially, the way it's been implemented in the schools. And I think that just if liberals got rid of like 5 ideologies, I'd be probably a liberal. But the 5 that they stand behind constantly and support they just can't seem to let go of is what really bothers me about them. Otherwise, I think I would be liberal, but I think I'm just more conservative. Like, I'll give you one.
Okay, yeah. Tell me, what are the
For
5 ideologies? If liberals didn't hold, then you would be a liberal.
Yeah. So number one would be, I don't think that hormone therapy should be given to children under the age of 18. I think that's just common sense. Number two would be, I don't think that we should have biological men playing in women's sports. Number three, this one I wouldn't really say is the biggest of my concerns. I think that abortion needs to be left up to the states, which it already is. Number four, I don't think that we should be taxing the rich at much higher rates. I think that they do need to be paying their taxes, and I don't think that they should be avoiding the way that they are, but I don't think that that should be a mandate, because otherwise we're going to see people moving out of New York City with someone like Mamdani coming in. They're not going to be building their projects. So I think that really high tax rates is not good. And I think that number five is that we need to have a strong foundation of what a family unit looks like within a house. I think that fathers need to be present. And I think that there needs to be structure within houses. And I don't think that this idea of everyone just goes and do what they want, whatever makes you happy, go out and do it. There needs to be some structure in households, but we can focus on any one of those that you like.
Just to clarify, if you're saying that if someone, so any of those things are disqualifiers for you, like supporting any of those things, or undermining any of those things, sorry, that you agree with?
I mean, yeah.
Okay, so like if Donald Trump undermines the strong foundation of a family unit, you wouldn't support him?
Well, the fifth one didn't really make sense. It wasn't really a coherent thought sentence, but
Okay. Okay, so I guess we'll mark that one off. It wasn't a coherent thought. We got 4 now. Okay, interestingly enough. Okay, let's go through this. You don't want to tax the rich at much higher rates. What is much higher?
I think that there needs to be a system set in place where the rich cannot avoid their taxes. I don't think that they should be taxed at a rate in which will cause them to leave the given state that they live in. So I think
When are they
Mamdani
leaving
coming
New
in
York
and
City?
putting...
Like Mamdani's already the mayor. When are they leaving New York City?
Yeah, I just hear talks about it all the time. I heard a recent talk with Kevin O'Leary that was saying that, like, this guy is an idiot. All these people are leaving. Some guy, one of the richest guys who's starting a project in New York, has threatened to leave like 3 times. Supposedly he
He's
might have
threatened
stopped
to
his
leave
project.
3 times. Has he left yet?
I'm not sure. I haven't looked at it in about a week. But I think that if we want to increase taxes, we need to do it in a smart way. I think that the system that we currently have in place is not bad. We just need to make sure that they're actually paying those taxes. But a lot of these rich people, millionaires, even billionaires, are avoiding these taxes, and this is hurting the middle class and even the lower class even more, because they're the ones that are ultimately paying those taxes. But I don't think that the answer is someone like Mamdani coming in, having heavy restrictions, especially on something like real estate. Like
You
those
said
things
all
are
these
just
people are
not
going to
gonna
leave, but
work.
there's no evidence that they've left since he's become mayor. So it sounds like they're just capping.
I mean, there's been a decrease in the level of development for the real estate housing, and now the housing prices are going down per unit, which is causing lower rent. And when this rent freezes, it's not really going to boost economic growth within the housing market, and people are still not going to be able to find housing. It's just going to be a decline in the overall housing market. So that's one avenue that it has declined.
So you think that Mamdani will reduce housing prices?
No, I think that Mamdani is going to put a freeze on rent, which is ultimately going to have a negative effect on the housing market.
Okay, and what negative impact do you think that will have on the market?
Yeah. So when you put a freeze on the housing market, utility costs for the owners of those houses are going to remain the same. If the owners of those houses who are renting out those condos, apartments, whatever, are not receiving an increased amount of money, they're going to stop developing within the area. And when housing stops developing, the new houses that are now being offered are offered at a higher rate because there's less supply, which is going to be an increase in the overall price of the new housing.
So you're
it's
saying,
really
so you're
hurting
saying
both
that
sides.
rent control can lead to housing prices going up for housing outside of the context of the individuals who get the rent control themselves. It's good for the individuals who are getting the rent control, but it can lead towards detrimental outcomes in terms of the other effects.
Yes, especially
So there's a
long
few
term.
things here.
Short
One, they
term,
would either
short
have
term
to
could be
apply
good.
it on some sort of universalized basis to respond to that, or two, they would also have to only be applicable in situations in which there's greed involved, and it's not just increasing the level of investment within a specific area. Because yes, there are these types of impacts with rent control, right? If those things are not present. So
Okay, do you
that is
agree with
actually a
that? I
point
agree.
that I disagree with to some extent, but you're over explaining. You're thinking that the issue is way hard, like worse than it is the point I would make in
So what
terms of
would you
use,
say?
and also that's not leading to people moving out of New York City.
Yeah, but what would you say to all the economists who are doing long-term projections of what that could look like if it went fully through to the housing market? I think that if we're
Well, I
looking
would have to see
short-term,
I
of
would have to
course,
see
it's
those
gonna.
projections. I don't think that those projections are extremely bad or have anything to do with people leaving New York City.
Well, those people unfortunately cannot leave New York City because they don't have enough money to relocate. Those are the people that are going to be hurt worse by those kind of
Wait, but you
policies.
claim that people are moving out of New York City.
Yeah, the rich people are going to be moving out
Yeah,
of New York
and when is
City.
that happening?
I mean, supposedly it's already happening. That projects that were supposed to be taking place are not taking place. They're being pushed
Yeah,
back
it sounds like a very vague
because of these
thing, like not
regulations.
like actually any specifics.
I mean, I guess we'll have to see. He is currently the mayor. He's been there for a few months.
And
So
people
over
would
the
have already
next
left
year.
right now if they were supposed to leave. It doesn't seem like they're leaving.
Yeah, I just know that there has been a decline in areas such as the housing market in real estate. I'm not sure if that's reflective of the
So
overall
decline in
economy as well.
prices or decline in
Investments.
investments. And where'd you see that?
Yeah. I'm not sure where I saw that. Probably.
Couldn't that be also relative to like the broader economic trends?
Yeah, it could be. It probably is. I mean, housing investments are going down in general right now because of interest rates.
Yeah, so well, interest rates are staying higher because of Donald Trump's policies. You know, interest rates would be lower if Donald Trump didn't impose tariffs and go to war with Iran.
That's just, I can't stand it when people say stuff like that. It's just so dumb.
No, hurts your feelings. Facts hurt
You
your
know
feelings.
that. You know that investments would be higher right now. You know that inflation would be lower if Harris was in office. That's like
Yep.
the stupidest thing anyone could say.
No, it's not.
That's like, okay, awesome.
How's it
That's
stupid?
great to know. You know, if I was president, everything would be better
Sir,
as well.
how is it stupid? Because I explained
Because
there
it's
wouldn't have been the
making-
tariffs put in place.
it's
We wouldn't have
making-
gone to war with Iran. Therefore, we would have better inflation. We would way lower inflation, which would allow for the Federal Reserve to reduce interest rates, which would stimulate investment. Facts hurt your feelings. I know.
No, that's just annoying. That's like going on a game show and choosing someone to go up out of your friends, and then they get the question wrong. Like, well, I could have done way better. It's like, okay, well, you couldn't have because that's not the outcome. It's just so annoying when people do that. Like they just say these false hypotheticals, like, oh, it could have been
Okay, if
better
I
under this
1v1
person.
someone, could LeBron James be like, "Oh, I could have done better than Parker"?
Well, yeah, because he's
Yeah, okay,
better.
so thank you very much. So if we know
Objectively better.
specifically what the differences are that are going to produce different results, well then yes, we do know how it would have gone
Wait,
differently.
you can see into the
Okay,
future?
so if you, yeah, we actually, I do know what it would have happened differently. I know that if we didn't impose tariffs, that we wouldn't have higher inflation. I know that if we didn't go to war with Iran, we wouldn't have higher inflation. So those are two very huge metrics that would lead to way less inflation, which would then allow for the Federal Reserve to respond this way, because I know how the Federal Reserve works. They have a dual mandate of price stability and maximum employment. And if there are conditions of low investment and high, because of the higher interest rates, and there is lower inflation, well then obviously they're going to decrease interest rates to be able to respond to that.
Okay, well, if you look at things like core inflation for even grocery prices, a variety of different prices, when tariffs were first implemented, there was an increase in these various things, but after a while, they actually remained relatively stable, and there was not an increase in core goods. You can pull up the
Increase in
Federal
core has
Reserve.
happened.
Yeah, they did happen, but they ultimately did not to the extent that they were supposed to. And then if you
When you say
went by
supposed to, that's
each
just not
month
true. A
after
Federal
that,
Reserve report came out and said that we would be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation and near the target rate to a significantly greater extent, given that we were specifically under a policy where we didn't have the tariffs. Tina, think of the galaxies.
yeah.
Thank you
when
so much,
when
Tina.
was that? When was that report? When did that report come out?
The last month or two.
So they're saying that if
When
tariffs were
tariffs
not
were never
implemented,
imposed, that we would have had significantly lower inflation, and this was even prior to the Iran war.
I just do not think that that came out last month or even the month before,
Yeah,
because
the
if you look
analysis
at
the analysis is of specifically the effect of tariffs, and this is
and who
prior to the
released
Iran
that?
war.
The Federal Reserve released that?
Yeah, look up Federal Reserve report.
Okay, because the reports that I saw were saying the opposite.
Well, it seems like you had some comprehension skills with your reading there then.
No, actually, because a few months ago when I came up to debate you, I made the same point, and you told me that I couldn't read the graph, and then you ended up reading the graph wrong. It was super embarrassing for you because the core inflation actually went down. You're like,
I
you know,
promise you I didn't read it wrong.
yes, you did. I actually have a video. Wait, is the video on my computer? It might be on my computer. You're like, can you not read the graph, you idiot? And then you ended up reading the graph completely wrong. It was so funny.
Okay. Well, I
And
don't
it
even
was
know what
about
graph
inflation.
you're referencing.
It was about inflation because you were trying to tell me that inflation has kept increasing. And I was like, it literally hasn't. It's gone down.
And is inflation
And then you
higher right
started-
now?
What is inflation right now?
3.8%.
Is it really 3.8?
Yes. Overall items.
Damn. That that is bad.
So wait, so who's reading things wrong now?
No, I'm not. I don't have anything up. I
So
just
wait,
didn't
so
know it
my
was
point was
3.8.
right. Let's just be clear.
No, your point that you made a few months ago was completely and totally wrong.
No, it was right. Because the prices have been higher. The inflation's been higher.
No, that was a few months ago. It was like 2.7 or something.
2.7. So what you were misunderstanding from my
2.9.
point was that I was arguing that it was higher because of Donald Trump's tariffs than it would have been otherwise. That was my argument.
Okay, that's just a stupid point, but
It's
we
not.
can move
And that
on
was
from
proven right by the Federal Reserve report that I just referenced, you fucking absolute loser. I've already referenced this point multiple times. I've explained it to you. Why don't you actually address the points I'm making? You say that's not a good point. I already gave you a Federal Reserve report that proves you wrong.
Okay.
Again,
I would like to
facts
see
hurt your
the name of
feelings.
the. I'd like to see the name of the article. You can just spew article names and saying, "Oh, it's from the Federal Reserve," and then not pull anything up. That's just.
I just told you, look up Federal Reserve report. What would inflation be if tariffs weren't implemented? There you go.
That is like saying that there's no other outside forces that have been affecting inflation.
Yeah, tell me, what
Like,
are the
you
other
know how,
impacts?
Wars that are going on.
You mean the war with Iran,
different
which this
state
data is referencing from
policies,
before? This data is
GDP
referencing from
growth.
before the war with Iran, my guy.
Okay, there's still so many outside influences that affect inflation. It's just,
Such as?
do you think that inflation is only affected by
And no, I
tariffs?
don't. And that's why the Federal Reserve is going to isolate for those effects.
Okay, isolating for one particular effect out of a multitude is ridiculous.
What do you mean it's ridiculous? You can do that. That's what we
That's
do
just-
in the field of economics and statistics. I'm sorry that hurts your feelings.
Okay, you can pull out one variable, but it's not going to be a very accurate representation of the overall data because the outliers are what brings it to the overall mean or median of a data set. So if you take out 99% of the data and you account for 1% of the data is going to be heavily skewed in one direction. And you can skew it in
How is that what we
whatever
did?
direction you want.
No, we're looking for the impact of what specifically we're questioning. That's not only just looking at one skewed aspect of the data. We're looking for the impact of the tariffs on prices.
Yeah, you would have to do that while also accounting for other things. You can't
They
just
do. That's
fully
exactly what I
hone
said
in.
they do. Look at the Federal Reserve report. You're panicking.
No, you would have
You
to
are
account
grasping
for
for
other things.
straws right now. How about you go look at the report? You don't
You
think
would
the
have to
Federal Reserve
account-
report's going to think about these things?
You would have to account for other things. You're
Yeah, this
saying that
guy's
you're
thinking about
solely
more than what the
isolated.
Federal Reserve economists are thinking about. You're totally
You
right.
just said.
How about
just
you go
said
fucking look up the
20
Federal
sec-
Reserve report, dude?
You said 20 seconds ago that they isolated tariffs and they only looked at tariffs.
Look up the Federal Reserve report.
You don't know about the article, so why are you saying it?
Look up the Federal Reserve report, sir. It'll answer all your questions, sir.
I don't even have.
I know you're trying to pivot from that because you know you're wrong, sir. Facts are
I think it's funny that out of all the different reasons I gave you, you talked about taxes because you're scared of the other three. Federal Reserve report, what would it be without?
Tina, thank you for the Viking Hammer. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. He's lagging ever, and because he's got Trump mobile. Do give him a second, real quick. Dark Moon General, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $100 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said I got into politics because of you and wanted you to understand it a lot more, and because of you, and understand it a lot more now. Thanks so much. Keep up the good work. Keep telling MAGA they are wrong. Thank you so much, Dark Moon General. I really appreciate it. Because of W's for them in the comment section right now. That is exactly why I do what I do. That's what I want to inspire as much as I possibly can. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Again, W's for them in the comment section right now. That is so amazingly kind. Thank you so much. Are you there, bro, Charlie?
Yeah. I mean, I'm not going to read through this entire article.
Well, you can read through it later. Is that okay?
Yeah. Sure.
Okay. Okay. Well, the point that I'm making is that Donald Trump has made this country worse. And the point that I was making was right. Yes, we would have more investment. We would have lower inflation if Harris were in office. Why do I know this? Because I use evidence, because I have facts, and because I use data.
That is just so stupid, though. Like, you know how annoying that is? I cannot wait for the next.
You know how annoying it is for you to use facts against me and arguments against me?
It's just so stupid. It's like when Biden was in office and all the conservatives and Republicans were saying, well, if we had a Republican person in office, then all of this inflation would be down and the economy would be
well, they have no argument for that.
And now Trump is in office, and they're like, oh my gosh, if we had a liberal candidate in office, inflation would be so down. Oh my word, the GDP
You're not
would
understanding.
Be so
we have evidence that what Trump did caused these things to happen. They didn't have evidence that Joe Biden caused that inflation. So just because Republicans do something that's dumb doesn't mean Democrats are doing that same very dumb thing. We're not. We actually use reason. We use critical thinking skills, and we have evidence.
Okay, so your evidence is saying if Trump wouldn't have done this, then this.
Due to a Federal Reserve report, the impacts that tariffs have on consumer markets, according to the Kiel Institute, mostly being paid by consumers. Due to the fact that we know the impacts of increasing electricity prices, energy prices, due to the fact of the Iran war, reducing the level of global oil trade by nearly 20%. Yeah, we know what the impacts of these things are on global markets, on prices, on investment, and we can make a determination based upon those facts. Now, you can't point to the specific things that Joe Biden did in order to cause inflation. Would you like to try?
No, but I'll tell you how you're wrong. So I agree with you that the Iran war has caused these numerous things that have been really bad for the economy. But if you go back and look at tariffs, you can look at a wide range of places that came out and spoke. Morgan Stanley, JP Morgan, all of these places came out and said that when tariffs were first implemented, these companies started onboarding heavily. So they started buying a ton of products because they were scared that future prices would go up. However, tariffs were then heavily redacted. So now these companies have a lot of products that they bought, that they onboarded. Now they have a large supply of these various things. Now, when the tariffs were redacted, they're able to sell these at a cheaper price. So this is why we saw core inflation remaining relatively stable and even going down at some points, because these companies had a large supply of goods. And when the tariffs were redacted, they did not have to go out and spend much more money on these goods because they already had them and they were onboarded and they had a lot of them.
So companies prepared for these things is not evidence that these tariffs didn't have a negative impact. You're just claiming the negative impact wasn't as bad because they bought it prior to the tariff being implemented, which, by the way, then still negatively impacts the economy, still disproportionately impacts consumers in the long run, and we've still seen core CPI increase due to these impacts in the first place. You're just unwilling to look at the Federal Reserve report that indicates it's because of the fact that Donald Trump imposed tariffs. You're not willing to understand the Kiel Institute indicates that mostly consumers pay these tariffs because they're passed down mostly to the consumer.
Have nothing to
so you
do
have
with
to
it.
realize at
The
this point,
tariffs
Donald
literally
Trump
have
has
nothing
made
to do
conditions
with it.
worse.
No one is
I
talking
have
about
all
the
the evidence
tariffs.
in the world to prove that I'm right. You have
No
no
one
evidence.
is
All you
talking
have
about
is
the
feelings.
tariffs.
You have vibes. I've got facts.
Nobody is talking about the tariffs. The tariffs have had no recent impact on the economic growth within the last few months. Tariffs have not even
Why?
been mentioned. They have not been talked about because, again, the severe onboarding of these companies, it did not affect
Is
them
it
in the
because
ways in
the
which
Supreme
economists thought
Court
that they would be
overturned
affected.
Donald Trump's tariffs?
Yeah, sure. But again, that has no recent effect on the economy. The
That
economy is
has no.
struggling right now
So
because of
really,
wars. It is not because of tariffs. It has nothing to do with tariffs. Nothing.
well, again, Federal Reserve economists indicate otherwise. So let's say it's just because of the war. Who started the war?
Trump did, but we're not talking about the war. We're talking about tariffs. And I'm trying to get the
Does
point across to you that even though,
does Kamala Harris oppose the war?
I mean, I think everyone opposes the war.
Okay, yes. So let's just clarify. Kamala Harris opposes the war. Donald Trump is in support of the war. Donald Trump caused the war. Kamala Harris wouldn't have caused the war. The war is causing
You
prices
can't
to go
say
up.
that. You
If
literally
Harris
cannot
were in
say
office,
that Harris-
prices wouldn't be
you
as high
cannot
because
say-
we wouldn't be at war with
You
Iran.
you cannot say that Harris would not have gotten us into a war. Every
I can.
president. No, every
Because
president
Trump
does
started the
not-
war.
No. Okay, Harris could have done the same thing. She could have been in a war with a random ass country, and we could have
She
been even more
disagrees
screwed
with the
than we are
war.
now. We can't look into the future and say,
She
"Oh, this
disagrees
would
with the
have
war.
been
Well, the
better." if we don't know
Biden-Harris
the future.
administration was the most anti-war presidency in the modern American history.
Wait, so is Harris connected with the Biden and Harris or Biden administration, or is she separate from it?
She was the vice president. Of course, she was
Oh,
a part
okay,
of it.
okay. I thought that she wanted to separate herself from that.
Really? Because I would argue that she didn't separate herself enough.
Oh, okay, interesting. I mean, yeah. Wait, so you're saying that you didn't agree with Biden then if you wanted her to separate herself from him?
Yeah, there are definitely things that I disagree with the Biden-Harris administration on, and definitely things I think she should have disagreed with Biden on and showed difference on, because I think that's an important thing that would have been needed in order to be able to gain the trust of the average voter. I think that would have been an important thing in retrospect, of course, in hindsight.
I just want to make my point clear that just because you're seeing recent articles talking about tariffs have no recent impact on the economy. The economy is struggling due to a variety
Yeah,
of
you
different
just keep
things,
repeating that
like
thing.
the war
I've
in
already
Iran.
responded to this. Find a new point.
Because you're wrong. You're just totally
I'm not wrong. I've
Can
already
can
proved
you tell
myself
me,
right.
Then tell me with your own words, don't look it
Uh-huh.
up, look at the camera and tell me, how are tariffs currently affecting the economy? Currently,
Dude,
right
wait,
now.
So did they have any impact under Trump's
No,
administration?
right now. I'm talking about right now. How are they currently affecting the economy
Are,
right
are
now?
Trump's tariffs that he put in place after that one still in effect? Because remember, he got
repeat
rid
that?
of the Supreme Court got rid of his tariffs, so he decided to use some sort of executive power outside of that to impose tariffs. I think it was for like 150 days or something. So it might still be in effect. I'm not quite sure. But the point that we're making is that prices would have gone down, right, to a greater extent if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the first place.
So you're agreeing with me that as of right now, the tariffs are not having a huge impact.
I
on
think
the
that they
economy.
still are in place, right? The new ones.
No,
that he
I'm
put in
not saying
place.
that they're in place. Tariffs have been in place from prior presidents. It's not that uncommon to do. I'm saying, are they having a negative impact on the economy right now? Because you just keep throwing out the word tariffs.
The
you
tariffs
keep
are in
debating
place,
people.
then they're still having a negative impact. The only reason they wouldn't be having a negative impact is because the tariffs were taken away.
No, tariffs do not have a negative impact.
They
Blanket
do.
tariffs
They do have a negative impact. You're just wrong.
Blanket tariffs have a negative impact.
That's what I'm referencing,
Strategic
sir.
implemented.
I don't
That's
have an
not-
issue with targeted tariffs. I have an issue with
Okay,
with
the
universal
second
tariffs.
round, when he tried to do the executive order, he did not implement a blanket tariff again. He did
Yes, he did.
strategic tariffs. No, he
Nope,
did
those were
not.
blanket
Every
tariffs.
country, not the second time around.
Yes,
when
it
he-
was.
When they tried,
Go
No,
look it up.
was not.
Go look it up.
So it was the same thing as the first round. He
Go
just
look it
did
up. No,
blanket
no,
tariffs
he
to
did a
everyone.
universalized tariff. Just go look it up.
The second time around, he did a universalized tariff. That's just not true. That's just
Then look it
a
up.
complete lie.
Then look it up.
That's just a lie. I don't have to prove.
Just look it up. I'm serious. You'll see it.
No.
You'll see I'm right.
That's just not true.
Okay. What you're just saying it's not true is not not you looking it up. Would you like to go look it up?
I don't even know what point you're trying to get across, because I know that the one that I think you're trying to make
He
is
put
just
into place
definitely not true.
universalized tariffs after the
Yeah.
Supreme Court took his tariffs down.
Is this in the beginning when he was elected president, or are you talking about recently? Because you just said a few months ago, so now I'm confused if you're talking about.
I just told you because the Supreme Court took his tariffs down, right? Then he responded. This is in April, by the way, with placing his own tariffs in place, right? Another new executive policy.
And I don't think that they were blanket tariffs. That's
They
what
were.
I'm saying.
If you go take a look it up.
I don't even know what to look up.
So it says it's a 10% global tariff under trade law that allows for such duties for 150 days, which, by the way, would still be in place, I think, since this was released February 20th. I'm assuming it will soon be taken away. It's about half a year, which will be taken away in about 2-3 months, maybe.
When did he actually go to the Supreme Court for that?
No, the Supreme Court took it down. What was it? Like just before Trump went to war with Iran, like in February.
Okay, that was in February.
Yes.
Exactly.
Yeah, and again, he imposed a universalized tariff. Like I just told you, I'll give you the title. Trump has other tariff options after Supreme Court strikes down his worldwide import taxes.
Okay, but you realize that the worldwide import taxes were various months ago. They were like a long time ago. These are not recent. You keep switching
Dude,
your
this guy is
language,
like
and then
has like
you
literally
need to
zero brain cells,
really
bro.
focus on your
Holy
language.
shit!
Your
Is there
language doesn't
anything
make sense
between
at
your
all.
ears?
At all. You keep switching your language.
Is there anything
You just
going
said it was
on in
recent.
there?
You just said it was
Dude,
in April,
I
and now
just
you're saying
told
it was in
you.
February.
Oh my god!
You just said April, and now you're saying February.
Okay, well I
So
said
which one was
April.
it?
I said April for
Then
something
you said
else.
January. So
No.
you're really not making sense at all.
No, dude, you're misunderstanding. I was telling you April specifically because I was reading. I was trying to read from things because he was taking steps to refund the money in April. I was referencing the fact, and I told you specifically within February, which is when the Supreme Court did that, which is when he decided to impose his 10% global tariff, which the 10% global tariff is a universalized tariff. Okay, and it's applicable for 150 days.
Okay, so you're saying that with this, there's still a negative impact on the economy.
Yes.
Did this go through though?
Yes, it's still in place.
Okay, I don't know anything about that, and I don't think that
I
that's true.
just
I'll
gave
have
you a
to look at it.
title of an article you can look at. The title is Trump has other tariff options after Supreme Court strikes
That
down his
doesn't mean
worldwide
that they're
import
currently
taxes.
in place, you dumbass. Oh my gosh, just because he has other options doesn't mean that they're currently in place.
Yeah, I understand.
You're just falling for headlines.
Sir, read the article. I'm just telling you what the title is so you can look it up. In the article, it says, indeed, the president has already said he will impose 10% tariff under a trade law that allows for such duties for 150 days that can only be extended by Congress, which is what happened.
You're actually just reading titles and thinking that if Trump said something,
I
he's gonna
literally
do it.
just read you an aspect of the article.
Yeah, that's just so incredibly dumb. You're
What?
reading an article that is so stupid.
I told you the
Do you
title
not
of the
understand
article
how
so you can
stupid
look
that
it
is?
up.
That is so you're only gonna read the title of the article that we just found together, and you're
No,
gonna
I-
think that
what?
because of that.
No.
Oh, look at this article.
I just
Trump said
read
he's
an
gonna do
aspect
this.
of the article, and I told you the title so you can look it up. The reason why I told you the title is so that you would look it up. It's easier to find the article by looking it up, utilizing the title.
Oh, so you already read the
title.
article.
What's up?
You already read the entire article then, right?
I'm looking at the article right now on AP News. Do you want me to show you on the
so
screen?
read it. So did you read it all?
I have not read the whole thing. I don't need to. I
Oh,
got
so
the
what
part
part?
of it that specifically references that they did impose the 10% tariff. Do you want to click on that one? Hello?
I just think it's interesting that you read the title of an article and then something that Trump says and you just go with it. Like I
No,
wonder how many
told you
things
the
that you've
part
told
in the
me throughout
article
this
because I've
conversation.
already
I wonder how
looked at
many
this
things you've
information
told me.
before.
I wonder how many things you've told me throughout this conversation where I just believed you because you read the title of an article, you read a few lines, and I'm like, oh, this has to be true because Trump said it, and it's on the title of an
I'm
article
giving
that
you
I
the
trust.
information to go find it yourself. I know that you're complaining
Okay.
and you have a big issue with this, but I just told you a source. I gave you a source. You're not going to accept it because you're a whiny little crybaby.
Okay, that's good.
Would you like another article? How about BBC? What tariffs has Trump introduced and why? And the first fucking sentence says, U.S. President Donald Trump has introduced a new 10% global tariff rate after the Supreme Court ruled that the majority of the tariffs he introduced in 2025 were illegal. So you want to find that? Do you accept that from BBC?
So if they were illegal, then how is he implementing them again?
Oh my God. The Supreme Court deemed his old tariffs to be unconstitutional, so he's using a different statute in order to be able to try to impose these different tariffs that are still universalized tariffs.
Okay, now tell me how they're negatively impacting the economy.
Oh my God, I already proved to you that tariffs have a negative impact by explaining to you that the Kiel Institute indicated it's mostly paid by the consumers. I gave you a Federal Reserve report that indicated that the tariffs he did impose caused inflation, okay? And now these tariffs, right, given that they're implemented, are going to cause the exact same type of inflation until they're gone away by 150 days, which will be in the next few months here. Your way of arguing against me is purposefully misunderstanding what I'm saying.
No, because you just say so many things that contradict each other, and then when I point out a flaw in the argument, you think the months contradicted heavily.
They didn't.
And then the timeline contradicted.
That wasn't contradiction. I was referencing two different things, genius.
Okay, but you need to make it clear, because otherwise
I did make that clear. I already explained that to you.
It just sounds like you're spewing a bunch of nonsense, and then you're talking
I'm
about
not.
his
You
original
just
tariffs,
have low
and
comprehension
then you're
skills.
talking about his new tariffs, and then you're talking about the tariffs that weren't actually implemented, now the tariffs that are implemented.
I talked about the tariffs that were
10%.
implemented.
You're
They
talking
were
about
implemented.
how
I
he
explained
weren't
how they
allowed
were.
to implement them, and now how he is allowed to implement them, and then you're just referring to articles, but you're not actually saying what the article said.
I just described what the article said.
How inflation
Are
would
you
actually
trying
be
to rage
lower.
bait me right now?
How if Harris was in office, we wouldn't be in war, inflation would be lower. Like, this is just a bunch of nonsense. You're not actually debating. You're just spewing things that don't really make sense. Like, you know how dumb it is to argue with someone that just says, well, if Bernie Sanders was in office, actually, he would be better than Harris and Trump, because Bernie would be giving everyone free cars and everyone would have a free house. Like, what are you going to say about that? Respond to that. If Bernie was in office, everyone would have a free car and a free house, and he would be better than Harris and Trump.
Those aren't Bernie's policies. Bernie's policies are not free car, free house. Bernie's policies are expanding public transportation, our universal health care, child care, expanding access to housing. Right?
Yep,
those policies. I do think
things.
things would be better if he were in office. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So let's have Bernie. Bernie's better than Harris and Trump, and if Bernie was in office, we would be soaring, and we would just be doing so great.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, perfect. You see how dumb that is, though?
No.
It's like people talk in
I don't see how that's
we don't
dumb.
live in a utopia. We do not live in a
You did just
utopia.
get a flag, though, for harassment and bullying. Let's go on the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Junior, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, he had very low comprehension skills. It was very brutal. Brooklyn, thank you so much for the $1. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Oh, that's absolutely crazy, of course. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brooklyn. I'm sorry you had to deal with that. That's crazy. Kirsten, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. And Kate, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much for the ASMR debating. Made my whole day. That's really funny. That's funny. Let's get on to this next individual. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat. If you're on YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. That guy was definitely trying to rage bait. There's no way. There's actually no way. Let's go on to this next individual. Again, everyone, please only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? Can you hear me?
How old are you?
I'm 20.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
If the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I would vote for Trump.
Okay, and what's your birth year?
2006.
And what month?
December.
Okay, and you said you're 20?
No, I'm 19. I'm turning 20 this year.
Then why didn't you say you were 19?
I'm turning 20 this year.
But that's still pretty far from now. That's like 7 months from now, right? That's like 6-7 months from now. I wouldn't call myself 25.
Yo,
how old are you?
I just had a quick question.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. If you have any questions, you can always ask me at the end of the stream. Sometimes I do Q&As at the end of the streams. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Everyone, we are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I am neo-libertarian for Agnes years old.
Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Okay, let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request again if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Okay, let's go to the next individual. Do just give us a quick second, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19 years old.
Do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
What's your birth year?
March 17th, 2006. Or 2007, I meant.
Okay. Alrighty. And why do you support Trump?
Okay, so can we just, before I tell you guys, we just like set like a boundary real quick so we can just be like respectful to each other, like no insulting or anything.
Sure.
Okay, so I support Trump because he aligns more with my beliefs when it comes to like a more right-wing side. Anti-abortion, pro-gun laws, secure borders, and then just some of his foreign policies are like anti-terrorism and stuff.
Okay. So anti-terrorism, you said?
Yeah.
Can you define terrorism?
So with groups like ISIS and things like that.
I didn't hear a definition. Can I hear a definition of terrorism?
Terrorism's a group that, I guess, like you said, would bring terror upon people and like whether it's killing them and just causing harm to people.
So you mean the U.S. government?
No.
Because the U.S. government does that to people around the world. Do you mean ICE? Because ICE does that here domestically.
Right, I definitely agree there's things that ICE do that are not necessarily correct, but
it sounds like then under your definition that you just considered ICE terrorists.
no. Also, I have another question.
Okay.
I've kind of gotten new into politics. What's your opinion on like DEI?
Diversity, equity, inclusion, and accessibility is important for expanding access to opportunities for interviews so that there isn't disenfranchisement specifically within the context of jobs in terms of the interview process. It's not to get people who are unqualified into positions of power. It's to ensure that everyone who is qualified is able to get into these positions and is given the option and the access. And then it's also to expand accessibility for those that don't have that accessibility, such as people who are disabled, for example, right? Like DEIA is very important for people who are disabled to be able to get into public spaces, right? It's very, very important, and it's something that's very, very common to exist within society.
Okay, thank you for your explanation on that.
Okay.
And then, what's your opinion on like? Yeah, I guess like the reason I just explained, like when it comes to, I guess I'm more pro gun law too, if that makes sense.
Like gun control?
Yeah, like I think with the Second Amendment that's very important, and like I think to a certain extent, like that should be in place. Like obviously, when people say we should have the same arms as like the military, I don't think we should have the same as that, but we should definitely be able to express our Second Amendment,
Okay. So how do you feel about MAGA saying it was justified to shoot Alex Preddy because he had a gun that he was concealed carrying legally?
Yeah, that was like that one was hard to see because I know about what happened. I didn't really see the video or anything. Like I know like it was like a bunch of officers were like surrounding him, so
Okay. So you know that a bunch of MAGA said that. So.
Oh, really?
Can you acknowledge that? Do you think that's an issue with the Second Amendment, or what about them trying to go after trans Americans' Second Amendment rights? Or we can point to the fact that that Trump called for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution.
I think that's wrong. I think when it comes to, I don't think violence is the answer. I think when it comes to that, we should just be able to have it. I don't think that means that we should be able to go out and hurt innocent people. Like, I believe that, like, also they should do like more background checks on certain people, and certain people shouldn't be able to have access to like weapons and things.
Do you think that should apply to trans Americans just for being trans?
No, I mean, I think if
Okay.
you are able to, you can express your Second Amendment. I just don't, I think people will sometimes confuse just having Second Amendment rights to like going out and committing violence. Like, I don't agree with that.
Okay, so you must disagree with Donald Trump pardoning violent rioters who beat police officers and calling them patriots?
Yeah, I don't know much about that. I'm sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. I'm bringing up things that like Donald Trump has explicitly done. Like he pardoned violent rioters who beat police officers on January 6th, and he called them patriots. He even created a $1.7 billion, tried to create a $1.7 billion slush fund to give them money for being quote unquote mistreated.
Oh, can I, is it okay if I come back at a different time and do like more research on my matters and stuff?
That's totally fair. Absolutely.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I've gotten new into politics, and I might need to do
Hey,
some more
you're
research,
okay.
but-
That's important to like look into these things and to like want to look into them before you just like claim a bunch of things. So I actually really appreciate that and respect that.
And I appreciate that you're expressing, we might not agree on things, but I appreciate that, that's what this country is all about. Everyone has their own opinions, and we can express it, respectfully. I know there's a lot of people that will like insult and stuff when they, maybe not when there's something they don't agree with, but
I mean, I'll insult in situations in which like I feel like it's justified or makes sense to insult. Like there are a lot of people I talk to that I think it makes sense for me to, but if there's just a typical conversation like this, like you're just like interested about hearing about things and you're trying
Yeah.
to like learn and you just don't know or something, like it's not going to happen in a conversation like that.
yeah, I've definitely. I also just wanted to hear your view on some things because I do want to learn. Like, it's always, I think it's important to know the other side of things, and because people will always have an opinion, but they don't hear the other side. It's always important to take both sides in consideration.
Yeah, I also recommend there's a link tree in the bibliography in my bio. If you scroll down, there's a sources page I have. It was set up by my friend Matt, who's a librarian. I have a bunch of different sources on a lot of the different topics I talk about. So if you want to also take a look into those, there's a bunch of different peer-reviewed articles and research and good information there about a bunch of different social issues and topics that people commonly have questions about as well.
Okay. All right, Parker. I'm gonna try to
Appreciate
learn
you
as
coming
much
up.
as I can and hear from both sides, and I'll be back in the future, whether it's a few weeks or a few months. I'll be back.
All right, I'll see you soon.
Okay. Thank you.
Peace. Let's go to the next person. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, I'm 21, Parker.
Do you support Trump?
Of course I do, partner.
And what's your birth year?
My birth year?
Yeah.
2003.
Okay. And what month?
I was born in May, partner. Just celebrated my birthday last week.
And you're 21?
Yes, sir.
Nice math. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
47.
Do you support Trump?
Yes.
What state do you live in?
Florida.
What time is it?
What does that mean?
What time is it?
Why do you want to know the time?
I'm just curious.
But why?
What time is it right now?
Is it because I have a British accent?
Absolutely it is.
Why is that? Why does that concern you?
Can you answer the question, sir?
It's coming up to 5 p.m.
It's coming up to 5 p.m. Can you name 2 states that border Florida?
Yeah, sure. Georgia and Alabama.
Okay. Interesting. Okay. And then can you name 3 cities within Florida?
Sure. Tampa, Miami, Orlando.
Okay. Name 2 more, and then I'll believe you.
I think I've given you enough.
Just 2 more.
Panama City Beach, Pensacola.
Okay,
New
yeah,
York.
I believe you. Only reason I ask is because about 99.9% of the people who come up on my stream who have British accents are trolling me and don't actually live in the U.S. So why do you support Trump?
Oh, I just think he's done a lot of great things for the African American community.
Such as?
Like, you know, like when he was before he was president and whatnot, in New York, he gave a lot of jobs and whatnot to African Americans in New York, and I guess all
Through what
throughout
policy?
his, I just through his business, and
Oh,
even
no, I'm asking you, like, what do you think he's going to do as president?
oh, what is he going to do as president? Well, I think he does great things for African Americans. I think
Can you name
like
one
he gives
policy?
them jobs. Well, maybe not a policy in particular, but like he even has a black bodyguard.
Okay, so him having a bodyguard that is working for him is not evidence that he is doing what's in benefit to black people in America. Like, I don't think the idea that you employ black Americans is going to mean that you're not racist.
You don't think employing a black person is helping them?
I don't think it means you're not racist. I think Donald Trump is racist. Do you think it's racist to portray black Americans as apes?
Yes.
That's what Donald Trump did.
When?
On his Truth Social. He
Was it
depicted
like-
Michelle and Barack Obama as apes.
Oh, that's terrible. I don't agree with that. I don't think that's very nice. But what about all the things where he helped black people get social housing in New York before he was president?
I'm not familiar with any of these things that he did before president to increase access to housing. I actually am familiar with him not renting to black people in the 1970s and putting C on the applications of non-white individuals to say that they would not rent to them in the first place, and that's why he actually had to then indicate that he is renting to black people within the newspapers in New York at the time.
Yeah, he does. He did rent to black people for sure.
He
then
purposefully didn't rent to them prior. He only did so because he was literally legally forced to.
How do you know he didn't?
Because there was a DOJ investigation and a settlement.
And when people settle, does that always mean that what was alleged is true, or does that often mean that they just want to get out? They don't want to do the whole legal thing?
Well, you do know in this case that it is true because of the fact that there were testers that went in who were white and black and specifically indicated that at the exact same time with the exact same qualifications to get those particular housing places, they told the white people that there were openings and they told the people who were black that there were not openings.
Yeah. Oh. Okay. Well, I didn't know about that. I didn't hear about that. I heard about him like, because so for instance in government right now he has black people who were in his
Okay, I'm just gonna go on to the next. I can't do this anymore. I can't do this anymore. This is rage bait. There's no way, bro. There's no way. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Did you like shit, Parker?
Why do you do this?
I don't know.
I genuinely want to hear your thoughts for a second. Like, why? Like, what's the reasoning?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's go to the next individual. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker. I'm 24.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah, I support Trump.
Election held today. Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
Yeah, I'm voting Donald Trump.
And what's your birth year?
2002.
Okay. Alrighty. Let me thank some people, and then we can move on to our conversation. Dakota,
Okay.
thank you so much for the $25. I'll make sure to do that right now. Thank you so much. Ranting, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They just are. They just are. It's beyond that at this point almost. If you want to support me as always, everyone, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. I would really appreciate it. Alrighty. Why do you support Donald Trump?
I like his policies, and I think he's doing a lot more better than the Biden administration before. I think there was a lot of chaos going on in the country, and like there wasn't a lot of order. And I feel like
Okay.
we've brought a little more. He's brought a little more order and stability to the economy and shit like that.
Really? Can you name one economic metric that is better off since Trump got in office?
Honestly, like feel like the pricing of like food in general and like groceries, like I feel like it's a little cheaper than it was back when Biden. I mean, I think I spent like $2 on a big old thing of eggs today. I think back when Biden was president, this shit was probably like $10. So that's one. I'm gonna say groceries went down in price. I'm gonna say gas was pretty low when he first got in, but it went up because of the war a little bit. But
Okay, well, prices
overall, I
and
think the
inflation have gone
economy's
up.
good.
Grocery prices are more expensive, gas prices are more expensive, electricity prices are more expensive, clothing prices are more expensive, and they're growing in terms of prices at a higher rate than what they were at the end of Biden's administration. We're at 3.8% inflation year over year since Donald Trump has started this war with Iran. So what do you mean you think prices
We didn't
have gone
start this
down?
war with Iran. Israel did.
No, Trump started the war with Iran.
How did we start it?
Trump has acknowledged that he started the war.
How did Trump
He,
himself
with Israel,
ignite a war
decided
in
to
the
do
Middle East?
strikes against Iran.
Yeah, but the fight is between freaking Israel and Iran over Holy Land, over
So then
Mount
why are we
Sinai.
involved?
We shouldn't be, honestly.
Okay, I
It's
mean,
all
I
about
agree we
money.
shouldn't be involved. Now, that's Trump who got us involved and was the one who started the attacks with Israel. So let's just be very clear here. And Margaret, by the way, thank you for the $25 on Venmo. Thank you so much,
Well, I guess
Margaret.
we're like super loyal to Israel, though. At the end of the day, like even the Biden, I feel like if Biden was in office too, he'd be like supporting our Israel as well.
We wouldn't be at war with Iran because again, Donald Trump is willing to follow Israel whenever they ask him to. But Biden was asked by Israel to preemptively strike Hezbollah, right? Because they said that Hezbollah was going to attack the United
Hezbollah?
States.
Isn't Hezbollah the little Russian guy? What are you talking about?
No. So just listen, just listen. So they came to Israel came to Biden and said, "Oh, Hezbollah is going to attack the United States, so we should attack them in response first, so that we preemptively strike them, and we should go to war with them." And Biden's like, "No, we're on your side to defend you, but we're not on your side to go to war for you in offense." Right? That's what he said. And they didn't end up going to war with Hezbollah, and the intelligence was indicated to be wrong.
Okay, but that was a whole different scenario than what we're in right now, right? With Israel and Iran. What do you mean?
Well, I'm just telling you that there have been active circumstances where Biden and Harris have established conditions where they wouldn't follow Israel and do whatever war they want, and they did that under the Biden administration. That was an example of that.
I guess, but dude, I mean, with Israel and Iran fighting the way they are fighting, I feel like Joe Biden would have sent aid to Israel and did the same thing Trump's doing right now. Because honestly, like
Harris
the United States
opposes
is
the
loyal to
war.
Israel at the end of the day over anything else.
Okay, but Harris opposes the war. Harris and Biden, under their administration, disagreed with doing that when it came to Hezbollah. This was literally talked about by Secretary Blinken. About
Why are
how
you
this
talking
happened.
about the little Russian dude? Why do you keep talking about that little Russian?
Okay, are you trolling me? Hezbollah.
No, I don't know what Hezbollah is. What's Hezbollah?
Yeah, it's a group within Lebanon.
Oh, okay. I genuinely didn't know. My fault.
It's okay.
But no, like honestly, I don't know. I think at the end of the day, we're loyal to Israel, and most politicians is backing Israel in anything they do. So Biden or Trump, we'd still be in war, in my opinion.
Okay, you keep repeating that, but I just explained to you that you're wrong. We would not be at war with Iran because they literally oppose offensively starting conflicts.
I guess. Trump's the only one with like the balls like to actually pull the trigger though, and like
Ron,
Yeah,
thank you.
like,
So if he's the only one with the quote-unquote balls to pull the trigger, then you acknowledge that, again, if Democrats were in office, they wouldn't have quote-unquote had the balls to pull the trigger. Therefore, they wouldn't have gone to war,
he would have
right?
sent him money probably. He would have like sent him all our money like from the treasury and like, but maybe not put us in war because they're, I don't know, soft.
I mean, maybe that's possible, but I would say I would probably disagree
Democrats
with
have
that as
stats.
well
They have
because they
something.
still establish that they
end of the
disagree
day.
with the contents. Maybe they would fund the Iron Dome, but they wouldn't agree with funding the offensive war within Iran.
Yeah.
That would be the position, especially because there's a lot of internal backlash within the Democratic Party in holding those positions. So Democrats would actually hold their politicians accountable, right? And would put pressure from within inside the party to not allow that.
Yeah, I don't
On an
know, dude. Obama had us in some shit.
I'm not disputing you there, but I do think that under the Biden administration, we're in a different situation, right? Like they oppose offensively starting conflicts. Now they'll say, "Oh, we can go on offense after we got attacked, and we're going to defensively respond." When it comes to them and their allies, that's what their claims are and whatnot. And I would argue that they, are fucking insane when it comes to those perspectives. I think we're way too military intervened. We shouldn't be funding Israel at all. Right, but we have to acknowledge.
At least we can agree to that.
But we have to acknowledge what their position is for what it is, rather than just misrepresenting them, because we don't like the state of Israel's influence over our politics. That is dishonest to then portray.
What's the deal with that? Why do you think Israel has so much influence over like American politics?
I mean, I don't know like the original cause of it. Like I do think it's because of foreign money being involved, but it's not like they're the only country that has foreign money involved. So it's just broad support established. They had campaigns, probably social campaigns, to jar up support for the state of Israel. I mean, those are probably going to be like the descriptions as to why.
Yeah, I mean, like the APEC funded politicians and like.
Yeah,
I think it all started back when the Federal Reserve was created. At the end of the day, like back when they
No.
sunk the Titanic.
No, that's not when it started.
Do you think an iceberg sunk the Titanic?
What do you think?
I don't think an iceberg sunk the Titanic.
What do you think sunk the Titanic?
I think the people that wanted to start the Federal Reserve sunk the Titanic.
Okay, by doing what?
It's all the bankers that were like against all the high power, like higher ups in the like whatever system back in the day, they were on that ship and they all died with the Titanic. And I think there's a lot of rich, powerful people on that ship.
So the
And I don't
rich,
think they-
powerful people killed their friends?
No, I think who started the Federal Reserve.
You tell me.
Well, the Jews did, didn't they?
Okay, so just saying the Jews started the Federal Reserve tells me exactly all I needed to know about you. You're just an anti-Semitic loser. Okay?
I'm not anti-Semitic.
You absolutely
swear I'm
are.
not.
You just said that. You just said the Federal Reserve was started by the Jews.
Okay, a Jewish, whatever.
Okay, wait. By the
Jewish
way,
people.
let's say a Jewish person started the Federal Reserve. That does not mean then that it was started by the quote-unquote Jews, right? You understand that, right? Like you're generalizing all Jewish people in making that statement, right? And you're pleading into these conspiracies, right? Specifically about Jewish people controlling all aspects of society, especially the central bank, right? You understand those specific
I'm
arguments.
not saying like all aspects of society. I'm talking about the Federal Reserve specifically and like American
the
politics.
Federal Reserve
I'm
is
talking
not
about
only
they control
owned by
the
Jewish
world.
people.
Who owns it?
It's owned by a bunch of different people, right? It's private and public
Like the
oversight.
Rothschilds.
It's private and public oversight.
Yeah. But back to Daddy Trump, like, I think he's doing a good job.
Okay, I think you're trolling. I'm gonna go on to the next person. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. Let's go on to this next individual here. Go link to send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. If you're up on the YouTube, make sure to hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen, everybody. Yeah, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, I'm 19.
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
What's your birth year?
2006.
Okay, and what month?
September.
Okay, and if the election were held today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
I'd vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
He's the Republican candidate, and always support the Republicans.
Okay, why do you always support the Republicans?
That's kind of just how I was raised in a Republican family. I'll always support their policies. It's just what I prefer, you know?
But why?
Why? I think kind of the agendas that the left pushes forward.
Okay, like what agenda?
Like having litter boxes in schools.
No one. Nate, can you name one Democratic representative advocating for litter boxes in schools?
It's something I've heard about. I was homeschooled, but a lot of my friends told me about how they have litter boxes in public schools.
Yeah, I'm asking you. Okay, it sounds like you're trolling. I'm just gonna go to the next person.
No, no, please. I can.
Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We're just looking for debates.
Gotta go.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yeah, how old are you?
47.
And do you support Trump?
Yeah.
Election held today, Harris versus Trump. Who would you rather vote for?
I'd still vote for Trump.
Okay, why do you support Trump?
It's not necessarily just Trump. It's more of a, the Republicans typically seem to have a little more, less government and more power to the people, I guess. So that's why I've always kind of leaned that way.
Okay, so you think that Trump is giving more power to the people?
Yeah, I mean, maybe he hasn't done any exact policies. It just seems like typically, and I'm not saying all Democrats are this way, I'm just saying typically most Democrats prefer to have more government in control of, communities and what people can and can't do. And I'm just a firm believer in, a lot more freedoms. And it just seems like Democrats usually try to have more policies controlling what people can and can't do.
Okay, can you give me any examples?
I honestly didn't really think of any because I wasn't really. I'll be honest with you, Parker. A lot of the reason I actually joined was I just like. I mean, you do a good job debating. You're intelligent. You do a good job. That if we can work on trying to have less division, just because of people vote for who they vote for, or like the quarterback that recently introduced President Trump at some rally or something like that, and he's getting lots of backlash because he supported him. And it's like, we've come such a world now that it's like, dude, I don't even care who you vote for, as long as you're another decent human being and we can try to communicate and try to figure things out. That's what I'd hope you could work with your platform to try to do that, not so much you're wrong, I'm right. You know what I'm saying?
Let me just tell you what's causing more division within our politics. It's Trump and the people that defend his policies. The reason is because he's literally called for the execution of some Democrats because they said to follow the law and to not follow unlawful orders. He said that he's glad that Rob Reiner and Robert Mueller are dead simply because Robert Mueller decided to investigate into him, right? He's literally caused this division in this country. He's caused the hatred. January 6th, where he pardoned the violent rioters who beat police officers and he called them patriots. That's him promoting political violence and violent rhetoric. So I think that the way that we actually address broader needs for unification with our country is by stopping supporting people like Trump who actively divide our politics. I don't think the division is caused by me. I don't think the division is caused by liberals as a whole. I think the division is caused mainly by Donald Trump. Because I do not think that this existed to the same extent prior to Donald Trump.
Okay. Yeah, so, I mean, I guess a question I would have referring to that then, if, let's just say, Vance was president, I mean, would you have the same disdain for him because people support him because he's not a Democrat? Or, like, what is your stance if we didn't have Trump as president? I mean, what would you be advocating or working towards for that unity that you're talking?
Well, Vance is downstream of the MAGA movement, so that the same sort of divisive ideological framework in the first place. So there's plenty of criticisms that exist there because he said himself he would have certified the false leads of electors, right, for Donald Trump on January 6th, which literally would have undermined our Constitution and our democracy, right? So I mean, I can point to countless things that I really do not like about Vance, and I think Vance is very dangerous as well. But I mean, like any typical Republican prior, like do I view Romney in the same way as I view Trump? No, I view them radically different. The people who supported Romney and McCain, I view them radically different than the way that I view the current MAGA movement. Because the current MAGA movement is significantly more radical, significantly more extremist, and is nothing like the Republican Party prior to him. I mean, look at Marco Rubio speak about Trump before he got into a member of his administration. Right? Look at Mitt Romney and what they said about him. Look at what all the Republicans, Pete Hegseth said about him. All the Republicans said about him prior to him having so much power within the Republican Party, where they then have to follow him. Right? Like they criticized him like a liberal. You know what I mean? Like it sounded like us. Like literally, like I watched back a clip of Marco Rubio, J.D. Vance, and Pete Hegseth criticizing him from back then, and it literally sounds like they're liberals.
Right.
Now, and by the way, let me clarify. I'm not saying like I like Mitt Romney's perspectives, or I even like John McCain's all of his perspectives, but I disagreed with them. But I have to acknowledge the country was significantly more unified when they were the ones controlling the Republican Party. When it wasn't Donald Trump, there's a significant distinction in the level of unification we have within our country between those leaders, and they actually seem presidential. Like when I look at those two people, even though I disagree with them radically, they still seem presidential, right?
Yes,
Trump does not seem presidential at all.
You know, I totally agree. I mean, it's like, I obviously, like I said, I support him, but he definitely is a whack. I mean, I'll give you that for sure. It's just, I don't know. I just feel, like I said, it kind of goes back to, and you know, and as I don't do a lot of research, I'm just a busy person. I just work and live my life, so I don't read papers and get into a whole lot of details of things. But it just seems, in general, the ideas. You know, I guess example. You know, I look at California and how much money they spend of their taxpayers' dollars for just all these programs, and they don't seem to make a difference. You know, like the tons of money they spend on homelessness, and it seems to continue to get worse. It doesn't seem like they're accomplishing anything. It's like they're giving handouts, and people are like, oh, well, this is easy. Why should I put effort into things? You know, that's just kind of my take. It just, you know, I grew up very poor, and parents are divorced, welfare, all that kind of stuff. And I worked myself to build the life that I have, and, you know, had no upper hand of anything. I've worked my ass off to get to where I'm at. And so I see people that just, you know, kind of take advantage of these handouts. I'm totally for handouts when people need them. The problem is there's just been so much, it seems like, taking advantage of these systems, and they just continue to grow instead of people actually using the system to benefit themselves and get back on track and better their lives.
So I do think that there have been policies passed here within, and by the way, I have to take a quick restart. So I'm going to say this, and then I have to take a quick restart, and you can come right back. I just got a second flag for harassment and bullying for some reason, so I have to take a quick restart so I don't lose my platform for like a week or anything. But you can come right back. You'll be the first guest right back. I just need it'll take me 10 seconds to hit a restart. I'm just going to say this before I go. So California's policies have been to address it, and I think that there hasn't been enough accountability from like a downward perspective. Like I do think Newsom needs to, or top-down perspective, I think Newsom needs to apply more accountability onto the local and district areas in order to actually uphold the releasing of the funding that has been given by the state of California, because there has been given a lot of funding, and there needs to be more accountability and transparency with all of that funding. I don't dispute you on that. Now, I do think that the policies that exist, right, they are going to be able to do a lot, but it's something that needs to be addressed on a federal scale as well, and something California can't just do alone. Over 30% of the people who are homeless within our state, specifically of California, are coming from out-of-state areas. So it's people specifically not just becoming homeless within California due to the conditions within California, but rather going to California because they know that they'll get better resources, better support, there's better weather, or better other conditions. Maybe they're even bused there specifically by the Republicans within their areas because the Republicans within those areas are not willing to support them and they know they'll get better support within the context of California. So there are countless things specifically that inevitably lead to those conditions, and there have been countless studies that actually demonstrate that in the first place that talk about this, and it's something that we need to address on a federal scale and help California with. It can't just be California alone. Yes, there are problems with addressing the accountability of funding and ensuring that there's transparency with funding, and I think that's something to address. But these issues are downstream of the federal government's inability to address these problems in the first place, which inevitably puts all of the duty to respond to these problems onto Democratic areas that typically will help them more than Republican areas, because the Republican areas honestly just don't give a shit to help people.
And that's kind of a generalization, and maybe I don't know the statistics of Republican versus
I do need to hit
Democrat
restart.
areas.
Sorry. Remind that yourself of that point. I'll be back in literally 10 seconds, and you can just make your point then. I just have to do this for the safety of my platform, so I don't lose it.
Okay.
All right. I'll see you in literally like 15 seconds. All right, everyone, we're going to hit a quick restart here on TikTok. I recommend to go over to the YouTube, Parker Get a Job, and or just come right back here on TikTok. I'll literally be back in 10 seconds. Click the profile picture in the top left. Click a profile picture again, and then refresh, and I'll literally be back in 10 seconds. Make sure to follow as well. We'll be right back. 10 seconds. There we go. We're back. Alrighty. Alrighty. Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. That was just to ensure that we are safe here on TikTok and we don't lose the account. Welcome back, everyone. If you're here on TikTok, make sure to tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. What's up, everyone joining in? If you're on YouTube, again, hit that thumbs up. It helps push it out to more people. For 2,900 people here on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, everybody. Hit that thumbs up. What's up, though, everybody? How's everybody doing joining in? We're currently at 1.3 thousand likes here on the YouTube. Let's try to get to 2,000 likes if we possibly can. I would really appreciate it. Hopefully, everyone's having a good day so far. We're about 2 hours and 45 minutes in the stream already. Dang. Wow. Time is flying by. Holy. Wow. I didn't know we were so far into the stream already. Damn, I feel like it's been like an hour and 30 minutes. By the way, everyone, if anyone here knows who Dave Rubin is, I absolutely brutally destroyed him over on Jubilee. I recommend to go check that out. It's a few minutes long. You can go watch it. It is a clip to watch. I tell you that. It is a clip to watch. It is really brutal. Everyone came up to me at the end and was like, "You did such a great job." I'm really happy with my performance. I did really good. So that was a really funny one. I recommend to go check it out. We're going to get this debate up here in a quick second. I think that they didn't come back. I don't see them in the box. So hopefully they can come right back. We'll give them a quick second. Better than JP? Ooh, I don't know. I think it is a little bit more satisfying than the Jordan Peterson one, because I do think with the Jordan Peterson one, like, honestly, like, I would think that, like, he's more of in, like, a, like, I honestly, the more that I think about it, the more I think that, like, he probably had something, like, mentally going on at that time. I just don't understand how he could have done that. And, like, it's like he can't just answer the question of, like, whether or not he supports, you know, and I'm kind of just, like, running him into that. Whereas with this one, with Dave Rubin, it's, like, clear he just has no clue, and because there's no way to answer this question in support of Trump and to make him look good. So it's just like I think it was a lot more satisfying to do this against Jordan Peterson or not against Jordan, to do this against Dave Rubin rather than Jordan Peterson. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay, they're back. This person's back. Don't worry. Is it on YouTube?
Hey.
Yes, it is. Welcome back. You can make your point. Go ahead.
Yeah. What were we talking? Oh, Republican and Democrat areas for helping homeless and things like that. So yeah, I'm not sure what the numbers exactly are, but again, it's like I'm totally for helping people out that need that help, and I would have no problem, with those programs in any area, whether they're Democrat or Republican. And it's just, I think made a very good point of, I think we really need to figure out some checks and balances so these programs don't get abused, is kind of like the biggest concern of mine with a lot of these programs and just government spending in general, to make sure that, that they're just not wasting our tax dollars. I mean, we work really hard. I have no problem paying my taxes. I just want to ensure that, it's getting the best value. And what can we do to make those kind of things better, I guess?
I mean, I think we agree that we want our money to be used correctly. We want the best bang for our buck. And I think that you get that more with the Democrats because they're focused more on helping working class people, whereas under Trump's administration, he's giving tax breaks to the richest Americans disproportionately. And that's where most of the money's going in his big, beautiful bill. So it's like, why don't we think about where the money's going there? Or like, for example, when he wants to increase the defense budget to $1.5 trillion a year, where's the money going then? Do we have they even passed audits? I think the defense contractors are the ones we definitely need to be looking at, who are NGOs, right? That are making a bunch of money and it's not very transparent, right? I think there's a lot more issues with the defense budget than there is with anything in relation to the Democrat spending and these social programs in order to ensure that people have basic access to things they need. Now, again, any situation where there's like fraud or they're taking money and they're not sending it to the people that actually need it, right? And it's like going to people who don't need it and who are just frauding the system. I think those people should be held accountable. They should be criminally prosecuted and held to the degree of the law. And I don't think that should be stood for at all. I think that takes away from people who are in need, and that is really, really immoral, wrong, and should be illegal. Now, I can say that. I can acknowledge that. And then also simultaneously say that Trump isn't better off at holding fraud accountable. He's pardoned fraudsters, people who have committed fraud, right? If they're close to him, if they are on his good side.
Oh, yeah.
And
I mean,
they're not going after the fraud that is disproportionately more likely within Florida as opposed to California or Minnesota.
Right. Yeah. I mean, and that's the thing. It's like, you see like Minnesota, you just mentioned, we see that, and then it's like, okay, well, that's a mostly Democrat-ran area, and that's where all the fraud was. And then
it's actually not where all the fraud was.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean it just that.
Sorry,
I mean,
can I just clarify one point real quick? I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to say one thing: is that actually Florida has almost 2 times per capita rate of fraud than Minnesota. That's all I wanted to say.
Oh, that's good to know. I'll definitely do some research for that. And and that's the thing. I that's where I'd really like things to go is, people have these open discussions, and it's like, I would have never which, like I said, I don't do a whole lot of just searching on all these different policies and how states are doing and fraud here, fraud there, because I don't get into that. But for the people like you that do, that's where I think hopefully you could use your power, your audience, and try to help control some of these things that are out of control, even in Florida, or any other state where the fraud is that, I don't know. That's just the biggest problem is the fraud. And, I wouldn't have guessed that Florida had a higher per capita number like that. But, that in general, I would, and maybe you agree with me that, well, I think you did earlier, that Democrats typically like to help more and use taxpayer dollars to do that with. And then people see fraud and things like that, and then it makes us go, oh, well, I don't want to vote for a Democrat because they typically like to, give our tax dollars away, and tons of it gets used fraudulently. Why would I want to vote
It's a
for
low
that?
rate of fraud. And also, we're not considering all the spending Republicans do. Right? And this is because Republicans are trying to portray fraud as partisan, which is really frustrating because it's not solely partisan, right? It's not Democrats that are just doing the fraud. It's fraud exists on the funding that that comes downstream of both the funding provided by Republicans and Democrats.
Yeah, and I
so
think
it's something
maybe
that we both need to address. It's one of those like fundamentals in government, where how you need to be able to fulfill like the roads, make sure the roads are drivable,
Yes, yeah.
And you need to make sure
Exactly,
that
and
people have basic access to water. Like these are some of the fundamentals of government, You
Right.
know? So like, I
Yeah,
mean, I think that's true on both sides of the aisle. I think that we need to go after fraud, whether it's Democrats or Republicans. And
Yep.
again, like I want to argue, if we want to play this partisan politics games of who's committing more fraud, it's definitely the Republicans under Trump's rule, right? It's definitely not the Democrats. Like
Right.
I don't think how anyone could define it that way. So if we want to define a partisan side that way, I think that the only way we could do it is Trump, not Democrats.
I just think maybe, we could try to work on some better legislation that would, you know, put more of a light at the end of the tunnel, so to speak. So when somebody gets on any of these programs, that it's like, okay, this is the setup. And, because there's people that go on, let's say, welfare, and they just use it for God knows how long and never get off of it. And in housing programs, what is it, that Section 8 or whatever that people talk about, it's like, I got no problem with those programs. I just want to ensure that we have good checks and balances to quit so much wasteful spending. And I think overall that could make a difference. And to be honest with you, if the Democrats were really making a difference on something like that, I wouldn't be opposed to voting that way. It's just the generalization, like I started to say in the beginning, was that, typically it seems like Democrats are more for the freedoms and not giving away as much tax dollars for benefit programs.
How do you feel about Zoran Mamdani in New York City making Coach, the Commission of Government Efficiency?
I honestly don't know anything about that. What your program you're talking about?
Yeah, it's a government program that he's creating in order to be able to audit the government, ensure that it's more transparent, and go after fraud.
Oh, well, that's interesting. Like I said, I have not heard anything of that, so that's the first thing.
So, I mean, like, so if you do know that Democrats are going against it, sounds like you said you would be willing to vote for them. So, given that you now know that Democrats are willing to go after the fraud and do want to go after the fraud, would you say that would get you to be more likely to say you want to support them?
Possibly.
Okay.
I mean, I'm not, 100%. I mean, obviously, I'd have to do a lot of research before I would change my mind or whatever. But
okay.
But yeah, I mean, if it in general over time, I mean, you go way back to like JFK era. I mean, it seems like you look at some of those candidates back then, and it was kind of just like, oh, either this person or that person. There's a few small differences, and that was it. To where now it just seems like, I don't know, and maybe it's not as extreme as it seems, but it just seems like it's either this side or that side, and it's kind of crazy. And to be honest with you, I mean, part of that's my fault for, I'll be honest, I didn't do as much research about everybody's policies and things like that, just because I didn't take the time to do it. But, maybe if some of that stuff was easier to access and understand, because there's so much crap out there when you search anything, but
okay. Well, is there anything else you'd like to talk about or add?
No, man, I appreciate you talking to me, and I thought that was good conversation, and definitely opened my eyes to a few things for sure. And yeah, man, if there's anything you could try to work on and do to help with, limiting some of these government programs so there's not so much wasteful spending on them, I mean, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, I mean that would be voting for Democrats and advocating for transparency. The
Right.
Biden-Harris administration had the most unprecedented levels of transparency within its policies. If you want to go take a look into the infrastructure bill, you can literally see an interactive map of each different thing that the infrastructure bill funded into. You can see the different transparency within all of the funding that is provided. That's exactly what it's for. So actually, the Biden-Harris administration is the most transparent candidacy you could have advocated for.
Okay, real quick, one last question for you. On the, going back to Biden's last term there, how was that for, like spending? Were they increasing the government spending? Were they decreasing? Because they talk about lowering the deficit, but then they increase something else twofold somewhere else. Like, what was that like? You know, were we spending, and I'm going to just use easy numbers, $1 trillion on all these government programs? Did they increase that to 2 trillion? You know, what
So,
was that like for these
yeah,
programs?
I'll tell you, Joe Biden added $4.3 trillion to the debt overall,
Okay.
2.2 trillion non-COVID related. And then for the Trump administration, it was 8.4 trillion overall, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related. So the non-COVID related debt spending signed into law by Trump exceeds the COVID and non-COVID related debt spending of Biden.
And was that during his first term or both terms, or what's that
That's
for
just
Trump?
comparing Trump's first term to Biden's first term. If we want to add
Okay.
in Trump's second term so far, we would add another 3 to 4 trillion on top of that.
Okay. Well,
Because he's added
I'm
3 to 4 trillion so far.
okay. Well, I'm definitely going to do some research, and I appreciate your time, Parker.
For sure, appreciate you coming up.
Yep. Later.
Let's go on to the next individual. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. We are just looking for debates. We are just looking for debates. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18, everybody. If you want to support me as always, again, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always, everybody. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Okay. Only do send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter, again, above the age of 18. We are just looking for debates, everybody. Please only send a guest request if you're a Trump supporter above the age of 18. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Okay, let's get this next person up here. Again, if you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio, as well as the description of the YouTube, as well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. We have at least another hour or so left on the stream, but I'll probably be on for maybe another hour and a half or so. Kind of depends on whenever Dean hops on, to be honest. Alrighty, do you give it a second for people to join up? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Do you support Trump?
Hello?
Yeah, do you support Trump?
Utah?
Do you support Trump? Andy, are you there?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I do hear you. Andy, what's up? Do you support
Yeah,
Trump?
I'm here. You're cutting out.
Oh.
Yes.
Okay. If the election
I
were held
feel,
today, Harris versus Trump, who would you rather vote for?
You were Harris versus who?
Trump.
Trump? Trump, all the way.
Okay.
Yes.
Why do you support Trump?
Trump and Reagan were the best. Just, it's pretty much common sense, and it seems like the Democrats don't have any anymore. There was a time where it would be okay to be a Democrat, but it seems like nothing you guys do makes any sense, any common sense. It's you want to fund this program and fund that program, and then there's a bunch of corruption, and we're working for our tax dollars, and it seems like. So, like, for example, you were saying that Florida has more fraud per capita than Wisconsin. And what's your
not
proof of
Wisconsin, than Minnesota. We can find that from Forbes, specifically based on
Okay.
fraud reports per capita. There's more than a 2 times higher per capita rate for Florida as compared to Minnesota. And then you said that we have no common sense. Can you give me any examples of which we have no common sense?
Well, it's just, there was it's about age, it's about experience. It's like you and Dean are preaching to the world about what they should believe in. And what are you guys, 24 years old? It's kind of like when you're 18, you tell your parents you want a tattoo. And they say, when you get older, you could get one. Right now, I don't think you should make that decision. Well, then they get one anyway. And that's kind of like you and Dean. You get one anyway. And then when you're 40, you regret it. It's about experience. I could see being a Democrat in the 60s or something like that. But with experience, all I've done is traveled to places like Oregon, California, and they're all Democratic shitholes. They ran down California, they ran down LA, they ran down San Francisco. You know, it's just like, name one Republican city that isn't a shithole.
Okay,
I mean,
is there a way you can turn off the
why
sound?
is it all
Quick, 'cause
Democratic cities are shitholes?
I can't.
They have the highest rate of homelessness. That's experience.
respond?
I've seen it with my own eyes. Every city that's run by Democrats is a shithole.
Okay.
So
can you
can't
name
even
one
name
big?
one
Can you
city.
name one big and good Republican city?
Yeah, Salt Lake City.
Salt Lake City.
You
Isn't
ever
Salt Lake
been
City
there?
blue?
Yes.
Okay, so can you give me a city that's
Not
red?
really. St. George, Utah.
St. George, Utah?
Yes.
Okay, what's good about that area?
People help each other out. They're friendly. You know?
Okay, I could
It's
say
way
that's true in
different
all the
than
Democratic
your
areas.
typical. San Francisco's real friendly. They help each other out.
Yeah, actually
It's
proportionally
cheaper
more
to
than the
live
Republican
in San
areas.
Francisco.
Actually, in the Republican areas, they
where's
provide
it
less
cheaper
social
to-
services than in the Democratic states such as California.
Where's it cheaper to live? San Francisco or Salt Lake City?
It's probably cheaper in Salt Lake City because there's significantly less people that live in Salt Lake City and significantly less people that want to live in Salt Lake City. Plus, Salt Lake City isn't a larger area than San Francisco.
Probably.
Yeah, there's
But-
also less opportunities in
See, that's what you- that's what-
Salt Lake City as well, comparative to San Francisco. Like there's
Okay,
significantly more
what's
jobs
the-
in San Francisco, higher paying as well. The economy is significantly better off. The
Okay,
GDP per
what's
capita is better off.
What's an unemployment rate? What's an unemployment rate in San Francisco versus Salt Lake City?
I'll look it up. The unemployment rate is higher since Trump got in office. I just want to let you know, by the way.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm almost there. Give me one quick second. It looks like they're the same. Actually, it's it's actually lower by 0.2% within San Francisco. It's 3.7% in San Francisco, and it's 3.9% within Salt Lake City.
Okay, because Salt Lake City's more rural, so you know, and it's more. What's the average age of Salt Lake versus San Francisco?
This is the unemployment. That's not as relative, because unemployment's people looking for jobs, not just labor force participation rate. Yeah, it's literally lower in San Francisco than in Salt Lake City. So wait, what's better about Salt Lake City?
It's just lower cost, no regulations, no. Where do you live? You live in California?
Yeah, I live in Los Angeles.
Do you? Okay, I'm from Palm Springs. Okay, I've born and raised in California my whole life.
I was born and raised
We're
in
paying
Iowa
about
and then moved to
$1.50
California in
cheaper
2014.
over here on gas than you are. Okay, we're paying $1.50 cheaper on gas over here. Every state is about $1.50 cheaper than you guys.
Okay, and
Because you got that Green New Deal, you know.
okay, and you know that Trump
You got
had
that
caused prices of gas
additive
to go
the
up.
Fuel costs money. Yes, he has, but he also brought them down when he first came in office.
No, he didn't. What
So
policies did he pass
brought
to bring them
down
down?
when he first came. He didn't pass anything. He just told people to drill.
He just told people to
You
drill
know,
is not a policy he
It's called
passed.
supply and demand. He didn't have to. He encouraged people to drill. He got rid of permits and everything else.
Yet getting rid of permits would then reduce how much they can produce.
Right.
So if he got
So
rid of
you could
permits, that means he
bring
reduced how
oil
much they can
down.
produce.
Right. Because he wanted more.
If he reduced how much they produce,
called
that
s-
means that he would get
you
less.
He opened up the land, whatever Biden had blocked for drilling. He
What
opened up
area
more
did he
land to
allow for
drill.
drilling in that Biden did not allow for drilling in?
Alaska.
Yeah, so you want to go into the areas within Alaska in which have protected natural reserves, and you want to go and gut all of those natural reserves that we have within Alaska.
Yes.
Even with the fact that there are huge environmental negative impacts from that in the first place, which is why we prevented
When
that
we're-
in the first place from happening.
when-
It would be detrimental to the wildlife within the area, the
It's
ecosystem.
because we're fracking and it's a lot safer than it was in the 40s.
I don't think this is fracking, right? Isn't this for isn't this not fracking? Isn't this specifically oil?
This is for
drilling?
fracking. This is for fracking. It's way safer than
Isn't it for oil drilling?
No, it's for fracking.
Fracking is for natural gas.
Yes.
Yeah, this is for oil.
Fracking for oil too. You know, you just have when you get older, you're going to experience what happens, and you're going to look back and say, "Oh, I used to live in LA. What a shithole it was. It used to be nice when I was 20."
I
but it's
think
a
that you've had a
shithole
lot of
when it's
experience being wrong. Is really what your experience has provided you. Not
it goes
actually
on- it
helped you
goes
being
on
right.
and
It's
on and
helped you
on.
be more wrong, apparently.
It goes on and on and on. I was a Democrat back then.
Sir, you just saying you have more experience than me or you're older than me is not an argument. Let me ask you a question. Are you older than Biden?
No.
Okay, so do you listen to
Was
Biden
he-
because he's
was his age a
Democratic?
factor?
He's Democratic
Was
and
his
he's older
age a
than
factor?
you. So you'll be Democratic like him when you get older, when you get more experience. You just don't have enough experience yet at your young age of how old again?
How let's talk about Biden. How good was he? He was awful. Worst president we ever had.
Okay, so you don't
And I have
trust the guy that's older than you.
experience.
So again, you don't listen to the person who's way older than you just because they're older than you, right? Just because they have more experience than you, right?
Yeah, if it makes sense. He couldn't even spit out a word, let alone fall asleep on stage.
That's actually
You know,
Trump who's
come
fell
on.
asleep.
Oh, come on. Maybe he dozed off.
A few
Who-
times.
who's
He's
been
dozied on, actually dozied on. What can I say?
Who worked harder, Trump or Biden? Biden took a
Biden.
nap every 5 minutes.
Nope. Biden actually worked harder. There's more videos of Trump falling asleep than
Where
there
are
is
you getting
Biden.
your-
And
where
also,
are you getting
Biden got
your
more
information?
bipartisan legislation passed: the Bipartisan Infrastructure Bill, the Chips and Science Act, the PACT Act. There was the Inflation Reduction Act, the American Rescue Plan, the Bipartisan Safer Communities Act, the Violence Against Women Act. All of these things are Biden helped get done under his administration.
How's that No Child Left Behind doing right now? How's
Apparently,
that
it
doing?
impacted you badly, huh?
No, it took my tax dollars. What the hell's that good for? All you guys do is pass bills.
It would have
and
helped
we,
you.
we pay. You start paying the taxes someday, and
So
you'll
by the way,
find
I
out.
do just want to clarify that wasn't even a Democratic policy. You know who that was passed under?
Obama.
Nope. That was passed under Bush, my
Who?
guy.
Oh, okay. I didn't like Bush. Did you like Reagan?
No.
Yeah, this seems like the best presidents the Democrats hate the worst. You hate Reagan and Trump and Lincoln.
Oh, what do you think?
Democrats
What
hate
do you think
Lincoln.
Reagan thought about immigration? You know, he did mass amnesty, right?
I don't even know what amnesty is.
Yeah, he gave a bunch of visas, work visas, to people so that they can come to our country, and he gave amnesty to a bunch of people. He said that he actually said that there should be more legal immigration. He actually preferred that the border should be more opened. Actually, is what he said.
Exactly. Because at that time, both parties were wanting to be the good guy. See? So they were, at that time, both parties wanted immigration over here because people would vote for them. The only reason
Reagan is the reason. Reagan, that's one of the good policies Reagan advocated for, by the way. Reagan is overwhelmingly bad because he decided to put in place trickle-down economic policy that has destroyed the growth of the middle class within this country, economically speaking. Okay? Which are things that we need to address, and Democrats are the only ones willing to address in terms of economic inequality. Okay, Donald Trump has caused more economic inequality by promoting even more trickle-down economic policy that disproportionately helps the rich at the expense of the poor within this country. I promise you, your taxes are higher now because of Donald Trump and because of trickle-down economic policy than it would have been if we kept that progressive economic tax structure to the same extent.
Well, you guys never oppose taxes. You're always for them.
No, we oppose taxes all the time. Like, we oppose
No.
regressive taxes. Does that make sense?
Okay.
We support progressive
Okay.
taxes. We oppose regressive taxes because regressive taxes disproportionately help out people in need who are working class and trying to put food on their table for their families. These are the people we should be helping, not the people that we should be taxing.
Thing is, you guys come up with all these Green New Deals and all that. How's that working out?
Well, the Inflation Reduction Act was the largest investment in renewable energy ever. It was deficit reducing, and it would have built up manufacturing in this country relating to energy production, which would make us more energy independent. So that should be a good thing under your view, but you don't acknowledge it as a good thing because you don't believe in science. That climate change is caused by humans, that it's an existential threat that we need to address for human survival. The Earth is going to be fine either way, but we might not be.
You've been saying that since the 40s.
I wasn't alive in the 40s, sir.
Oh, I know. So you don't have experience to see all
Were
this
you
shit
alive in the
hasn't come
40s, sir?
through. I was alive in the 60s.
So you weren't
And
even,
they've
so you
been
don't have
saying
the
it
so you
since
don't have
then.
the experience
They-
because you weren't alive in the 40s, and Joe
No,
Biden
I
has
have
been
ex-
here, been around longer than you have. Since Joe Biden's
I've-
been around longer than you have, you should listen to Joe Biden.
No, I've been I've been around since the 60s. My dad.
Yeah, Joe
my
Biden's been around
father-
longer than you, so how
my,
about you
my
listen to Joe
father,
Biden?
who has common sense, has been around since the 40s, and they've been telling him the same thing since he was a kid.
Yeah, so again, listen to Joe Biden because Joe Biden's older.
He's delusional.
Okay, so maybe I could say the same thing about you, right?
No.
I would. So why not?
I guarantee you by the time you're in your 50s, you'll change parties. You'll see what a shithole it's going through. They've already proved climate change is a fake narrative.
No, they haven't. Who proved that?
Yes. The NASA just said that.
Nope, NASA did not say that.
Or the weather whatever it's called. I don't
No.
know what it's called.
You mean NOAA that was defunded under Trump?
Oh, yeah.
Yep. The National Weather Service that was defunded under Trump? You mean that?
No.
Or NASA that was also defunded under
said
Trump.
it?
So explain to me. Can you explain
Okay.
to me when did they indicate that at all? Because that's not anything that's ever been said by them.
Well, keep believing it. Keep believing it. Keep pouring money into it. A lot of good it's gotten us so far, hasn't it?
Well, you said that it was proven false.
How many
I'm asking you
billions of
what
dollars
source.
have we poured?
How many billions have we poured into
Common
wars
sense.
that we've gotten nothing
That's
out
why.
of?
What have we gotten out of climate change? Pouring money into it. What have we gotten out of it?
We've developed renewable energy to a significantly greater extent. We've made it significantly more prevalent. We've created the very conditions of infrastructure needed in order to be able to make that transition over the long term. We've increased technological advancement within the sector.
We've developed more efficient cars, right?
Yeah, that's true. More
So-
efficient
but
batteries.
when
We've
the-
developed more efficient
Wouldn't-
renewable energy
wouldn't-
production.
Wouldn't all of that happen naturally if we didn't fund billions of dollars into another one, a Democratic project?
It would take significantly longer for that to happen. So we're expediting the process of that.
That's what you're going to learn. People do what they have to do to make things better.
Okay,
You know,
yeah,
I mean,
and that's
if
what we're doing. That's what we're doing because you don't believe in science, because you're unwilling to acknowledge the facts of reality, and you believe things based upon whatever makes you feel good. We have to be the ones to stand up for our society, to stand up for our environment, to stand up for everyone so that we're not disenfranchised by corporations, right? And instead we're doing what's best for the average person.
we would have invented Uber during horse and buggy days if there was a need for it.
What are you saying?
Saying if there was a demand for Uber, we would have invented that and somebody would have picked you up in a buggy.
Okay. What's your point? I don't know why you just randomly said that.
I feel that you're going to change your mind in about 20 years. 'Cause
I
you're
feel
gonna-
that you're going to
see
change your mind in
you're gonna-
20 years.
You're going to see your town of LA just turn to a shithole.
Yeah,
which it
you've
already
seen your
is.
country turn to shit under Trump, and you still support him. Real GDP growth is worse. Real median wage growth is worse. Unemployment's worse. Job growth is worse. Real manufacturing investment is worse under the Trump administration, and yet you're still clapping him on.
Were your parents liberal?
I grew up in a conservative Christian household.
And
I actually was a Trump supporter in high school. And you want to know what happened? I became educated.
Oh, you're highly intelligent. I know that, but why don't you go up against somebody like Mark Levin?
Meaning debate?
Yeah,
If they would want to debate me, I'll debate them.
I'll arrange it.
Okay. When's that happening?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Do you know who Dave Rubin
But-
is?
Yeah,
Do you like him?
I've heard him. I haven't listened to him.
Okay. Well, I destroyed him on Jubilee, and that will release today. Do you know Charlie Kirk?
Well, yep.
I destroyed
saw
him on
that
Jubilee.
one. I don't think you destroyed him.
I did. Name one point you
No,
think
you
he beat me
didn't.
on.
I don't recall the debate, but as far as what the topic was, but what was the topic?
We debated on a bunch of different topics.
Okay, well, on what topic did you destroy him?
Every single one.
Name one.
Okay. Abortion. I destroyed him on politics. I destroyed him on his views on trans people. I destroyed him on Christianity. I destroyed him on everything.
Well, you can have all the abortions you want. You don't have the freedom not to have abortion.
In some states, people are having restricted access to abortion because Donald Trump put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
Well, if you want an abortion, get a girl pregnant and have an abortion. You talk about
What?
You
I'm
talk
not saying
about,
I want an abortion. I'm saying people should have the legal right to get access to an abortion.
That should be between you and your girlfriend. Now the thing is,
okay,
why
yeah,
do you-
so then you disagree with Trump, right?
if they want to have an abortion, they can. I disagree with them. If they want to have an abortion, they can.
Okay, well then you disagree with Donald Trump
I don't
trying
think
to
it's a
restrict
good
legal
thing.
access to abortion, right?
No, I agree with you on that. But the thing is it seems like all your side does is bomb abortion clinics and this and that. And
What you said, I'm bombing abortion clinics?
I'm
What?
sorry. I'm sorry. All you do is defend abortion clinics and everything else. It's like,
yeah, like the legal right to get access to abortion should exist. Yeah.
yeah, but the thing is you guys act as if it's a good thing. Destroying a life is a good thing.
It's a good thing to be able to have legal access to abortion.
And you put a ton of your time into it.
I mean, you're putting our time into it right now by deciding to bring it up.
Well, you guys
I actually talk about it in response to other people. Like in most instances.
I think everybody should have access to abortion.
Okay, I agree too.
But
now if you want that to actually be the case, then you should disagree with Trump because he put people in the Supreme Court with the explicit reason of overturning Roe versus Wade.
I don't believe that.
He did that.
Well, he put them there just to turn it over.
Yeah, just to overturn Roe versus Wade. Yeah, he said that within the debates against Hillary.
So.
And then he bragged about it after he did it.
You think all drugs should be legal?
Not every single one, but a lot of them should be. Like W drug, absolutely.
What's W drug?
It's the one that's legal here in California. You can't say any of the specific DRUG names. In specific, it's TikTok TOS. So that's the reason I'm referring to it this way. It's the substance that is legal in California. It's legal in Canada now.
Yeah.
Have you ever gardened before?
Huh?
Have you ever gardened before?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so do you think it should be legal?
It doesn't matter to me. I think it could be. Yeah, it should be. But I'm from California originally anyway.
Okay, so that I would argue with that. I would agree with that. That's what Democrats advocated for, is federal legalization. Trump doesn't agree with federal legalization. He changed the rescheduling of it, which is better than what it existed prior as, but it's not good because he should be making it legal federally. Because no one in this country should go to jail for that. It's ridiculous to me. And for that, give me 1 second. I'm back.
I think it should be just like alcohol.
Yeah. Yeah.
And keep the politics out of it. Now,
I agree.
If you want to it's like if you want to raise your child in a bar, and you think there's nothing wrong with it, fine. But if you think your child should grow up in a bar, that's a different perspective.
No one's talking about raising children in any specific way. We're talking about whether there should be legal access to it, and whether it should be illegal or not.
Do you think there'd be more? Do you think there'd be more I don't know how to say it without saying it, but you think
Gardening?
there would be more, no, well, no, if it was federally legal, do you think more people would be hooked on it?
I think it's possible, but I do think that they would have more help with it to be able to prevent themselves from doing that as well. Inevitably speaking, like we will exist in a society where, sure, there might be more
See,
people that could
so
possibly like think about it this way. Do you think that banning alcohol would be a good way of addressing it?
no,
No,
I don't think it
but do you think
banning
more
alcohol. They
people?
tried that during Prohibition.
But do you think more people are going to be alcoholics if you do have legal alcohol?
That's a good question. I think it's a part of your DNA. It's your structure. So you take a person that's never say drank alcohol before, and he has that in his DNA. By him always being around it, I think he's going to have a drinking problem.
Yeah, but the point that I'm making is that, like, yes, you might agree that, like, the legal access to it might lead to circumstances where there are more people that have this, but in itself, it makes more sense to have legal access because making it illegal makes the conditions for those situations worse for people, not better.
Right. It brings a lot of corruption.
Yeah, and then
Just like,
also it provides the conditions to help people who are in situations where they're dealing with alcoholism, right? Because if it was criminalized, it might be harder for us to help people who are dealing with alcoholism. Now, the same thing can be true for situations relating to M drug, and I just want to be clear, right? Those situations aren't anywhere near the same degree as what exists for alcohol. Like, let's just be honest. Being addicted to W drug is nowhere near as harmful as being addicted to alcohol.
right.
Can we agree on that?
I agree. I
Well, because
agree.
I'm literally dealing with that right now, and I know it's nowhere near the same impact. So the point that I would make is that, like, you can have, like, this idea that, like, yes, there might be more circumstances where more people might inevitably get into those circumstances, but I mean, I don't know how making it illegal will be a better option or preferable.
I agree. I agree that by making it legal, you take a lot of the corruption out. People trying to smuggle it into the United States, all this and that.
Wait, let's talk about smuggling stuff into the United States. Did you know
don't
that
have
Donald
that
Trump
problem.
Wait, hold up. Do you know that Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country?
No, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
Yep.
But what I'm saying is, if sea drug was legal here, that would get rid of the corruption, right?
Wait, say that one more time?
I'm a farmer. You could grow anything in California. I said, I'm a farmer. You could grow anything in California. So by legalizing that, that would bring down the demand for it. So if the sea drug was legal in California, then it would be to each his own.
I don't think
If
we
I had a
made
kid
a claim that sea
and
drug would be
the
legal. That's
sea
not even the
drug
claim
was
we're talking
legal
about right
in
now.
California.
Appreciate the money gun. Here. You know what? I think that this conversation might be
No,
a
I
little
know,
bit
but
too hard to have on the stream because I think inevitably we're just going to violate 2S. So I recommend that let's just try to find a different topic to talk about right now because I think inevitably it's just going to lead to me having to kick you because TikTok TOS will be violated. I don't know how we could get through the entire conversation doing this the whole time.
okay, all of my point was all the Democrat towns have gone to hell. That's my experience over the last 60 years. Once was one of the greatest cities in the world was San Francisco. It's gone to shit. Portland, Oregon, it's gone to shit. It was once the most beautiful place on earth. Now there's feces on the sidewalk and homelessness everywhere.
Okay,
So
I don't think
you
that's
will
due to liberal
experience
policies.
that.
Okay, so
That
can you explain to me?
Democratic.
How about this? Can I ask you a question? What are Republicans saying they will do to be able to address the economic needs for the average person to a greater extent?
Well, first of all, we're trying to lower taxes, but you guys are against that. So,
What is
I don't
lowering
know who
taxes going
would
to
be
do for a
against
homeless
lowering
person?
taxes. Huh?
What is lowering taxes going
What's
to
it
do
do
for someone
a
who's
homeless
homeless?
person?
Yes.
Maybe there's a lot. Well, first of all, it's not homelessness, it's drug addiction. Okay? We have a lot of drug addiction facilities that we pay taxes on. So lowering taxes is not going is might help the person go out and get a job and quit doing drugs.
Nope.
You see?
Nope. Lowering taxes will not get people to go get a job and to stop doing DRUGS. That just makes no sense. It's not going to stop addiction to get rid of taxes. Like, what? I'm sorry, that's the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard. Wouldn't, like, addiction services to help out with situations like that be better at reducing it? That would require tax revenue, increased taxes to be able to fund those programs. So I don't understand how you're going to ensure that this is actually something addressed unless you have some sort of program to help people. The issue is Republicans have no programs. So, like, all these issues that Republicans constantly complain about, they provide no solutions for.
Your party's theory is your party's theory is to throw more money toward the leering centers and more excuses for fraud and everything else. Get a fucking job. That's all.
Okay, so I think that we're
And get
advocating
off
for
drugs.
infrastructure policies, and we're advocating for jobs programs, for getting people jobs to a greater extent, and we're not advocating for NGOs frauding out our systems. We want to go after fraud. That's why we don't want Donald Trump in the position of presidency.
There's plenty of jobs out there.
There's actually less jobs under Trump. Job growth has declined since Trump got in office because of his tariff policies and his war with Iran.
Okay. And plus your AI too.
I'm AI?
Which is plus AI.
Okay. And what is Trump doing to increase job access? What is he doing to be able to provide more jobs for Americans?
I think he's got his hands full right now. And if your side would just leave the guy alone and let him be a president, you'll find out how good a president he is.
No, we've just seen him do worse. We've seen him literally do everything to undermine this country to make it worse.
You guys were after him the day he came down the stairs. You've had TDS since then.
I used to be a Trump supporter. I was a Trump supporter in high school. So back then, I was a Trump supporter, genius. I don't know why you would say that to me after I told you that earlier.
You weren't enough to vote back then.
So, I still was a Trump supporter. You said that I was against him from the very beginning. I wasn't. I was actually for him in the very beginning.
Your party was.
I'm not. I wasn't a part of the party at the time. I was a Republican at the time. So you can't brand me that way, right? Because actually, ironically, I actually wasn't. And now, secondly, you're the one with TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, because there's nothing that Donald Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting the guy.
Oh, there is.
There isn't.
There's a ton of things.
Okay, name one thing.
There's a ton of things. Name one thing. Okay, let me think. Raise taxes.
Okay, he imposed tariffs. That's raising taxes. Tariffs are taxes.
On other countries.
Therefore, you don't support them, right?
Countries.
No, they're paid by consumers mostly. According to the Kiel Institute, most of the tariffs are paid by American consumers. A Federal Reserve report came out recently and said that we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, or around the 2% rate, a percent of inflation, if Donald Trump never imposed the tariffs in the very first place. So yes, tariffs are paid by American consumers. They're not paid by foreign countries.
I grew grapes in Central California. and they'd bottle our grapes, make wine out of it, and export it off to France. Okay, France tariffed the hell out of it, and so when I had a good bottle of wine sitting on the shelf versus a French wine that never got tariffed, nobody bought my wine. So everybody else could tariff the hell out of us, but we can't tariff anybody else?
So now you're advocating to increase taxes after saying if Donald Trump increased taxes, you wouldn't support him if he did that. This is why I say that you have TDS, Trump devotion syndrome, because the very thing that you just provided as a reason as to why you wouldn't support Trump is actually something that you just defended literally 20 seconds later after hearing now Trump supports this.
Because we tariff other countries as well as they've been doing for the last 60 years.
And sir, I think you're not selling the bottles because you drank them.
They've been tariffing us for the last 50 years. Why don't we get a piece of the pie to help our GDP go down and everything else, our budget go down for all the money you guys are spending on this program and that program and this program and helping this guy and helping that guy and all the fraud that the Somalians are taking and abolish ICE? What's wrong with ICE? Tell me what's wrong with ICE. What's wrong with ICE?
Well, let's talk about tax revenue first, and then we can move on to ICE. So you said it's actually a good thing because we're bringing in tax revenue. So now you have a Trump supporter arguing that taxes are good, increasing taxes are good because they'll bring in tax revenue after he just said he wouldn't support Trump if he advocated to increase taxes because you think it will bring down the deficit. Did you know Trump added to the deficit to a greater extent than the Biden? Let me please finish. Trump added over $4 trillion more of debt-related spending to the debt comparative to the Biden-Harris administration, right? In his first term alone, he has added more than $2 trillion a year of debt-related spending with every single year we take into consideration, all around almost 6 years of his presidency so far. Over $2 trillion per year. This guy is wasting our money. He represents 27% of our entire federal debt. Okay, it is not Somali Americans that are corrupting this country, that are reducing our ability to be able to pay for these things and adding debt to our systems and relying upon our tax programs and whatever. It's actually Donald Trump and his cronies, his corporate cronies, his defense contractors that he's supporting that are causing us to go into the massive levels of debt that we're going into, are corrupting our nation and are leading to fraud happening to a greater extent. Not Somali Americans. That's fear-mongering propaganda.
Well, if you do all this research and investigation, why is Nick Shirley the most popular right now? Because he found out about fraud. You dislike Nick Shirley because he found out about where your tax dollars are going. I mean, that it's insane. Somebody finds out that we're getting ripped off, and you support the opposite. You hate them. You know, that's absurd. You hate somebody finding out where our tax dollars are being spent. That's absurd. That's how emotional you are to the Democratic Party. You know, I mean, that should be a good thing. But for a working person, that should be a good thing. That somebody that pays your taxes and then somebody finds out where it's going and what kind of fraud's being abused, that should be a great thing. But you Democrats don't like Nick Shirley because he found out your game. That's embarrassing. That you guys don't give a shit that a guy found out where our money's going. That should be embarrassing.
Okay, so Nick Shirley is not someone who we hate because he found fraud. We don't like Nick Shirley because he's trying to create fear-mongering and propaganda about Democrats and not actually trying to go after fraud in the first place. If he cared
No,
about
he's
going after
not.
fraud,
No,
he would go
he
after
never
the
said
states that have the
anything.
highest proportional level of fraud in the country, not Minnesota or
No,
California. Minnesota and California do not have the highest per capita rates of fraud. Florida has more than a 2 times higher rate of fraud than Minnesota. So what he actually did was he led to more commotion happening within Minnesota, which then led to the deaths of Alex Preddy, Renee Good, and plenty of others, right, in the context of Minnesota, because of his mass campaign surrounding this, which didn't even lead to more arrests or investigations to actually a greater extent, because they were already happening. We want to investigate fraud. We want to go after fraud. We have no issue with that. It's that Shirley is not doing that. He has no clue what he's talking about, and he's actually running away from debating me.
Because it's that Omar, right? Because Omar's a part of this whole deal too. That's
no, I don't
why
know how
you're
Ilhan Omar
defending
has to do with this.
How'd she go from 100,000 a year to 60 million in a year? Explain that to me.
That didn't happen.
Yes, it did.
No, it didn't.
It was on her tax returns.
No, it wasn't.
It was on her and her husband's tax returns.
No, it wasn't. Ilhan Omar does not have $60 million.
She did. Now
no, she didn't.
She went from 150,000 a year to like 60 million on her tax returns.
No, she didn't.
So now she's claiming this year she makes 150,000 a year. You tell me how it went from that to that to that.
Okay, where did she get 60 million?
From her husband's business. They put it into their husband's business. Now her husband's
so
business,
her husband has 2 businesses, which is a winery in Santa Rosa, and then a venture capital firm within Washington D.C., which are not 60 million, by the way, not even close. Okay.
How'd they afford a winery off of her and her brother, who was her husband, finances off 150,000 a year? How did her and her brother's income afford a winery? You tell me.
It's her husband
You mean
this
her
money.
brother?
Her and her husband
her brother-
had different economic whereabouts. So, like, let's just be clear here, right? He had the money
it
because he
wasn't
has
her
2 businesses, from his
it
winery
wasn't-
and from his venture capital
wasn't-
firm.
It wasn't her brother. That was her husband.
This has
It
nothing to
was
do
a
with Ilhan
different
Omar.
husband?
This is literally her husband's businesses.
Not her brother's husband. Her husband, that's her brother. It's her other husband, huh?
Okay, you're making
Who
up
marries
bullshit.
her- who ma-
You're
who
making
ma-
up
who
bullshit. You just
marries
said that
the-
she was married to her brother.
Who
No, she
marries
wasn't.
her brother? Who
That did not
marries her
happen.
brother?
That did not happen. You just made that up because you're a
It did
racist
too.
piece of shit.
I'm not
Yeah.
a racist.
Yes,
piece
you
of
are.
shit.
If you're gonna say
I
that
don't
she's
care
married
what
to her
color-
brother, that's
I
bullshit.
don't care if they're.
That's bullshit.
You don't even know what color I am. You don't
Wait,
even know
that
what
doesn't.
color
I don't care. That doesn't matter. You just perpetuated a racist bullshit lie. By the way, this is her husband. This is her and her husband. You think this is her brother?
You're a typical liberal.
Is
that
this her
assumes
brother?
Anybody
Is this her
disagrees with
brother?
you is white.
Is this her brother?
You're a typical.
Is this her brother?
Using the racism term.
Yeah, buddy. Is this her brother?
No, this after she divorced her brother. She
Oh,
married
okay.
this
So
guy.
when was she married to her brother? Tell me. What's her brother's name?
I don't know his name.
Okay, yeah. She was never married to her
Check
brother.
her-
You made that up.
Tell them their marriage.
She has not
check
been
their
married
ma-
to her brother.
check their
You have made
marriage
that up.
certificate. Check their marriage certificate.
You tell me. Give me a source.
Their
What's your
marriage
source?
certificate. Their marriage certificate.
Yeah, tell me. What's your source? I know you're just projecting because
marriage
you were married to your
certificate,
cousin
isn't
and or sister,
isn't-
but I'm
isn't
asking you
that-
for any
isn't
actual
that-
source.
Isn't a marriage certificate source enough?
There is no marriage certificate that indicates that she married her brother.
Yes, she did.
Provide a source.
Her marriage certificate.
Where?
I don't know where they keep it, but her marriage certificate. She
Nope,
married
her marriage
brother-
certificate does not indicate that she was married to her brother.
Her mother.
Where did you
She's
see that?
married
Where's your source?
She married her brother to get into this country, and it was
Nope. What's the source?
documented on. It was
What's the source?
documented her marriage certificate. I don't
What's
know
the
what more
source? No, that
source
there's
you
no.
need.
That's not a source. What's the source?
Why isn't a marriage certificate saying that you're
There
married
is no
to
marriage
somebody
certificate
a
saying
source?
that. She
There is
came into
too.
she became a citizen after seeking asylum from Somalia. Did you know that?
Yes, and she married her brother.
No, she didn't. That's a completely made up lie.
No, it isn't.
Okay, you cannot provide a single source, bro.
I'll-
There's
I'll
literally
get her
nothing that
marriage- I'll
justifies
get the
that. You can look
marriage-
it up.
I'll get
Look
the
it up
mar-
right now. You will find nothing. Okay,
I'll get the
there's
marriage
PolitiFact
certificate.
fact checking this. There is Times Now fact checking this. There's just Factually.co fact checking this. There's absolutely no evidence at all that she was married to her brother.
I'll get the marriage certificate.
Go
for you.
ahead. Go find it.
I can't right now, but
Because did you know that
Anyway.
you married your sister? It's according to your own marriage certificate. You married your own sister. Why did you marry your sister, bro? That's
show
really
me
weird.
the certificate. I'll show you.
It is
the
on your marriage certificate. You are married to your sister.
I'll call you back and I'll marry you. I'll call
What?
call you back. I'll call you back and I'll show it to you.
No, you literally, can you admit that you are married to your sister?
Okay.
Andy, why'd you marry
whatever.
your sister?
It's what you believe.
Yeah, why did you marry your sister, Andy?
So that's what I believe.
Yeah, everyone put some pressure on Andy. Andy, why'd you marry your sister?
I married her because she's got the same in common with me. You hear wedding bells, don't you, Parker? Let's talk about abolishing ICE.
Wait, sir, what? Are you actually married to your sister?
It's what you think.
Why would you say
Well, it's
that? Why would you say that?
It's
Like,
what you
dude,
think.
Dude, I have sisters. I can't imagine making a fucking joke like that. That's nuts. That is nuts, dude. You are
Well,
unhinged.
I'll show you the marriage certificate.
Yeah,
and
between
I'll
you
prove
and your
it to you.
sister?
No. You know who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
I'll
Oh, so
prove
you
it
and
to
your
prove it to you.
cousin.
I'll prove it to you.
Yeah, prove it to me. Prove it to me that you married your cousin.
No, I'll prove it to you that Omar married her brother. There
Okay,
is
go find
proof.
your source, buddy. I'm waiting.
Why would MAGA
Andy,
make
Andy,
make
we're
it
waiting
up?
for your source.
Why would MAGA make it up? Why would MAGA make it up?
Because you guys make
Why
up
would MAGA
so many
make it up?
things. You guys make things up all the time.
We do, huh?
Yes.
No, we see it with our own eyes.
Why would we make it up is really what he said. Yeah, you're
That-
seeing multiple things right now of the same thing because you have taken too many of the wine bottles out of the winery, my guy. So I think that's actually not actually representative of that actually being true and more representative of maybe your incapability of actually determining the truth, maybe.
It was proven before this corruption scandal came up.
Okay, there's no source of this. She's been denying this since 2016, by the way, because people have claimed this about her because they're fucking bigoted. There's
Why are
literally
they
no evidence.
bigoted?
You can go to PolitiFact, right, and you can literally see that this is not true at all.
There's another liberal thing. Bigot, bigot, bigot. You guys are the ones that started slavery.
No, those are not. Oh my God, were they liberals, or were they conservative?
They were democratic.
Were they conservative Democrats or liberal Democrats?
They were liberal Democrats.
No, they weren't. They were conservative Democrats. Okay, so you understand there's been a party switch
No, they were
ideologically. Okay.
They were just like the liberal Democrats of today with the orange and blue hair and purple hair. Back then they had orange and
Think of
blue
the galaxy.
hair.
No, I just want to let you
and
know,
they were
conservatives have been on the wrong
Democrats.
side of history in every single scenario. Conservatives fought
come
to
you
ensure that women didn't have the right to vote. Conservatives fought to maintain segregation. Conservatives fought to maintain Jim Crow laws. Conservatives fought to maintain slavery. Conservatives fought to maintain all of the oppressive aspects of our government that have existed historically speaking, okay? If blue and orange hair scares you more than literally all of those things, I'm sorry, but you are delusional.
What is with the blue and orange hair on the left?
Because
What's
we,
with
we,
that?
we have something called style. Maybe you should try it sometime.
That's real good looking.
Do you want to turn your camera on? What do you look like?
Blonde hair, blue eyes.
Okay, cool. Good job. You want a cookie? Why do you only
Natural
reference your hair and eyes? Like, that's so cringe. Did you get that from the Hitler Youth?
Yep. I have a little German in me, not much, but a little.
You said yep? You got that from the Hitler Youth? Hello?
I said I have a little. I said I have a little German blood in me.
Sir, but the
Not
point I was
much.
making is, like, when I asked you what you look like, I didn't ask you what your hair and eye color was, right? And you decided to say, oh,
meaning
here
I
are my
haven't-
hair and eye color. You could have just said blonde, but you said blonde hair, blue eyes. I'm like, okay, why are you specifically mentioning that? That's really interesting, man.
Because I don't dye my hair
And
red.
also-
That's why
yeah.
I said
But wait,
blonde
is your hair
That's why- 'cause
Sir, your hair
I
is
don't-
not blonde anymore.
Okay,
Your hair
it's
is gray. Yeah, exactly.
Okay. So, what's that have to do with it?
Why'd you
I
say
didn't
blonde?
say blonde. I didn't say. See, and here's another liberal comment. Oh, what are you, the Hitler Youth? That's another liberal comment.
Well, you said your blonde hair, blue eyes when your hair is gray, bro.
That pisses me off.
Your hair is gray.
What are you,
Wait,
racist?
Andy,
What are you,
how do you feel that
racist?
Trump is dyeing his hair? And his skin. He's orange. He dyes his skin orange, and then he also dyes his hair
Okay.
blonde.
If he thinks that makes him look better, probably makes him look better.
Okay, now it's style. Now it's style. So the orange skin and the orange makeup and literally the blonde hair dye, that's totally okay with Trump, but it's wrong whenever liberals have different hair colors?
Oh, what about that broad of years in Senate? has
Don't
the
ever refer to
purple
women
hair,
that
it's
way.
about
That's so
90 years
weird.
old.
Don't ever refer to women that way.
What about that woman in the Senate that has that purple hair and is about 90 years old? You think she's a little too old for that hairstyle?
No, no,
it's
you can
called
have
ins-
purple
it's
hair
called-
at any age you want. I don't know who has purple hair, who's 90 years old and in government, but she's based for that. Purple hair. Why do you care?
It's called insecurity, buddy.
No, I think you're
It's
the one
called-
that's insecure that you feel like you need to call them out and make fun of them for it. Tina, thank you so much to Leon the Kitten. Because you're insecure and you want to make fun of them for it, right? You don't have to project that insecurity onto everyone else.
That
And
makes
also,
her
wait,
better
you say
look-
that you're not insecure. Turn your camera on.
Okay.
And also, if Trump's not so is Trump also insecure, by the way?
Probably. Probably.
Is that why
A
he
little
colors
bit.
his skin orange?
A little bit, yeah, probably. So
I bet.
He doesn't like his skin.
Okay, wait, go look for your source, man.
My source of what?
Or wait, what were you looking up? You were looking up something, weren't you?
Are you talking to me?
Yes, of course. Who else would I be talking to, sir?
What am I looking up?
You're turning your camera on. Sorry, that's what I meant to say.
I did. I turned it on.
No, you didn't. You have to click accept.
I did, and it went
Click
on.
save.
I
Did you
saw
click
my own
save at the
face.
bottom of the screen? Because we don't see your face, sir.
Where's save? I can't find it.
Yeah. Here, I'll send the invite to you. Click accept
Okay.
and then click save.
It says cancel or turn on. I'm going to
Turn on. And then click save. There you go. We see you now.
Good looking, huh?
I mean, well, we see about half your face.
Pretty good looking.
We see your eyes and your forehead. And
See,
we
I'm
see
not-
a
I
receding
don't-
hairline.
I don't have yellow hair because I'm insecure.
Yeah, you have a receding hairline.
Yeah, I'm going bald.
I mean, obviously, I mean that at your age, man. Of course, like there's nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying, bro. Like I don't know why you're out here trying to criticize people the way that they look.
No, I'm trying to criticize people that are insecure at 80-something years old that have yellow and purple hair. That's
What's wrong with that? I mean, I think it's better than what you're rocking with.
It's so you think it would look better with purple hair?
Actually, yes. I'm not gonna lie. I think you would.
Oh,
Because all I'm
okay.
seeing right now is 4 head, or about 6 head.
Yeah. Why don't you set up a debate with Mark Levin?
You said you were doing that already, weren't you?
Why don't you call into his show?
You said you were doing that already, aren't you?
We're gonna see. I'm gonna see what he says.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting for that.
Why don't you call into his show?
I don't even know who the fuck he is, to be honest with you. I don't.
You don't know who Mark Levin is? You don't know who Mark
I'm not
Levin
familiar
is?
with his specific show. No.
Oh,
I've heard the name, but I'm not familiar with the specific
he's
show.
only on Fox News.
I'll debate him on Fox News. I would love to go on Fox News. You know, I've heard people who went on Fox News, like some of my friends that have gone on, they don't like when you debate them. They get angry and they like kick you off. Did you know that?
But they listen to you where.
No, they don't.
How's your ratings on CNN doing?
I haven't gone on CNN.
Why not? That's your show.
Maybe I should. Should I go on CNN?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
You're
I'll think about going on CNN.
Smarter than they are.
Well, I mean, I have friends who go on CNN. Like my friend Adam has gone on CNN. He goes on there relatively consistently.
I agree with you. How come they haven't invited you on?
I don't have a management company, or I don't have a management team or anyone. There's no really way for them to contact me, to be honest with you.
You're a lot smarter than they are. Maybe their ratings would go up from nothing.
I think CNN gets a lot of viewership.
No, they don't.
Yeah, they do.
You know who's number one?
Who?
Late night?
Who?
Who's number one late night?
You tell me. Dean Withers?
Gutfeld.
Oh, it's Dean Withers, actually.
That's not television.
So we're just looking at TV. Number one at Jimmy Kimmel, or Stephen Colbert.
Now you're joking around.
I'm not joking at all. What are you talking
Because
about?
both of their ratings suck.
Oh, they're way better than anything you just mentioned.
Gutfeld blows them away, hands down. Both of them.
How many viewers does he get?
I don't know the number, but he blows them down by millions.
Okay. And can you name some big name supporters of Trump that have a lot of viewership?
Fox?
Fox? Haven't they, like... Doesn't he say that they're, like, horrible sometimes? And goes back and forth with them? Like, remember when he was calling them fake news?
He didn't call... He started that with CNN.
No, he said that with Fox News as well, because after January 6th, they were, like, turning on him a little bit. Do you remember that?
I don't remember, but I get... He calls it like he sees it. So if he disagrees with somebody at one time, I'm sure he did. But he calls it like he sees it.
Okay, can you tell me what some reliable news platforms are?
No, I can't.
You don't know any?
LA Times is not worth a shit anymore.
Okay, so like what is?
The San Francisco Chronicle's no good. It takes one side. It's just liberal side. I mean,
Okay. So what is good? Where do you get your information from?
mostly my own two eyes.
Mm-hmm. Wow. So like when you came on my live stream and saying like you think that I'm wrong because I don't have enough experience. You really only judge things based upon what you personally experience, and yet you think that's the best way to analyze it? I think that's a
No.
flawed analysis. The reason why I think that's a flawed analysis is because you need more than just what you have directly seen yourself. For example, do you believe the Holocaust happened?
Yeah.
Okay. Did you personally see it happen?
No.
Okay. So yet you still believe based upon the evidence that it did happen, right?
No, because I have good friends that did see it happen.
Yeah, like you have evidence, right? Like you have friends
Yeah.
that witnessed it happen,
Yes,
right?
yes.
You didn't have to witness it yourself.
And I've seen scars and everything else.
Okay. So, how about this? Do you believe that Jesus existed as a person?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ever see Jesus?
No.
But you believe based on the evidence that Jesus existed as a person, right?
Yes.
Okay, so what I'm essentially saying is that we rely on evidence to believe things. You can't just believe things because you feel like it, right? And you also, in this scenario, are going to be able to believe things to be true even if you weren't there to see it directly, personally yourself.
Well, it's called faith.
Okay, so you don't think you have evidence that Jesus existed?
No, you've seen over your time, you see things that only he could have created.
Well, you're saying for the reason why you think Jesus is God. I'm just talking about Jesus existing.
Yeah.
Okay. So you believe there's evidence for Jesus' existence, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So that's kind of what I was referencing, is that you didn't have to be there yourself, and you still think that there's evidence of it being true, even without you being there yourself.
Well, you know what? I'd rather believe in him than not believe in him, and then not believe in him because I haven't seen him before, and then when I die, I was wrong.
Yeah, that's called Pascal's wager, and you could apply that from any other religious perspective. Do you think that about Islam? Do you think that about Judaism? Do you think that about any other perspective exists?
I've never mocked on their religion. It's what they
No,
believe.
it's not about mocking those religions. It's that if you don't believe them, that you're going to go to their version of hell. That you're not going to be treated well under their view. And I just decide to then say it to about Christianity as well. Because, I mean, I think Christianity is false. I think all the Abrahamic religions are false. I can give reasons why I think that. And we can disagree on that. I do want to say that's also kind of separate. I can give the reason if you want, if you're curious. But
okay.
I do want to get us back to, like, the Trump part.
But, for example, if you're atheist and you don't believe in God,
yeah,
right? That's your prerogative, and that's fine. But when you die and you go to a judgment place, don't you wish you believed in it, even though it was fake? Saying,
what?
"Oh, I believed in it the whole time," even though you didn't.
Wait,
if you die and
repeat
there
your
is
question.
a God,
if I die and there is a God, do I wish I believed it? Yes, if that
If
means I
you
go to
di-
heaven.
Yes, yes.
Because I want to
Well,
go to heaven,
you're
like inevitably. I
standing
don't
there
want to
on-
go to hell, like of course. But I don't believe Christianity exists.
Why not-
Or I think
why
it's,
not
or I
fake
don't believe
it?
Christianity is true. I think it's false.
Even though you don't believe in God, why don't you fake it? So when you do die and it comes judgment day, he'll take you.
Why don't you fake being Muslim? Because if it Judgment Day happens, then you're going to be taken.
Do you believe in the Muslim religion more
There's
than
the glowing jellyfish.
the Christianity religion?
No, I think they're both false.
If you had to choose one,
I wouldn't choose either. And
So
if I
there
were to
is no
choose one, I would choose a progressive interpretation of either religion. Either of them are the same to me, realistically. I would close my eyes and coin flip.
so you believe there's no God.
I don't believe in any God now. But I don't believe that it's not possible for any notion of a God to exist. I think there's a notion of like a deist God that possibly could exist. But I mean, I don't think there's any evidence for any of these things.
See, like if I was you, I'd just fake it. So then when there is a judgment day, oh, I knew you were here the whole time.
Yeah, the Pascal's wager thing makes no sense. And also, like, if God's all-knowing, God would know you're faking it, right? So what's the point of faking it if God would know that you're faking it?
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. I agree with you there, I guess. I agree with you there. But, okay, let's talk about ICE then.
Okay.
Why you oppose ICE?
Let me thank some people, and then we can move on to ICE. Is that okay real quick?
Okay.
Alrighty, give me a quick second. Let me go through this. Thank you so much, Alyssa. I really appreciate the $2. Hi to Jeannie. Hope you're doing having a good day so far. What's up, Jeannie? I hope I got to that earlier. I'm sorry I've been a little bit behind there. Sammy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yes, it was really funny, wasn't it? Thank you so much. As well as Peter, thank you for the $25. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, that's actually a great question. Exactly. Thank you so much. Libby, thank you for the $50 on Venmo. Thank you so much for a 96-year-old grandpa. Told me to send you this. He said you don't need a long lifespan to be smart. Oh, thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Libby. That is so very true. Thank you so much. Give some W's for Libby in the comment section right now. That is seriously so kind of you. Thank you so much, Libby. As well as Tina, thank you so much for the $40. Thank you very much for the immense patience. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. It's always important. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section. Justin, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Maybe so a little bit. David, thank you so much for the $33.33. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it for fighting the dragons. Thank you very much. Jesse, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much for you crushed Dave Rubin was final boss level. Yes, it was really good, wasn't it? Thank you so much. Altered, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. That was diabolical, wasn't it? Chelsea, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. Janice, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the $6.66. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. True. Thank you very much. Elizabeth, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Absolutely diabolical, am I right? SJ, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Good to see you as always. Thank you. Thank you. Jody, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Harold, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Stefan, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Hey, probably don't actually at this point. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I have some people to thank over on YouTube real quick. Do you just give us a quick second? Oh, sorry. Let me turn his camera off. I got you, bro. I'll turn that off for you. Let me go thank some people over on YouTube real quick. Give me a quick second. Let me go over to YouTube real quick. Give me a quick second. Let me thank everyone real quick. Give me a quick second. Let's go over to YouTube real quick. Alrighty. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's in the comment section. Wander, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Wesley, thank you for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wandering, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Ashley, thank you for the $5. Give some W's for Ashley in the comment section. River with the $2. Thank you very much. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. That would be good, wouldn't it be? I got you on that. Keone, thank you so much for the $20 or $30. Actually, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That's true. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. That is so true. Zach, thank you so much for the $100. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Zach. I totally get you there. W's for Zach in the comment section right now. Thank you very much. Wandering again with the $25. Thank you for you killed it against Rubin today. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. That's incredibly kind of you. Corny, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. For I hate this narrative that if once you're older, you're going to become conservative. I'm 30 and every day I become more liberal. Well, thank you so much, Corny. I appreciate it. Thank you. Vicky, thank you for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. That's very true. W's for you. Thank you very much. The King of the Golden State, thank you for the $5. Richard, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Trevor, thank you for the $5. Rodney, thank you for the $10. Thank you. Give me some W's for Rodney. Thank you very much. Darsel, thank you for the $5. Belongs, thank you for the $5. King of the Golden State, thank you for the $10. Heavensley, thank you for the $2. Sponge, thank you for the $5. Thank you, Megan. Thank you for the $10. Fruit Punch with the $5. Megan again with the $10. Thank you. Good to see you. Thank you very much. DJ with the $5. Sponge, thank you for the $5. Rue, thank you for the $5. Thank you very much. Dells, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Instant Noodle, thank you for the $2. Thank you. Fruit Punch, thank you for the $5 as well. Thank you. Absolutely was great, wasn't it? And I think I am fully caught up. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. If you're on TikTok, tap that screen. Helps get out to more people as always. If you want to support me as always, Venmo, PayPal, link tree in the bio as well as the description of the YouTube. As well as you can support me over YouTube Super Chat as always. I am going to be off here probably in the next 30 minutes to an hour, just letting everyone know. Maximum I'll be on is like 45 minutes actually. I'll say that. Alrighty. Go ahead, continue. What do you want to talk about in terms of ICE?
What don't you like about them?
Well, I think that under the Trump administration, they've been violating people's due process rights to a significant extent, including literally holding people without due process for over 100 days simply for engaging pro-Palestinian speech, holding U.S. citizens literally for multiple days without due process when they miss their kids' birthday parties, without access to an attorney, specifically for detaining people based upon their race. For literally detaining people with no due process and then literally sending them to CCOT, a concentration camp in El Salvador. That's horrible as well. All of those things. I can keep going about more. There's also the judicial warrants. They got rid of the need for judicial warrants to search and seize properties, and instead they can just use an administrative warrant, which doesn't rely on the judicial branch in order to do so.
Well, sending him back to El Salvador, that's like them going home anyway. So what's wrong with that?
CCOT's a concentration camp in El Salvador. That's for terrorists, and these people are not terrorists that are being sent there.
Okay. What else?
What do you mean? Like, I just gave you plenty of reasons that they're horrible.
I mean,
they also
they're
murdered
getting...
U.S. citizens in broad daylight and justified it. For example, Renee Good and Alex Preddy.
They were U.S. citizens?
Yes.
And they killed them?
Yes.
You mean when, I don't know who's who, but you mean that girl that got ran over? Or, oh, no, got shot when she was in the car?
She did not try to run them over. She was driving away from the agent, and the agent shot her when multiple feet to the left of her vehicle. The third shot is the one who killed her, and that was absolutely unjustified. In order for the agent to be justified in using lethal force, they have to have a reasonable officer would have to think that there's an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario, which was not present for the agent. Also, the agent, people claim that was hit or was tapped by it. I don't think so, but let's say he was. He decided to plant his feet and reach for his gun before she even started moving forward, and if he took one step back, there would have been no risk of that, right?
And why didn't she comply?
She did. She complied with the lawful order to leave the scenario. She did not comply with the unlawful order to get out of her vehicle because they do not have jurisdiction to do that. She was in that position for less than 3 minutes, by the way.
You'd make a good lawyer, I tell you.
Why? Because I'm right?
No, it's the way you present it. You know,
I'm good at presenting the facts, right?
So one of the ICE agents got his leg hit, right?
I don't think he was, but if you claim that he was, well, he wouldn't have been if he took one step back.
To shoot her.
He did not. In order to justify lethal force, there would have to be an imminent risk of serious bodily harm and or death in the scenario. A reasonable officer would have to think that, but that was not present in the scenario.
He felt that his life was in jeopardy. So
No, he didn't.
He had the right to shoot her.
No, he didn't. And even so, it would have to be a reasonable officer would fear that. Not just Jonathan Ross thinks that. It would have to be a reasonable officer would think that. And there was no basis for claiming a reasonable officer would think that in that scenario. Especially because the third shot is the one who killed her, and it was taken multiple feet to the left of the vehicle when the car was clearly had no risk of hitting the officer. Okay, it is ridiculous. A GTA 5 NPC would have jumped out of the way to a greater extent than Jonathan Ross did. And if you can't jump out of the way in this scenario as an ICE agent, then you shouldn't be in the fucking field in the first place. And secondly, you shouldn't be putting yourself in the position where the car could then go forward towards you. That's called officer-induced jeopardy, and then violates your argument for self-defense in the very first place.
Then how come he didn't get prosecuted?
Because the Trump administration prevented prosecution
How come he
from
didn't
happening.
get prosecuted?
Because the Trump administration prevented prosecution from happening and gave him immunity.
Are you sure?
Yes, I'm positive.
Or they didn't have any justifiable cause to prosecute him?
I promise you Minnesota would have held them accountable if they could have. That is because of the corruption within the Trump administration, because the lack of accountability within the Trump administration, and their unwillingness to hold individuals in their own administration accountable for the obvious crimes they've committed. Hell, it's not even just this. Trump still has Howard Lutnick on his administration, who was caught on picture with Epstein on his island after saying that he was never there, and now, this day, he admits it. He was on the island with Epstein. Why hasn't Trump fired Howard Lutnick? Tell me that.
I don't know who he is. Who is he?
I just told you. A guy on Trump's administration that literally was caught on picture with Epstein on the island after claiming he was never there, and then now admits he was there after the picture came out.
I don't know. I don't know why. He fires a lot of people. He'll probably fire them.
Nope, he's never fired him. He's fired other people since then, by the way. But he will not fire
I believe
the
that.
Commerce Secretary. Or is it Commerce Secretary or Treasury
I
Secretary?
believe that too.
Treasury Secretary.
You know.
I think it's
I don't know why
the Commerce Secretary. Yeah, that's what it is.
I mean, I don't know. I don't know why.
It's because he doesn't care to hold people accountable for those crimes. That's why he wanted to prevent the release of the Epstein files.
He said he'd come out with the Epstein files.
And then he's prevented
How
the
come
release
he
of it
hasn't?
since then. He called it a hoax and said anyone who wants to release the Epstein files never supported him in the very first place.
I don't know that. I don't know that.
That's what happened.
You know. Yeah, well, it put a lot of people on your side of the party in trouble too. So, if he did release them,
And if it did, he would have released them. So why didn't he release them if it meant holding Democrats accountable? Given he released
I
part of
don't
them
know.
and didn't
I
release
don't
the
know.
others, he could have released any of them that went after Democrats.
I don't know.
Interesting.
I'm sure he could have got Silly Billy in a lot of trouble too, but he didn't. So I don't know why.
Okay. Alrighty. Now let's go back to this point. Is there anything Trump could do that would get you to stop supporting him?
I think if he took any of Joe Biden's actions. So if
Can you be specific?
If he opened the borders wide open, let everybody.
Joe Biden never
anybody
opened the
in here.
border.
Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
He didn't even slap any.
Wait, what
of
does
them
open
on
the border
wrist.
mean?
He let them walk right through.
So like the amount of border crossings increased.
Yes.
Okay, so you know that happened under Trump's first administration? The amount of border crossings increased from Obama's administration?
How many got caught and sent back?
Actually, more under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration, because more people came under the Biden administration.
More. You're telling me more people than the 10 million that he let come in here got sent back under Biden. Because more people.
Well, they just got turned away at the border.
More people came under Biden because they thought they could get away with it.
Yeah, because Trump was claiming that the border was open when it wasn't.
Trump never claimed the border was open. He
Really?
claimed it was open
Are you
under
serious?
Biden.
Wait, you want
claimed-
to bet? You said Trump never claimed the border was open. You want to bet?
I don't want to bet, but tell me when he said that.
Like, put $1,000 on it right now. Come on.
I'll put $50. How's that?
$50? Okay. So I'll show you right now. Trump says border is open. Is open 2023. Or we'll do 2024. Okay, video. Alrighty. Here we go. Or wait, this is from then. Give me 1 second. Let me try to get you something from 2024.
And who wrote that? The New York Times?
No, Trump will be out of Trump's own statements. Okay. Well, just give me one quick second. Here, I'll put 2023 actually.
Who was
Alrighty, give me.
president in 23?
Oh, no, it's something that Trump said back then.
Yeah, Biden
Yeah, right here.
was
I have it.
president.
I have it right here. He said he'll terminate every open border policy. This is specifically in 2023. The title is from Newsmax. Trump returning to Texas border for immigration speech. So this is your favorite source, Newsmax.
Okay. And he said what?
He called it open border.
In
He said on my
23,
first day back at the White House, I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration. I will
Yeah,
stop the
he
invasion
would-
into our southern border
Yeah,
and begin the
he would
largest domestic
determine-
deportation operation in American history.
Yeah, he would determine. He didn't say, "I have open borders."
He said I will terminate every open borders policy of the Biden administration.
Yeah. What's
That
wrong
is
with
saying that
that?
the border is open.
23, he wasn't president.
Yes.
Biden
Wait.
was.
You
Who
said
was
under Biden's
president?
administration he didn't claim the border was open. I just gave you him under the Biden administration claiming the border is open from Newsmax, a source that you will accept. You owe me $50.
He wasn't president. Biden was.
Yeah, that's kind of what the bet was about.
He was saying the border is open under Biden.
Yeah. That's what the bet was about.
No, what you said is you said Biden had an open border under him.
No, I said that Trump claimed that there was
Yeah,
an
I mean,
open
you
border
said
under Biden.
Trump had an open border.
I said Trump claimed that there was an
You
open
said
border
Trump
under
has
Biden.
open border under. There was.
Wait,
I'm not
so-
disagreeing with that.
Okay,
The border was
that's what
wide
we bet
open.
on. I think
That's
maybe
what
we
I told you
misinterpreted each other.
earlier,
I'm not going
that
to make
the
you
border
pay
was
because
wide open under Biden.
I think you interpreted me as saying that like Trump said under his own administration that there was an open border or something. Is that how you interpreted it?
Yes,
how
I
did you-
interpreted that you said the border was. I interpreted that the border was open under Trump.
No. That we were claiming about how he claimed the border was open under Biden. But now let me, if you want to wrap the original claim, that was two different parts of the conversation. There was an original point of the conversation where we were specifically saying that the border crossings went up under the Trump administration. So if you're claiming that border crossings going up means the border is open, then you actually think the border was open under Trump's first term as compared to Obama's administration, because border crossings increased under Trump as compared to Obama.
So once you agree, when times get hard in your own country, more people leave.
Or less people want to come here?
No, if times are tougher in your own country, you want to leave and go to a different country. Wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, that
So
can
say-
happen,
so-
so either we'll see people leaving or we'll see less people coming to our country. And you don't know something crazy? That's happened under Trump's administration. Tourism has vastly declined since Trump got in office.
Here,
Yes.
you're saying tourism.
Yeah.
Yeah, because things have gotten more expensive here too.
Yeah, and I wonder who's at fault of that.
Well, it's a little carryover from Biden.
Nope, it's because of Trump, because Trump imposed tariffs, and because he went to war with Iran. Inflation was lower at the end of Biden's administration, and according to a Federal Reserve report, we'd be below pre-pandemic levels of inflation, near the 2% threshold, if Donald Trump never imposes tariffs in the first place.
Okay, well, number one, Iran's a different story, so we'll leave that out. Because we could go on and on and on about that. But the thing is, your party protests, demonstrates because we're sending people back. So so just like if you cut in front of everybody in a line for at Walmart, and you cut in front of everybody and we sent you to the back of the line, you would be protesting that. That's what your party's doing. That's what your party's doing. You're protesting against ICE because we're sending people back.
So the reason why this is a false equivalency
That's
is
how
because
stupid it is.
the reason why there's a false equivalency here is because the length of the line is significantly longer for coming into the country legally than it is for standing in a Trader Joe's line at the grocery store. It's a lot longer to go through that system. It's a lot more costly to go through that than it is to stand in the line at the grocery store. And also, if you want to reference in terms of the specific line, like I have no issue with having rules. I think rules are important. But what I don't think is that our rules right now make any damn sense. The line is taking extra long because of how Republicans have purposefully broke the line to make it take longer. If we can facilitate that the line doesn't take so long, we can then incentivize people to go through the legal process. That's our whole goal, right? We want people to go through the legal process. I agree with you there. But the way to do that is by making our legal processes better, which is exactly what Democrats want to do, rather than what Donald Trump's doing, where he's just literally going after people just coming here for a better life.
Well, it pisses people off like my wife, who waited a long time in life and in line, and everybody crowded
Because
in
of
front
Republicans, by the way.
Why is it because of Republicans?
Because Republicans don't want to make the system quicker.
Why not?
Well, I would say that they don't want to make the system quicker because they don't like immigration. Oftentimes, I think Republicans think that because they don't want the majority of the population of the country to not be white.
Republicans
Not
don't
saying
want
all Republicans, but a lot of Republicans think that. That's one of their main reasons.
That's the first time I've heard that.
Well, it's not the first time I've ever heard that. I've heard that a bunch of times.
Republicans don't want the country white. That's the first time I've ever
No, Republicans
heard that.
want the country to stay white. A lot of Republicans. Not all Republicans, but a lot of Republicans. That's the reason why they like the mass deportation policy of Trump's. I'm not saying every single person who's a Republican or a Trump supporter. I'm saying a lot of Republicans or Trump supporters do think this as a reason as to why they want mass deportation.
So if we have mass importation of, you think that's good for the economy?
Yes. According to the Cato Institute, there's been a $14.5 trillion decrease in the deficit over the past 30 years because of immigration.
How's that?
Because they increase the productivity of our economy, they increase the labor force participation rate, they increase the GDP size. According to the National Bureau of Economic Research, they increase the employment rate even of natural-born U.S. citizens and increase the wages of natural-born U.S. citizens slightly.
So if we could get import labor, don't you think that would take away the amount of jobs available?
No. I do think it increases the amount of jobs available, like I just said, because it increases the productivity of other jobs because of the amount of jobs that are being fulfilled and the proximity to transaction.
Why? It's all going AI anyway. Well, how's that going to help foreign people?
One, it's not necessarily all going to AI, and two, we can point to the fact that there's still going to be jobs that exist, and there's still a need for employment because of the fact that there's a reducing labor force participation rate because of the fact that our population is disproportionately becoming older over time.
It'll be the same thing. It'll be the same thing over and over again.
What do you mean by that?
Well, foreigners will influx this country, and then they'll say we have no work for you because it's all AI and you're not qualified to do AI, but we'll make you a janitor, and they'll say now you guys are racist because you're making us a janitor. You know, that's exactly what you guys do. That's what all you do. It's all based on everything's based on race.
I don't know what the fuck you're saying. You're being ridiculous.
You're making me a janitor because I'm black or something like that.
No, that's not the argument anyone's making, and
They're
those
saying
arguments are
that's the
talked
only
about
job
because
they had.
of segregation, Jim
there's-
Crow, because of slavery, and the history of those things in the country, not because immigrants are coming to the country.
I mean, you mean the
I don't know what you're
slavery
talking
your
about.
party started?
You mean conservatives? And by the
No,
way, slavery has existed in
Democrat.
this country. Slavery has existed in this country for hundreds of years. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know
Even
what you're
white
talking
people.
about. What do you mean started by?
Even white people were
slavery
slaves.
predates the Democratic Party. You know that, right?
Yeah, even white people were slaves. So
Slavery in this country was justified based upon race and domination of white people over non-white people. So no, white people were not enslaved because they were white in this country. That's not true.
So the black people were selling their slaves to the white people.
Many of these circumstances are actually because white people would go in and steal people from these areas, not actually engage in meaningful
'cause they
trade
didn't wanna pay
or
for
anything
it.
like that.
They didn't wanna
Also,
pay for
like I just want to clarify, like in most of these instances, it was situations of stealing rather than like a trade that they engaged in, right? And then they just like got a bunch of the people from
They
there.
stole
And even
them
so,
because
that
they
doesn't
didn't wanna
justify
pay
the
for 'em.
slavery.
No, it doesn't. But they stole them because they didn't want to pay for them. And it was your party.
You see what I mean?
that
You
started
just
slavery.
talked. Again, you say no. Slavery predated the Democratic Party. I don't know what you're talking about.
And it was Lincoln who ended slavery. You don't
It
agree
was
on that?
it was black people in this country that ended slavery.
Lincoln didn't fight a war over it.
So the Civil War absolutely
See, you
did.
don't want to
You're
give
not understanding. You're not understanding.
What?
But that wasn't the end of slavery in this country. I just want to be clear here. That was the between the that was for the Union, not necessarily the abolition of slavery. The abolition of slavery came from Black Americans taking up arms and fighting for the freedom of their people. That is literally what led to the abolition of slavery. That's why there's something called Juneteenth. You should take a look into that because it is not as simple as, oh, Lincoln ended slavery. It's not as simple as that. Plus, also Lincoln is literally one of the people that said he cared more about upholding the Union than abolishing slavery. So I just want to be clear there. Like, there is a lot of historical revisionism here relating to these things. Black Americans are the ones that ended slavery in this country.
Why don't you ever want to give Lincoln credit for anything? Your party never wants to
You
give
can
him credit for anything.
I actually just gave Lincoln credit for keeping the Union together. He did that through the Civil War. They kept the Union together. Right, but he cared more about keeping the Union together than he cared about abolishing slavery, which is an issue I criticized him for.
So his own Union buddies were dying for what?
Well, I would argue that they were doing so to maintain the Union, and it was also like an idea of wanting to abolish slavery. But what you're not understanding, though, is that when you claim you abolish slavery, you have to go in and prevent the people from owning people as slaves. And who did that? Black Americans with guns. Black Americans with weapons. They went in and did that. That was who freed Black Americans from slavery in this country. It was not just as simple as the Emancipation Proclamation was said and everything was all amazing. Like, it's not as basic as that. And also, just to be clear, this is a history of generations upon generations upon generations of families being disenfranchised, okay, which passes down those types of historical and generational disparities. So you can't sit there and say, oh, I'm not going to take into consideration any of that history and the analysis of why people are talking about how black people are marginalized and disenfranchised in this country, and I'm just going to brand Democrats as just unreasonably arguing for these things. Okay, that's dishonest. You say that you're older and that you have all this extra experience, but right now me explaining this to you doesn't sound like it.
It just seems like your party puts Lincoln with Reagan and Trump, and I don't understand why you don't like the guy.
I just told you
because yeah, you said he kept the Union strong. You like that better than fighting for blacks' freedoms?
Black people. And I told you specifically
I said black
that
freedom.
he prioritized keeping the Union together over the abolition of slavery. He fundamentally cared more about keeping the Union together than abolishing slavery, is what I'm saying. So that was a criticism I provide of Abraham Lincoln, okay? And by the way, let me just clarify, Abraham Lincoln was a liberal of the time. You know that, right?
Well, you know, a long time ago, liberalism was a lot different than it is now. Now
That's
it's gone.
true. I am not disputing you there. But if you
Now
if
it's
you talk
gone
about all these points in
apeshit wild.
history, who were the people that were advocating to keep slavery? Who were the people advocating to limit women from voting? Who were the people advocating to keep Jim Crow in place? Conservatives. Every single time it was conservatives. It was the liberals of the time in every single one of these scenarios that were advocating against the conservatives of the time to push for social change in the right direction.
And that's what I told you from the beginning. I could see a time when you were Democratic. I can't see the time why now you're a Democratic. There was a time during the JFK days when it was great to be a Democrat.
Okay,
And
this is so ridiculous. Can you tell me what is so bad about my views?
there's nothing wrong with your views if they're true.
What is wrong with my specific views?
What is true is you're getting with the younger generation, and you're fed all this crap in school, and you're fed all this crap from your mentors and everybody else, and you believe it, and then that's how you come and get TDS.
Trump devotion
TS
syndrome, you mean?
No,
like
no.
The reason why you won't ever stop
Trump,
supporting Trump?
TDS.
Yeah, Trump devotion syndrome.
That's how you get TDS. Trump derangement syndrome.
Okay, what makes you think I have TDS?
You're like all the younger people. You get it from who you're raised upon.
Really?
I mean,
I grew up in a conservative Christian household in Iowa.
No. You get it from the people you're around in LA. You didn't get it from Iowa. I know that. You got it from LA.
Okay.
And I guess it doesn't.
So to clarify, you think it's just only it was education is what led to me being liberal. Because I was even a conservative still living here in LA.
Well, what I'm saying is probably you read, you did a lot of your research on the good things back in the 60s. You know, then in the 70s.
Wait, so just tell me what views that you disagree with me on. Like, what views was an issue? You said I have TDS. Why do you think I have TDS?
Because you live in LA and you're surrounded by it, and most of your
So I
peers,
live in LA, therefore I have TDS. Are you serious?
Most of the people you're around have
Okay, so Steve Hilton, do you think he has TDS?
I don't know who Steve
He's the
Hilton is.
Trump-endorsed gubernatorial candidate. Do you think he has TDS because he lives in California?
No, it's because he probably has TDS because you bring up
But
Trump.
he's around all these liberals, dude.
If Trump takes a pee, you guys have it.
He has, he's
I'm
around
from
all these liberals.
California.
Remember, he's Steve Hilton, the Trump-endorsed gubernatorial candidate. He's around all these liberals. Therefore, he is TDS.
How is it that I'm from California?
So you had TDS when you lived in
I'm
California.
from Central California.
And you had TDS when you lived there, right?
How come I'm from Central California? I'm from the country. I'm from the country, and all the people that live in the city are Democrats, and people that are out on their own working for a living and doing all that are
Do you think I work for a living?
You do this for a living.
And do you think that's working for a living?
Yeah, I do.
So you know that people in the city work for a living? They actually have a higher labor force participation rate. Did you know that?
Than the people in the country?
Yep.
Because there was more of them.
No, higher labor force participation rate.
per capita.
Yes, that's
Talk about per
take into account population. Yes.
Yeah, I believe that. You know why?
Why?
Because in the country you mostly have farming, right? And with farming came technology, and you need less laborers in the country. You used to take, you know, here's something you'll learn. You know, when they used to give the government used to deed property to people, you know, where they give land to people for free if they lived on it. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Well, generally people took only like 20 acres. Back then I would have took 10,000 acres, you know, so I'd be wealthy. I'd be a big landowner. But they never had the labor to handle 20 acres. So they took little amounts of property because they could never keep up with thousands of acres because they didn't have the labor. So
Yeah, cool. Why are you telling me this, sir?
So as technology came along and you had tractors and bigger plows and everything, you needed less labor.
Yeah, thank you for letting me know. I appreciate you. Thank you.
So
What was the point of telling me
that's
this?
why we don't have a lot of jobs in the country because they're mostly ranches that need less labor.
Okay. What's your point
You'll
from
learn,
this?
yeah. You know, the first grape, when in the 1970s, when my father had one of the first mechanical grape harvesters.
Okay.
And we used to have to hide it. We used to have to hide it at different ranches
Hey, man.
because Caesar Chavez would come and slash the hydraulic lines and the
Okay, hey,
tires
dude.
and everything
Hey,
because
dude.
it was taking work away from their people.
Hey, dude.
You're learning something.
Hey, dude. Well, I don't know why we're talking about all these things. Can we get back to why you support Trump?
Because he's not that bad of a guy.
Okay. How about this? Can you name an economic policy of his that he influenced get passed that you like?
I like the Iran war.
That caused gas prices to go up, that caused grocery prices to go up, that caused inflation to go up?
All that goes up in any kind of war.
So you understand that's not good, right? Trump caused that, right?
Yes, because he's looking after us, our well-being. When somebody's trying
Andy,
to
that's not looking after our well-being. That's making it worse off.
when somebody's trying to destroy our country and bomb us, when you have kids, you'll understand that if
I have 10 children.
Oh, you do? You have
Yes.
10?
Yes.
So would you feel bad against Iran if a nuclear bomb hit their head? Landed on them?
I think Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon.
You would think it's Trump's fault if a nuclear warhead destroyed your kids.
Dude, Trump got them closer to a nuclear weapon. The JCPOA prevented them from enriching uranium past 3.67%, which would still be in effect to this day till 2030, which we could renegotiate at that particular point. So actually, Trump got Iran closer to a nuclear weapon.
You see, that's where you can't debate me because you have an answer for everything. I don't know if that's true or not.
It is true. Like, you can go look at the JCPOA. Trump pulled this out in 2018.
So bombing them to oblivion and keeping them away from a nuclear warhead is worse off than giving them pallets of cash so they could enrich their uranium.
You're wrong. So the JCPOA prevented them from enriching uranium past 3.67%. We had the IAEA inspectors go in, and they literally investigated, and Trump even signed off on the fact that they weren't enriching uranium past that amount under his administration. So there was very clear evidence, right, that this would actually prevent them from enriching uranium, right? And you say the pallets of cash. The cash specifically was simply because we stole like $400 million from them, like 40 years prior. And that was just to get them to negotiate, was giving them back that money plus the interest that accrued from the initial investment that we stole from them. So you have to understand that it's simply just to get them to negotiate, which is a significantly preferable option than what we have right now.
How'd that negotiation go?
How'd that negotiation go?
Yeah. How'd that pallet of cash paying them back plus
It
interest?
went well until Trump pulled us out of the deal.
How'd he
So
pull us out of the
Trump
deal?
pulling out of the deal didn't get rid of the money that they had. That didn't get the money back from them.
They were still enriching uranium with the money.
No, they weren't. That's
So
not true.
What kind of deal was that?
That's
what
false.
What kind of deal was that?
That's false. You said that they were enriching uranium. No, they didn't start enriching uranium until Trump pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018. Under the JCPOA, they were not enriching uranium past the 3.67% number, which Trump even signed off on.
I can't win. You have an answer for everything.
Yeah, because I have facts, I have reasoning, and I've actually researched these things.
I mean, if it's like if Trump takes a piss at lunchtime, you guys would have you'd bigot about that or something like that.
Dude, no, I actually have reasons for the things that I disagree with him
pisses.
on. Hey, dude, you literally first came on my platform and you said, I don't know enough because I'm too young. Maybe now you should realize that just because I'm young doesn't mean I don't know a lot. It
You
doesn't
haven't
mean I don't know a lot about
I
this
didn't
topic.
say that. I said you haven't experienced. You could read all of the books.
I have
you
more
want.
experience with debating people about this topic and more experience with politics than it seems like you do.
You don't have life experience. You have book experience. You've read more books than me by the time you were 9 years old than I have in my whole lifetime. You know, but you know.
So
it
zero?
Huh?
I'm just kidding. I'm just making a joke. So the point that I'm making is that, like, dude, you can't just say, oh, Parker, you're smart, but you have no life experience, therefore I'm not going to consider anything you're saying, because all of the information I'm bringing up to you is still relevant. You can still analyze whether or not it's true based upon your own life experience. And if you have such life experience that makes you have so much wisdom, then your wisdom should be able to allow you to learn from the information that I'm providing to you. Smart people know that just because you are older than someone doesn't mean the person that's younger than you won't be able to provide any information to you to get you to grow your knowledge base. You can learn things from people who are younger than you, and literally every single person who's older than me in the chat has the wisdom to know that, but you.
And see, that's where I disagree with you, because in my time we used to call it you're book smart. But now,
are you anything smart?
But now they call it today computer smart. So it's what you get fed from the computer. It's what you get fed from
That's
AI.
education, though. That's education.
That's
This is all. What you're talking about is
it's good.
education, though. You're just saying I'm educated. Yes, I am educated. That's important. That's good.
It's good and bad. AI could be lying to you, and you'd still believe it.
No, I don't.
See?
I don't just
Yeah,
look at
'cause
AI and then just
because-
believe things based on what AI tells me. I don't do that. That's not me. That's MAGA.
It's what you read. It's what you believe.
No, it's not. I go and look up sources and I do research. When
What
I was in
happened-
school, I was actually taught how to do research.
Well, why aren't you researching? Why aren't you digging
do.
out the problems? The problems with, like, Nick Shirley, where he's bringing up problems.
Why won't Nick
stumbled
Shirley
upon-
debate me?
Because it's just like you and me. You're not going to believe anything I say.
Wait, he
And you
debates
have
people.
a-
He debates people every once in a while. Why he debates people
Yeah.
on the street? Why won't he debate me or Dean?
Because you're not going to believe what he has to say, and you're.
But
you're
it's not
gonna
about
have
that.
an
It's
answer
about the
for
fact that we have
everything.
large platforms and that him debating me could allow for him to get more of his ideas out there. I want to debate him. He won't debate me. Why? Because he realizes that he would lose in a debate to me and Dean, and that it would make him look bad. That's why he won't debate me.
It's why the prize fighter, who's the champion, never wants to take the underdog on. He doesn't want to lose his title. Nick might.
He doesn't want to lose his title
title
because he knows he'll lose it, right? he doesn't have any title, by the way. He's not a smart person. Like,
He's
I just
more
want to be real.
popular.
Like, there are people on the right that I can genuinely look at and be like, yeah, that person, I can disagree with them, but I can realize that they're, like, an intelligent person. That's not true with Nick Shirley. Nick Shirley is not smart. But to any person, like,
He
really, like,
probably
I don't know how you look at that guy and be like, yeah, that guy's doing great for the world. He's so smart.
No, you know, we
Like,
don't.
are you
we
serious?
we don't look at Nick Shirley as a smart person. We look at somebody that stumbled upon a fraud, a fraud problem with our hard-earned tax dollars, and the left is defending the people that stole our tax dollars.
We're not defending people who commit fraud. You are. You support Trump. He
You're not
not only
looking-
has committed that shit himself, but he pardons fraudsters.
If you came to me and said, these Republicans are committing fraud and gave me proof and showed me, like Nick Shirley, I would vote Democratic. But I wouldn't vote for these Republicans that are committing fraud. But it just seems like every time there's fraud, it's Democratic related.
Really?
You know, it just it blows me away that everything do with fraud is Democratic related.
Okay.
And that's
what about
and Nick
Taryn?
Shirley never said he was.
Wait, what about Taryn Pizer, who is a former healthcare CEO that received a pardon from a 2024 insider trading conviction that carried a 42-month prison sentence? What about
I don't know. I don't know her. I don't know her. I'd never heard of that.
That's someone that was pardoned
And
by
I'm
Donald Trump.
Being honest. Okay.
Yeah, what
I
about
don't agree
what about
with that,
Adriana Camberos, who was convicted in 2017 of selling millions of counterfeit 5-hour energy bottles to grocers? And she was commuted in 2021 by Trump and then pardoned by Trump for a separate fraud
agree with
conviction in 2024.
I don't agree with that. I just like I don't agree with Clinton giving Epstein a pardon.
So wait,
You know?
but these are all circumstances where Donald Trump has pardoned fraudsters, and I can give more examples. There are more examples than what I just provided. Like, I'm
Okay.
serious.
Okay, I don't agree with that. I
have
don't
more.
agree
I can
with
give you a
that.
list of more.
But you got to admit that you could give a bigger list of the fraudsters that are on the left than the
No, you
right.
can't. Name me 2 fraudsters pardoned by Democrats.
Let's see. Clinton pardoned the guy flying cocaine into this country.
Oh, well,
What
you
was
can't
his-
you can't say that on the live. It's TikTok to us. Andy, do you have a different account?
No.
But I just want to let you know before you leave, Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country. Actually, I mean, I kind of am at the end of my stream, so I might just actually keep you on anyway. Trump pardoned a guy that trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country, who was convicted of doing that, the ex-president of Honduras. Look this up. And by the way, Joe Biden never pardoned anyone who trafficked sea drug. That's just not true.
Clinton did.
So Clinton, you'd have to reach back to Clinton. I'm not familiar with Clinton, but that's reaching a bit far back, isn't it?
You know who he pardoned, right?
Who?
Oh, that movie, American Me. What's his name? I can't think of his name right now. It was smuggling drugs in here. So.
Okay, so like, I mean, I would disagree
So
with that. I don't know why you had to go all the way back to Clinton. Wait, did you say that Clinton pardoned Epstein? Is that what you said?
No, I didn't say Clinton. I can't think of the guy's name. He pardoned a guy smuggling drugs in this country.
Yeah, Donald
Amina,
Trump. Donald
Arkansas.
Trump did that. The
In
ex-president of
in-
Honduras. Donald Trump pardoned the ex-president of Honduras.
In Amina, Arkansas. That's the guys that was bringing in the drugs.
I understand. Donald Trump pardoned a person who trafficked over 400 tons of sea drug to our country.
For what reason did he do it?
Well, he just did it. regardless of what reason, is
He
not even
he
relevant.
just said, "Hey, you're a good, nice
he
guy.
never
Why,
publicly
why don't
provided
I
the
pardon
reason.
you?"
I just want to be clear, he never publicly provided the reason
And that's why
or
you
justification.
that's why you call it politics. He had a good reason to.
No, he didn't. What is the good reason to pardon a person that literally trafficked 400 tons of sea drug to our country? What the fuck are you talking about? That is Pablo
Maybe-
Escobar numbers, bro.
Maybe he snitched on somebody else.
Okay, and is there any evidence of any other convictions relating to people?
Well, maybe he snitched on somebody else. They have to keep
At this
it.
point, you guys would justify him pardoning Ghislaine Maxwell.
I don't think she should get pardoned.
If she got pardoned, would you still support Trump?
If the if the good outweigh the bad, yes.
She literally helped Epstein traffic kids, dude. What good would outweigh the bad? What are you talking about? Good fucking lord, dude.
I don't know why she pardoned. I don't know why he pardoned her.
No, I'm not saying he did yet. I'm saying would you defend Trump still if he did this? And this hasn't even happened yet.
No, I don't agree.
So
with
you
him.
wouldn't
No.
vote for him?
No.
Okay, now he changes tune on that. All right.
But I
well,
still like him better than Biden. Biden did nothing.
Caleb, by the way, Biden did a lot more than Trump. Caleb, by the way, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, Dave got destroyed. It was really brutal. Lovey, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. You are totally right. Thank you so much, Lovey. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Cassie, thank you so much for the $10. Justina, thank you so much for the $1. Wendy, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Lewis, thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Louise, thank you so much. I appreciate the $1.50. And Rama, thank you so much. I appreciate the $10. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. What's up?
Pay taxes on all? How do you pay taxes on all that money you listed just right now?
It all just gets categorized as income?
Do you write it all down and stuff?
No, it goes through my business account.
Oh, okay.
Brittany, thank you for the $20. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Brittany. Wandering, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Fam, thank you so much for the $50 on YouTube Super Chat. Thank you very much. Give some W's for Fam in the comment section right now for the $50. Thank you very much. Give some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. They said if your child, one of your classmates would say classmate be more or less likely to hit back. For those who didn't understand why attacking other countries doesn't make us safer, now you do, I hope. Very true. Thank you so much, Fam Cam. I appreciate it. Thank you. You're totally right. Get some W's for them in the comment section right now. Thank you. Why'd you question how I pay taxes?
Well, I was just wondering how, because you and Dean both spit it out on air, and I wondered. I'm sure the Trump administration's writing all that down too. So you got to be careful on your taxes.
You think they're writing all that down?
Yeah.
You think they're going to go after the IRS after they defunded the IRS?
Yeah, I think they're gonna.
Good luck.
You got to be careful. They're probably writing it down.
You know, I don't pay any taxes. I evade everything. I paid $750 in taxes last year.
How's that? How did you do that?
I'm just a good businessman.
No, for being a publicly broadcasted.
Yeah, I'm a good businessman. What can I say?
For being a publicly broadcasted system.
I'm a great business person. Yeah, might say the greatest you've ever seen. I mean, I paid $750 in taxes last year, bro.
What? Then why do you always go after Trump? Because he didn't pay any taxes.
Because he's a conservative and a Republican.
Because he's a good businessman like you. Huh?
No, he's not a good business person. He's a horrible business person. He had 6 bankruptcies, my guy. I don't have any bankruptcies. He has 6, dude. He inherited $400 million from his dad. I started my business alone.
Well, that's good. That's good.
I didn't bankrupt a casino.
That's good.
Yeah, so like I'm a good business person. He's a con artist. That's what it is. I paid $750. I've released my tax returns. You can look at them if you'd like.
No, I'm not interested. I'm just
$750.
Aren't you afraid? I mean, aren't you afraid to release your income on television? I mean, TV here or phone or whatever you call it, broadcast?
No, because I'm the greatest business person you've ever seen.
Well, that's good. But if Trump writes something off, why do you guys always go after him?
Well, because I already told you though, because he's committing crimes.
Isn't he allowed to write something off?
Isn't he allowed to? Yeah, you're allowed to write things off, but he's done a lot more than writing things off.
What? Like what?
Wait, do you think it's immoral for me to only pay $750 in taxes?
When people are paying more than you and
Yeah.
make less than you, that I think you have the right to your write-offs. I agree with that.
Yeah, but is it right that I paid $750 in taxes last year?
Well, you're just like Trump. You're writing off what you can. It's like Trump said.
So I'm just a good business person, and there's nothing wrong with that?
Yeah, that's what Trump said.
So you have no issue with the fact that I paid less in taxes than you and I make way more money than you?
No, because legally you can write it off. That's what Trump said. Remember when Trump said, "I didn't."
Does that make me a smart business person that I paid less in taxes than you, even though I made more?
No, you're just following the system.
And is that a system that you think is an issue? That there's an issue with that system, or is there no issue with that system?
I think there's an issue with that system. Yes, I think when people work hard and they have no write-offs, and they pay a lot of taxes, and they don't make a lot of money, and then you have the money to buy a lot of things. A lot of things you have the money to write off with, and you pay less taxes, and you make twice the money as somebody that works twice as hard as you do. I think there's something wrong with that system.
Yeah, there's something wrong with the system where like I'm only paying $750, and someone else who makes way less than me pays significantly more than that. So like obviously that it's not me being a good business person for that, right?
Say for example, you agree that Trump makes twice the money you do, and say he pays twice as less on taxes than you do. Do you think there's something wrong with that?
Wait, can I just clarify real quick? This whole time I've been playing you, I obviously didn't only pay $750 in taxes. Last year. Wait, hold on. You have a call.
I'm sorry?
Oh, there you go. I didn't only pay $750. Oh, you have a bit of an echo now. I didn't only pay $750 in taxes last year. I obviously paid way more than that. I was only making the joke because that's what Trump paid in multiple years. And he makes a hell of a lot more money than I do. Okay.
Okay.
And I pay way more taxes than that guy does. I live in Los Angeles. I pay a fair share for what I make, for sure.
So you think there's a problem with that, right?
Yes, there is a problem with that. That someone is making so much more than us is paying significantly less than us. That's a big problem with our current tax structure. I think the rich and the wealthy, they should pay a higher percentage than what we're paying.
Then how come you guys always destroy the flat tax agenda?
Because flat tax is inevitably
Like,
regressive.
you
It
remember when
disproportionately
Herman
negatively
Cain?
impacts lower and middle income individuals because they spend a greater proportion of their income on cost of living. And it's really disenfranchising. Like, say you have this flat tax. In order to fund our current systems, you'd need like a 30% tax rate on everyone's income in order to fund our current systems. Or like a 25%, something like that. And if you do 25% of someone making $10,000 a year, they're only left with $7,500. Okay? That's not enough to be able to afford everything. So you cannot take the same percent from someone who's making 10,000 as someone who's making 10 million. It makes zero fucking sense. There has got to be increases in the percentage that someone pays the more money that they make. Otherwise, you're going to have an incredibly unfair and horrible system that's disenfranchising to the average person.
So wouldn't Trump be paying more taxes than you if we had a flat tax?
No. We'd be
Why
paying the
not?
same percent.
He makes more than you.
You're saying nominally
No,
he
he
paid more,
he
but he's
brings
paying
in a lot
he's
more
paying the
than
same
you.
percent. I don't think he should pay the same percent. I don't think he should pay the same percent as anyone here. I think he should pay a higher percent than everyone in this fucking live stream.
Say you're both flat taxed at 10%. He would be paying more than you if he got a flat tax.
Nominally.
But you guys never
But I
won
think
a
he should
flat
be
tax.
paying a higher percent. Of course I don't want a flat tax. Do you want me to pay the same tax rate
That's
as
the
you?
only fair way to do it. Yeah, you'd be paying more because you make more than I do.
No, do you think I should pay the same percent?
You'd be paying your fair. Yeah.
You
If
think I should pay the same
you and
percent
I
as you?
were both taxed at 10%. Yeah.
You think we should pay
That
the
would
same
be the
tax
only
as
fair
someone
way.
making $10,000 a year?
So 10% of 10,000 a year would be what? $100 versus a guy making 10 million at 10%?
You think 10% of 10,000 is $100?
Or a buck? It's $1? It's fair for everybody. How
What
would
is
Trump be paying
10,000
more
divided by
taxes than
10?
you? $100?
10,000 divided by 10 is 1,000. Okay.
Oh, okay.
All right. So, and why did I do that? Because 10% is 1/10 of 100%, right?
Mhm.
So you do 10 times 10 equals 100. So that's why I asked you that question. But yeah, your math is a bit off there. It'd be 1,000.
So Trump paying more taxes than you wouldn't be fair.
Trump should pay a higher percent than me. Trump should pay a higher percent than you. Because he makes significantly more money.
Say he paid 15%, you paid 10.
I think that's not enough to run our systems. I am fine with the tax rate I pay in California. I think that tax rate should exist all around the country. Okay? And I think that the richest, most wealthy Americans should pay into the system that they benefit from in the very first place. Okay? The high income earners are paying a higher percent than the people who make their money through business investment. That's insane to me. That's fucking nuts. Okay? Do you realize how big of an issue that is? That long-term capital gains rate is 20% capped. And people making fucking 500,000 to $1 million are paying the 37% bracket. Isn't that insane? Why shouldn't we make that the same? Shouldn't we make that fair? If you want that same sort of flat tax structure, how about we do that for investments to start? Like on the highest levels of investment growth. I'm saying like tens of
Well,
millions to hundreds of
if a-
millions of dollars. Let's increase the taxes on that level of investment when you pull it
if
out.
if a flat tax isn't fair, what do you think's the fairest?
A progressive tax structure that goes up the more money we're referencing.
So you're pretty much saying the harder you work, the more you pay taxes, right?
I don't think people making $100 million a year are working that much harder than someone making $1 million a year. Okay? Like, I really don't. Like, it's going to be access to resources, wealth. Maybe you could say there's risk involved. Maybe it's risk, is what you're saying?
Yeah.
But like, I mean, like I don't think that's a genuine reason to say that someone should be taxed the same percent at 100 million comparative to 1 million. That's crazy to me. Okay? Even at those levels, there still should be a distinction. Okay? Do you understand how fucking nuts it is to make $100 million in a year? Do you realize how fucking nuts that is?
And so somebody making 100 million a year right now, they don't pay more taxes, a percentage.
Not on capital
They're
gains.
at a higher tax bracket?
Someone who gets $100 million in capital gains tax long term, right, pays the same tax rate as someone making $1 million in capital gains. Or
Right.
there's a slight distinction only because like the first little bit is up to 15%, but it's the same percent after that second bracket.
Right. Because it's never been a good system. It has never been a
But you
good
realize that
system.
Trump is creating the system to a greater extent by literally causing and increasing taxes for working class people, by imposing tariffs, and then trying to give tax breaks disproportionately to the rich and wealthy through the context of the Big Beautiful Bill. He's shifting the burden of taxation. It's Robin Hood for the rich, reverse Robin Hood. Take money from the poor, give it to the rich.
No, I believe that.
That's what
but
Trump's doing.
That's why Herman Cain wasn't wrong with a flat tax.
Okay. Alrighty. Is there anything else you want to talk about or add before I get off for today?
No, I'm done. I'm
Alright.
done.
Appreciate you coming up. Let's get off for today, everyone. I have some people to thank real quick, and then we can end it for today, everyone. I really appreciate everyone coming through. If you have any questions, you can actually ask me. I'll answer questions for the next few minutes here. Raul, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Thank you, The Galaxy. Thank you very much. By the way, if you like my content, follow me if you haven't already. I do actually have to post videos. I didn't even do that yet today. I still got to do that. I do have to post videos here. I have some people to thank over on YouTube Super Chat. I know I do got to catch up there. I know I do have to catch up there. Also, make sure to check out the Dave Rubin debate that I did today. I debated Dave Rubin and absolutely smoked him on Jubilee. It's really brutal. It is really brutal. I recommend to go check it out over on Jubilee. Absolutely fucking insane. I absolutely destroyed him. Dean will be on live later. I'm not quite sure exactly what time he'll be on. I expected him to be on by now, to be honest with you. Tomorrow I probably will be on in the morning. I'll let y'all know, though. Sean, thank you so much for the $10. Thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it was absolutely crazy. I think they both did fantastic, honestly. I was really happy with everyone's performance. Gabriel, thank you so much for the $2. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Wandering, thank you for the $10. Thank you very much. Brittany, thank you so much for the $20. Again, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you very much. I actually think I'm fully caught up. Holy, I think I am. Rubin did get cooked. Rubin did get cooked. It was interesting for sure. Oh, I think Santana says he wants to come up real quick. I do have to get off here. Can't find it on Jubilee. You should be able to. Just look up Jubilee, and it should be the one that was just posted. Yo, what's up?
Hey, I just wanted to come off for like half a minute and say, after watching the debate again, it was so bad. It's literally worse than I remember.
It was, wasn't it? It was crazy. Dave got cooked, like, by everyone. I watched back your debate with him. It was really good too. It was really good.
When I tell you, because someone was like, Parker was up for like 2 minutes and cooked him the entire time. I could have sworn you were up there like 15 minutes. That's how bad it was. Like in real time,
I felt like
it
I was
seemed.
there for like 5-6 minutes or so. I feel like that's typically the amount of time I get.
But it wasn't a long time, and he just like was shell shocked like the entire time, and the facial expression. I mean, it was so. Oh my god.
His reaction. You should see my thumbnail. His reaction originally was really, really funny. He was like, I have like 2 screenshots where he's like he just like slowing it down and looking at his reaction is really funny.
Listen, the whole time I'm going back and I'm listening, and the most common thing he said was, wait, hold up, wait. I mean, the entire time I was like, holy shit, this is bad.
Yeah, it was seeing everyone's reaction too was so funny. Your reaction was so funny. It was honestly amazing. I love that. That was really funny. Xena's reaction was really funny. It was Evan's reaction was hilarious. Like literally everyone, like it was just the immediate reaction right after he just like started like not having any idea what he was saying was really funny. I knew that happened when it was going on, but it's funny being able to see the reactions of everyone because I'm so like locked in on the moment when it's happening.
No. I saw, and I said I'm gonna have to post a video because did you see your reaction when I was debating?
Yes, I did. I thought that was really good.
Yeah.
I was so happy. I remember sitting there all like super smiling.
Yeah. I will give it to Mason. The fact that he actually got him to talk about getting paid by Russia was fucking mind blowing.
Absolutely amazing. I was so happy when Mason brought that one up. That was really funny.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to come up and talk about that for a second and give you your flowers. So that was dope.
Of course, it was good seeing you.
All right, see you, bro.
See ya. All right, everyone, I'm gonna get off for tonight. Thank you, everyone, for coming through. I really appreciate it. I'm going to see everyone tomorrow. I do got to get off right now. Probably tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. I'm going to post all my videos right now, but make sure to check out that video if you have not of me debating them. Make sure to go check it out. All right, I love y'all. Have a good day, everyone.